Call to order the 2023 Strategic Planning Retreat. Welcome everyone who is here and those who are watching on live stream. As is customary, we will open our meeting with a prayer and a pledge. I've called on Vice Chairman Harris to lead us in the prayer and Commissioner Tony Braswell to lead us in the pledge. So if you would please stand.
Let us pray together. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we pause this morning to give thanks for all that you've done for us. Father, we're so thankful to be able to participate in this meeting, to work with the county and the citizens that we love so dearly. Father, we're thankful for the land that we woke up in this morning to be a part of the greatest nation in the world. Father, lead us and guide us as we discuss plans for the future and work together for the good of the people of Johnston County. Father, lead us and guide us in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in honoring our country with the Pledge of Allegiance. Present arms. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, this would be the year number 2 of us getting together for a couple of days to lay out our plans and for the upcoming budget year and even beyond that. So look forward to discussion as we had last year. We had some pretty robust discussion on items. And as last year, we have the folks from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners here. Mr. Kevin Leonard, the Executive Director, will lead us again this year as he so capably did last year. And I still have my compass on my set of keys, and so I look at it daily and am reminded of your Appalachian Trail story, which I have used many a time over the last year. So Kevin, I'll turn it over to you for introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Wow, you invited us back.
It was a close vote.
I'm sure it was a close vote. I'm pretty sure it was. We really appreciate the opportunity to be back with you this year. What a difference a year makes. We're glad that folks are in good health and excited to hear how your year has been. And we're truly honored as your association and personally and the team that's assembled in the back, which I'll introduce in a moment, that you trust us to be a part of your planning process. So why don't we just get started, and I'll jump into it. And if it's okay, I really do enjoy walking around in front of this podium because I don't like to be behind this podium. So if it's okay, Jim said I could use the microphone like this. Is that all right, sir? I'm just checking. It's all right if I use the microphone like this? Walk around? All right. Okay. Season 2. We're back for another go-around, and as I said, we're really looking forward to hearing what happened over the past year and hearing reports on whether the dialogue that we had with you last year was helpful in your planning, and then moving it forward again. And guess what? Today, Season 3 of Ted Lasso comes out. I don't know if y'all knew that or not.
Early.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited about that, and along those lines, we got something for you. Hold on.
We just ate breakfast.
Thank you.
How many folks have seen Ted Lasso? If I get into that, you want me to? Two folks have seen Ted Lasso. If you get a chance to watch Ted Lasso, start from the beginning and watch it all the way through Season 3 now. But when Commissioner Lauder and I really formed a bond, it was at Chair's training, and I gave a presentation on leadership lessons from Lasso. He's a coach, a football coach in America who takes a job as a soccer coach in England and knows nothing about soccer. And it really is a story over the time of the program that you understand. It's really about lessons from leadership and how to build teams. Not so much whether you know about football or football. It's really about building teams together. So every morning he starts his day by bringing his boss, who owns the whole club, biscuits in these pink boxes. And so that's part of what this is. So made those last night for you guys. So I hope you enjoy it. There's like 2 sticks of butter in the recipe. So it can't go wrong with that. But they're pretty, hopefully they're tasty. I think they're a little crunchy. I left them in the oven a little too long. But they'll be okay. Dip them in milk. You'll be fine. Thanks for believing in us. We believe in you guys. We believe in all of our counties across the entire state of North Carolina. We have the privilege and honor of representing all 100 counties. And it truly is that. You guys are doing, I was just talking with Commissioner Smith on the way in, you guys are the best level of government. And sometimes I think the state level of government doesn't understand that, all that you do on a daily basis. So thanks for taking the time to do this today. Thanks for believing in us. And I'm looking forward to watching season 3 of Ted Lasso tonight. All right.
Is that on Netflix?
It is on Apple TV. Apple TV. Yep. Okay, so some familiar faces. It really is remarkable. It feels like we were literally just here. As I'm standing up here right now, it feels like we were just here yesterday or last week, but it's been a year. So familiar faces that you will see today, and we have some new faces as well with us. Amy Basin is our Deputy Director and General Counsel. It's back here. So Amy will join me a little bit later during our conversation. So will Neil Emery, our Outreach Associate, and myself. And you might remember from last year, I've put up here our roles and responsibilities as we see them. As we start this venture today and into tomorrow, we want to tell you what we think our jobs are, and we're going to ask you to embrace what we believe your jobs are here. And I'll tell you what those roles are in a moment. But we're facilitators. We're asker of questions. Now, when it comes to a decision point, that's not our job. That's your job. It's the chair's job to figure out whether or not you have an inflection point, a discussion that we need to pause, and you need to have a discussion amongst the board. That is your job. So you will be doing that, and we'll let you know when we feel like it's your job to do that. And the chairman's, we've already talked, the chairman's going to let me know when he wants me to be quiet, and y'all need to have that conversation. It's critical to set these types of ground rules as we move forward. Denise Canada is back with us, right back here, who is our Physical Policy Research Director, and she is a data presenter. So she has pulled some additional data last year. And Commissioner Stevens, I'll probably be saying to you directly, and last year we did this. So just to have a level set on some of the things that we did. But last year, Denise was with us. By the way, she has just celebrated her year anniversary with the association. This was her first event last year coming to present data. So awesome that she's back to do that. A new person who just joined us this year, Amy Cannon, is in the back, and she's helping with Neil on the outreach team. Amy just retired as the county manager of Cumberland County. So we are thrilled that Amy is now on Team County and helping us out. Denise Stenegal has just joined us. She's not here today, but I'm just telling you, we've rounded out the outreach team from last year. It was Neil. That was the team. Okay. So Neil has some help with Amy and Denise, and also Jack Horton over in the western part of the state. So we're really your association's really making an effort to beef up our outreach team, our expert team in terms of helping counties through these types of conversations. So you're going to hear from Neil and Amy probably a lot more tomorrow in terms of when we start to navigate and dig into those issues, because they have a lot of experience working with boards and working through the detail involved with those types of issues from the county manager level. Don Reeves is not here with us today, but he was here with us last year, and he likely will be here He'll be here tomorrow. And it's great that we're here this anniversary because Don had just joined us last year as well. And he's one of our our coordinators on our strategic member services. And I have to tell you that Don was the first hire. We are now up to 11 of those folks who are doing work across the entire state of North Carolina. Since we met in March last year, our strategic member services program has just gone full guns. It's really going very well, and we'd love to tell you about it at another time. But that's our team that we've assembled. Here is your team, the Board of Commissioners, and y'all are the big thinkers, right? Y'all are the visionaries. But at the same time, you have tough jobs as well to be detailed thinkers as well as we go through the exercise today. You are the experts on Johnston County. I live over in Wake County. I'm originally from Davidson County, Lexington area. I'm not as familiar with Johnston County. So when we get to a point when we're having conversations and you're talking about orphaned roads from one of your constituents who calls you all the time, y'all know about that. Y'all know that those types of issues. You have other issues that you know about well that we don't. So we're going to look to you guys for those types of questions. And the chair, you have a more specific role in the exercise today. You are, as we talked about in chair training, tone setting the tone for the whole board as we move through the exercise of talking about your strategic plan, and also you're the manager of critical conversations. As I said, there will be points when you're like, we as a board really need to dig into this particular matter. You may be sensing that, and you may have to call on, the board to do that. So we'll look to you for that role. Before I go on to staff, are there any questions thus far? Does this all sound right to you so far? It's in line? Okay. Don't hesitate, obviously, to stop me. We're here for you. We work for you. So you tell us, if you don't feel that this is the right direction. Amy Basin and I have been talking with Rick and Jennifer, getting ready for our season 2, round 2 of this event today, and prepping for the exercise. So key leaders at the table, Rick, Jennifer, your county manager, your county attorney, and of course you have other county staff who are in the room, and then tomorrow we'll have increased county staff in the room, department head level staff to help us work through the very specifics of the detailed information. Rick, I'd throw it over to you to introduce any other staff you have in the room on your team, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. Thank you, Kevin. We've got Chad McLam, Martha Lester from Finance, Dana Cuddington and Susie are in the back, and they did a great job preparing the room and everything to get ready for today. And, of course, Ben Armstrong and Adam will be here shortly with the PIO side. I want to thank Jake for being here from Tritronics to help out as well, and also Jim Art for his work with the sound. So that's it.
Great. Thanks, Rick. If you, I'd like to have you pull up your agenda. It's in your handouts. I'm just going to review the program for today and tomorrow, what to expect, set expectations. And Mr. Chair, if there are any questions related to that from the board, we can handle those before we move on. Breakfast was awesome, so thank you for breakfast. We're doing the sort of the setting the ground rule stage right now. Amy's going to come up in a moment and talk to you about ground rules, expectation setting. We're just getting level set, getting grounded. Then Denise is going to come up and talk to you about her data presentation. We're going to take a break, and then Davenport, your financial presentation, will come in around 11 o'clock. We'll break for lunch. Something different this year that we did not do last year that we think in talking with Rick and Jennifer and with Neil and Amy Cannon and Amy Basin is having the viewpoint of your staff team, your staff expert team, provide to you information is going to be helpful as you are making decisions about what your priorities will be moving forward for the next year. And then after that, And that's a lot of talking at you. I realize that. So if you can hang with us from now until 3, and the breaks and the lunches are in there, from 3 to 5, save up for it. Because from 3 to 5, we're going to call on each of you to have 10, 15 minutes-ish. And I'll tell you how we're going to do that in a second, to talk about what your priorities are. This is your chance to talk about the things, and I understand y'all have already done a lot of really great work already, putting your information out there, what you think your priorities are. This is a chance to get that out in front of the entire body and group, and then we'll start to see themes. We'll set priorities. That will lead us into tomorrow, where we will really dig into the things that rise to the top as the priority issues. We're trying to look at 3 to 5-ish priorities, and I understand that that's what we gravitated towards on the list of information that you have already received. And once we do that, will spend the bulk of tomorrow really digging into how do we effectuate that? How do we make those things happen for you in the next year? So that really gets us through the agenda. Oh, I was going to say, in terms of how we're going to operate the 3 to 5 hours this afternoon, I've got your names on a piece of paper. I'm going to put it in a hat, and I'm going to pull it out. And whoever's name gets pulled out, that's who will go first. I have a timer. We'll put it up on the screen just for information so you can see, okay, I've got 10 minutes or what have you. And then we'll summarize that at the end of the day, and then we'll go forward. Does that sound all right to everybody?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
I did want to add to that. So the list, it was sent earlier in the spreadsheet. You've got a list of all the items that all the commissioners, each of the commissioners had thought was something they wanted to discuss. So I went through some lauder logic, which is kind of scary, and kind of brought that down to, and I asked each of you to prioritize those. And so we kind of came up with a list of the top 5. But what I wanted to use this afternoon in that 3 to 5 time frame is for you to discuss the items that were important to you, and potentially we could see some shift in that top 5 if everybody, not everybody, if the majority agrees that there's an item that should be moved up and discussed. And then tomorrow we will kind of unload on those top 4 or 5, depending on how far we get during the day. So that was kind of my thought process for how we would get started. But again, I did want to provide that input and allow each of us to talk about the issues that we felt and were important to us. So, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Are there any questions or comments about that? I'm going to turn it over to Amy Basin to talk about our ground rules for today.
Thank you. It's so good to see you. So Commissioners Braswell and Godwin. Commissioner Harris, we were saying so glad that you're feeling better this year. Remember you had some, and of course, Chair, thank you for having us back. Commissioners Braswell again and Smith, and welcome to Commissioner Stevens. So as Kevin said, we may be referencing some things we did last year, so please, you should know that on staff, they got me a mug that when we were doing a lot of Zoom over COVID, and so I'd be drinking my coffee, and on one side it has our seal, and on the other side it says I have some questions, because I say that a lot. But we love questions, we want questions, so being new, but anyone who's here, please, this is your retreat. We are here and we appreciate you inviting us back. And we're excited to be here, but really at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we meet your expectations and that we accomplish what you hope that you are here to accomplish. So these are the potential ground rules. They're similar to last year. Take a look at those, and then we would really like to make sure that those meet your expectations for how we should structure things and see if there's anything we're missing. But of course, come prepared each day to be present and engaged on planning for the future of Johnston County. Y'all are busy, important people, so we understand that things are going to come up. You may have to step out, you may have to take calls, whatever you need to do. Of course, we understand that, but as much as you're able, we hope that you're able to be present and engaged in this process, actively listening to your fellow board members, ask constructive questions, Use specific examples to ensure clarity of vision. We've talked about this a lot back at home with staff. It's very easy to kind of get into the emotions and the feelings of things, and that's very valid and important. And we may dig a little bit to say, we hear that. Help us to understand a little bit more with some specificity about what that means for you, for your constituents, for your county, so we can help you really dig in and maybe make sure that the rest of your board members truly understand where that's coming from. Allow us to keep the meeting agenda and on time. So we, again, recognize this is your meeting and we want you to get everything out, but we sometimes may be in a little bit of a difficult position of trying to move things along. We're going to use tools. We may use a timer. That is all just to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to speak and we accomplish hopefully what you want over the next couple of days. So if we seem a little bit overbearing or harsh at times, give us a look, but we're really just trying to help, I promise. I tell that to my daughter. Yeah, that goes over real well. And really, at the end of the day, jointly design next steps, right? This is you as a board collectively. So we want to make sure that you're feeling good about where we end up at the end of the day tomorrow. Hopefully that feels good, but are there any other recommendations as we set the stage for the next couple of days? Anything we're missing? Anything that doesn't sound like we're hitting the mark?
I can type these in here. This is what the slide's for. If y'all have any extra ones, we can put them in here.
I don't have any. Anybody?
Okay.
Yeah. I think
Excellent.
we're good.
So, thank you, Amy. The desired outcomes and goals. You know, actually, I borrowed this from last year. You wanted to set a long-term vision. You wanted to make a roadmap. So I kept those on here to say we're just adjusting the long-term vision that you created last year, and we're continuing the roadmap. I think this is in line with what we understood the objectives of the day are, and to come up with those priority things. But I put it up here just to make sure to check with you guys. Are we still on track? Is this what you want to accomplish? Are there any other things after a year under your belt do you want to accomplish in this exercise today?
I'll just say the couple of things. One is the actual vision statement or mission statement. I can't remember which one we adjusted last year, but I know that I don't feel like there's anything we need to change on that. And I know we talk about this on our website now, so we kind of updated that. The other is the 6 priorities that you couldn't see it here, but as we're going through the intro, we list those 6 priorities on there. So I don't think any of those, we can discuss it as we go along today, but I think those 6 items are probably the same as they were last year. And as you see, the topics we have, they relate to those 6 priorities that we established last year. So I'll let others discuss their thoughts on the 6 priorities, but it seems to me they're still valid, and all the topics that we brought up fall into one of those 6 priorities that we had.
That's
So-
terrific, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to stifle any other conversation, but I will tell you that I have them in the slide deck here.
Okay.
Because my hope in this hour that we have to get things grounded and set is we want to hear from you about, like, how did some of that translate over the past year? So that's great. Now, you teed that up really well.
Well, I think one thing that I've tried to do, and it was just recently as we are coming into this meeting, is as we have items on the agenda, relate those to our 6 priorities. And I think that the last meeting pretty much, there wasn't an item on the agenda that we didn't tie to one or more of the 6 priorities that we established last year. So.
Can I ask someone, Neil, Amy, to make a note that, just make a note of how to tie priorities to agendas. That's a goal, which y'all have accomplished already, but as we move forward into the next goal set, that you want to do the same thing. Any other comments, questions? Anything you want to add? All right, good deal. Well, we're going to get started in earnest here. I'm not going to tell you a big, long story about hiking, I promise, but I am going to revisit it. So last year, Commissioner, I told a story about taking a hike on the Appalachian Trail. Not the whole thing, just a really tiny piece of it. And the whole purpose of telling the story was I thought I was going to take this trip like this. That's the whole trail, but I took that little circle. It was just like 30 miles of it. And I thought I was going to see that, but I didn't. I saw my feet because I was too concerned about, tripping and falling, and I had to remind myself to look up every once in a while. What I figured out is you had to really do both. You had to get comfortable and keep your eyes on the ground so you wouldn't fall. You have to do that, but you also have to remind yourself to look up, and that's the importance of planning. It was a much longer story. I just encapsulated it in 30 seconds, so I won't do that again. Because I thought I was going to see this, and I did see that. It was beautiful. But in the year that since we last met, I took these guys on the same hike. And so I've been on the trail now, on that part, 3 times in the last year and a half. You got to go. It's beautiful. It really is. So I've been telling these guys they're all over the country. I'll tell you who they are in a second. You're just going to love this. I'm going to take you on this hike. You're really going to enjoy it. It's a life-changing event. You're going to see this. It's amazing. And so we planned, we prepared, and we got ready for it. And I invited them in. We had annual conference, and who was at annual conference in Cabarrus County? They actually flew in, and I'll tell you where they're from in a moment. They flew in, and the day after annual conference, the Sunday, I took them up to the trail, and we went hiking. And this is what we saw for 3.5 days. It rained. It rained for 3.5 days, and they didn't see what I told them that they were going to see. Oh, they saw that. It was a lot of mud, rain, fog. It was not that. This is Eric. Eric's from Montana. He was determined. He's from Montana. He's an outdoorsman. He was determined to start a fire because that's what he does. He was known for that. I'm gonna make fire. Well, he made a fire, and then it went out immediately because everything was just soaking wet the entire trip. He also is the guy who, the first night, we had like this little butane gas burners, tiny things, and we had a hot meal the first night, and then he accidentally left the gas on, and it leaked down so that we only had enough gas for one more meal. So 3 days. So the middle part of the trip, we ate Pop-Tarts every meal. And he felt really bad about that, by the way. But this is him trying to start the fire. Occasionally, the sun would try to peek through, and we got some pretty moments like that. But that's how I felt. These guys came in for 3.5 days from all over the country, and that was on top of a hill with no view, and that's how I felt. I was really actually on the phone with this picture that my friends took. I was on a work phone call. But that's how I felt. Like, oh, man, I really let these people down. They didn't see what I wanted them to see. So I'd planned. I thought I was going in the right direction, but circumstances just were like, no. So we talked about last year planning. Planning is critical, right? You got to plan. I planned. I put everything together. We planned, we prepared, we performed, and I felt like it was a failure. Actually, no, it wasn't, and I'll show you some pictures in a second. The reason I'm telling this story this year is because a year happens, right? And in the middle of that year, you've made your plan, and you probably had some successes, which we're getting ready to talk about. But it's not always going to go exactly like you think it's going to go. And I want you to tell us, like, what happened this year that didn't go like you think it was going to go, and you had to change, you had to adapt, and you had to advance. And so think about that as you are now planning your next iteration of priorities. Like, what are the contingency plans? What are the other things that you have to adapt? Because you now have some lessons learned. This is a picture that that's me taking a picture, and that's Guy from Louisiana looking out. And they told me, like, we've never seen anything like this. Guy from California flew in, Louisiana, Montana were there, and they thought this was absolutely beautiful. I can't control what they're thinking or what their experience is. Their experience was this trip. My experience is that I knew that it looked a lot different out there. It looked like this out there, but they didn't see that. But they saw that and they were like, that's just gorgeous. I experienced this. Every person's experience is different. It was a success. It may not have been the success that I had planned, but I have formed stronger relationships with these guys for spending 3 days on the trail in adversity, by the way. And now we have that in common. So every experience is different. Oh, and I forgot to say, for the last day, because of Eric's mistake of leaving the gas on, we literally the entire day we talked about hamburgers. We just walked for miles and miles talking about, man, I can't wait to have a hamburger. So the first thing we had when we got off the trail in Boone was this hamburger, and it was the best tasting hamburger I've ever had in my entire life. So that was success, like just appreciating, how well a hamburger tasted. So anyway, we've been through a year. Y'all been through a year. I want y'all to think about those things as we move along. Like, how did you adapt? How did you advance? How did things change that you planned for on March 15th, 2022 that maybe are different this time? That's the purpose of adapting and advancing and telling that story. So let's talk about, we have now, I think, about 30 minutes. Let me see. Yep, about 30 minutes. You referenced this. I thought that was a good outcome last time. You adjusted your mission statement. You use your mission statement on a daily basis or a monthly basis. Is it still working for you? That was the question that I put this up here for. I think you've already answered that, Mr. Chairman, but I'm going to ask the rest of the board. Is it still working for you? Do you need to adjust it? Are there things you want to do differently about it? I'll throw it over to you, Mr. Chairman.
I would just, the quick comments, and I think Commissioner Smith brought this, I kind of made this fit into the adjusted mission statement, is the visionary leadership is what this board is to provide. We're not in the weeds. You're talking about issue experts is the staff, but we talked about visionary leadership, and then the other phrase I remember is effective and efficient county government those are the two big changes I remember us making and agreeing to, and Commissioner Smith brought both of those up as I recall. So again, I think that it works and it still works, and I'm interested to see what the other commissioners, any comments on that.
Does everybody concur with that thought process?
They're all saving up for 3 to 5 today, I think.
Yeah. So last year, y'all revised your mission statement. You adopted board procedures for your board, I understand. Is that right? That came out of our conversation last year.
We did.
Yep. Hopefully that's been working for you.
I think we've seen that, and I'll just say a quick example, the agenda preparation. I mean, that was one of the things we added to our rules when things got in and to get on the agenda. So that was something that we didn't have nailed down prior to last year, and once we got the rules adopted, we have that nailed down. So when people call us, we know, hey, there's a certain time to get, and we know there's a certain time to get things in and information available before the next meeting. So I would say, yeah, I would consider that a success as well.
Good. So processes in place that came out of your discussions last year. Do you feel like you have a greater sense of strategic direction and those core priorities?
I don't want to be the only one to keep talking, but I feel like we do. We have so many things coming at us with the growth that we see. So I think, at least for me, when I think back to items and those 6 things that we're trying to accomplish, I think that kind of some of the things that maybe don't meet that criteria that we tend to get focused on because it's in our face and it's a hot issue, that sometimes it helps to step back and look at those 6 priorities and say, you know what, this is really not in those 6, and although it seems like it's the most important thing at this instant, it's not really, and sometimes that's hard to step away from something that's that hot at the moment. So
I think we talked about it last year that everything's important, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what y'all have done through this exercise last year and getting ready to do is you've established guardrails. That's what I'm hearing you say. Others? Any comments?
I mean, I do think we have a greater sense of strategic direction. One of the frustrations in the very beginning was that things don't move as fast as I want them to. and I feel like that we are more focused on strategic goals and accomplishing some of the things that the board has set out to accomplish. So I think that's been a real positive, especially in the last, probably more in the last 12 months maybe than in years previous.
I think in the past, we've reacted sort of like a boat without a real goal as far as the direction. We've reacted to the waves and whatever's coming our way and whatever growth issues or things that come up. I think in the last year or two, since Butch has been chairman, we've had a more strategic plan. He's kept us busy. And I agree with Patrick. The frustrating thing to me in the public sector is it moves so slowly by its very nature. I think we can move it along faster, but I think we are headed in a more specific direction.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other comments?
I would just add, outside looking in, since I was just public sector last year coming in, as somebody, I felt like I was informed of what was going on in the county. I was really surprised at some of the issues that I had that now that I'm on the inside looking out, I can see they are being addressed. So many of the complaints I had, for lack of a better word, in my interview, I feel like there was a plan in place, and now I'm seeing it come to fruition. And I think that's something that the public just doesn't see yet. But I've been very impressed by the way things have been and are being run on the inside that I had no idea was happening when I was just watching everything from the outside.
That's great to hear. Yeah. Good. Tactics to achieve core priorities, and I think, I think last year we started that on day 2. And this iteration of 2.0 this time, I think, is really going to help us flesh that out even further on tactics to achieve core priorities. Because the way your staff, Rick and Jennifer, have set up things for tomorrow, and I really appreciate their thought process on this in coordination with the board, is that we're going to have additional people in the room to dig into those levels, that level of detail. And I think that's going to be very helpful for the board. And Commissioner Stevens, I appreciate you saying what you said about looking at it from the public side, because I know we're in a public meeting, and if the public is watching, understanding that the government is a messy process, right? Trying to get it done, and it's nice to have that order and to know that inside you have people dedicated to making those things happen. And so tomorrow is an opportunity for those folks to share their expertise with the board. So these are the core priorities that you guys came up with last year. And I didn't realize, Chairman, that y'all have them tied to agenda items, and I think that's a neat thing to do. But infrastructure, land use, financial stewardship, education funding, county employees, and public safety. And so what I'm hearing you say already is that you try to tie things that you're working on to these 6 core priority areas. And when something comes at you where you're like, yeah, that's really important, but does it tie to the priority areas? It's a decision point, right? You have to make. This is a slide I took from last year that we left the day with, where we dug in deeper, like what does infrastructure mean, right? So infrastructure, last year we were talking about meant broadband, water and sewer, transportation, parks, open space, flood control, etc. And you can go down the list there. I just brought this up to refresh your memory as to the detail that we discussed last year as it relates to those core priorities. These things, the detail underneath, may change. You might have fixed broadband. I don't know if you have or not. I'd love to hear if you have. And in fact, we're getting ready to transition over to Amy, and I want to facilitate a conversation with you in the remaining hour to talk about, we're going to go down each category here, the 6 priorities, and hear from you about this really worked well, or we still have some areas to work in on this.
I can't see Billy Lasso at my house.
Really? You can't because, yeah.
Don't have streaming.
We'll have to get it. That's
So he's got the number 1 thing right up there under infrastructure, yeah.
That's right.
so broadband still is an issue. So let me go back to that list. And just open it up, Mr. Chairman. And we have to be cognizant of time because we did, remember, you'll have another second bite at the apple on some of these things later in the day in that 3 to 5 range. But think of Amy, Basin, myself, Neil, Denise, and Amy Cannon as your friends that were here last year, and now we want to find out in these 6 priority areas, tell us what happened with them. How's it going? What's worked? What's been successful? We're really trying to focus on the success here as we're moving into the day. So infrastructure, and I'll kick it off because I remember last year we were talking about a school bond, I believe, right? And frankly, you're going to have to tell me what happened with that.
Can you move it to the
School
next slide to help us?
Oh,
Yeah, at least help me.
This one?
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the school bond did pass. The school bond has, I guess the school board has implemented a new delivery method for construction of schools. We think it's going to be a better system to get schools constructed in a more timely fashion. I will say over the last year, I think our relationship with the school board has improved at both the staff level and the elected official level, so that has improved. Not to say all the issues have gone away, because I think the way we're set up, we're designed for conflict, but I do think the communication has improved as far as the school bond goes. And I'll run through my list. I think on the infrastructure, we've moved forward in all those areas. We still have ways to go. Broadband, in particular, the Greater Grant program, we did get a grant for that. Wasn't as expansive as at least I had hoped for, but there's still a ways to go, as Commissioner Godwin just referenced on that. Water and sewer, I think you'll hear enough of that over the next 2 days about concerns and where we're going with that. Transportation, we just about to make the final selection of a consultant to evaluate and update our transportation plan. Parks and open space, I think we can all agree we've made great strides with that, going from nothing 3 years ago to what we have now, and have at least 2 properties. I think 3 if you add the canoe ramp. So we have properties. We've got completing a master plan for a park in Cleveland. And then flood control, we've helped assist some of the towns in flood control, and I know there's some stuff in one of the Moccasin Creek drainage district that we're getting ready to probably help fund some more flood control there. And then, as you said, school funding, we've talked about that. And I say schools, I'll include the community college in that. We just decided to spend $17.5 million for the construction of a advanced training facility in 4 Oaks. And then our land use plan, we are painfully close to the end. I think we will have some robust discussion at our meeting next Monday on that. We've got some revisions and updates to that. Property rights, again, and density, both those are part of the discussion in our updated land use plan. County facilities, we're moving forward with those. Again, that's probably depending on which side of the table you're on that. We're moving forward, at least on the DSS. We talked about that probably extensively last year. We're moving forward on that. We've had some land acquisition, and then on a couple of the other facilities, we are probably not where I want to be, but we're still moving forward. And then we do have, the detention center and the public safety center are getting ready to open in days now. And then the financial stewardship, we'll talk some more about here from Davenport, but I think our fund balance is strong. We've got some things to consider on what do we want to do with that fund balance. And then economic development, I definitely think we've had several successes that year, or this year, past year, to show that. And then public safety, again, we've, as I said, for the sheriff's detention center, public safety, and volunteer fire departments, that'll probably be something that is potentially one of the things we'll talk about tomorrow. So I think there's some discussion there that we probably didn't have at all last year, or very minimal there. So I think all in all, we've made progress. Is it all the progress we wanted to see? Probably not, but I think, at least in my opinion, we've made as I'm looking at this list, we've made a lot of progress.
Isn't it good to take a list, and we just did this recently in our own office. We looked at a list that we made 6 months ago, and you're like, wow, oh, sorry. We actually accomplished a lot in a year, and that's what I'm hearing you say. Still lots to work on, and I've already heard people say it's not happening fast enough. So setting expectations on that might be something we want to talk about as we move forward. Others, I want to hear from others about your reactions to this list and things that have happened over the last year.
I'll just hit a couple of high points. In infrastructure on transportation, additionally, we funded a pilot program for local transportation, which is just started, I think, last month, and it's just in a limited part of the county. But I'm really excited to see how that's going to turn out, because that's a huge issue for a lot of our citizens too, is more of a local transportation where they can just get to the grocery store, they can get to to town to go shopping or vote or whatever it is they want to do. So through our JCATS program, that's something that has just started, and we're going to do that as a pilot, and then it'll come back to us to try to make a decision. If it was successful, then hopefully we can continue that and enhance it to other areas of the county. So I'm excited about that. I will say, as far as the school facilities and education funding, I think we have the most conversation and the most interaction with the school, not only staff but school board members that I ever remember now. And so that's really been refreshing and good to work with those folks and to sit down and really have some honest conversations about where do we need to go, what do we need to do, and how do we get there. And of course, the citizens did approve a $177 million bond referendum this year. So that's well on the way with those processes. The other thing I'll add to that as well is that I think for the first time in history, I don't know, some of the folks that's been here a lot longer than I have can chime in on this, but commissioners were actually invited to sit in with the selection process on the RFQs for the school design, for the school construction. We sat together as a group and interviewed the companies, and so that level of cooperation is heightened beyond any that I ever recall. So that's really been refreshing, and I'm optimistic that the future will continue with that as we all try to work together to get to the same place that benefits the citizens. So, what else? That was volunteer fire departments. That's one that we'll have a lot of conversations about, because that's a challenge going into the future with volunteerism as being a nationwide issue, and so that's something the county's going to have to at least have more and more conversations about moving forward.
I can add to that particular piece. Y'all don't feel alone, and you just said it. It's a national issue. We see it all across the state of North Carolina.
Yeah.
We have, let me get my clock here. Sorry, Amy. And do you have any questions? You good? We have about 10 minutes in this segment left before we move on. So I want to make sure everybody's voice is heard. If you have something to share, say, observations.
We cooperate with the school, getting a better security system for our schools, campuses. So we contributed to that, along with the sheriff's department, providing additional security personnel. And we've got checkpoints for schools getting really regulated now. It's almost like going in the courthouse, the school house anymore.
To increase security. Yes, sir.
I would like to add one thing to that, and I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner, is, I was recently watching some news footage about surrounding counties that are just having the conversation, and we, as of this week, have the equipment in place in all the schools throughout the county. And while part of me says, I hate that we're in a time that we have to have that, but we're a step ahead of the game. We're doing, I feel like the county's doing everything they can possibly do to keep our children safe and to prohibit anything catastrophic from happening as much as humanly possible. And so while other counties around us are just now having the conversation. We've already passed that.
It's interesting to hear a theme emerge about the schools and the relationship with the school board. It's probably a longer conversation, and maybe we can spend time on it. But I would like to, what what accounts for that? What do you think has changed over the past year or, multiple years to help facilitate the relationship with the school board?
That may be a better question for Rick, but I'll make my stab at it. I think that the leadership, from the superintendent and his staff, the school facilities, the financial side of things, I just think the transparency, I won't say it wasn't there before, but it's even more transparent now than it has been. So we have that free flow of information in both directions. And frankly, I think the school board members are more open to discussion, and frankly, we may be as well. So I think we realize with what we're spending on schools and potentially looking at spending, that it warrants more dialogue and conversation on there. Again, doesn't mean we agree on everything, but there is that conversation, and sometimes hard and difficult conversation. So that's what I would say.
I think it ebbs and flows depending on personnel as they change through elections, through appointments, staff. It goes this way and that way, and it could that way again.
Yeah.
One of the things when I first became a commissioner, I was very surprised, and know nothing negative about anyone previously, but I was very surprised that education was the largest portion of the county's budget, but yet we had little interaction and conversation with the school board and sitting down having, just some good conversation, try to understand what each of us, I know just in the past 12 months during the bond referendum, there was members of the education group that had never been through a bond referendum before, and it was all new, and they sat through the Davenport funding portion of that, and they learned a lot. We've all learned from each other, and I think that's really worked out well. But that's a large portion of our budget is education. As a matter of fact, it's the largest portion of it.
So Amy and I get a chance to visit a lot of counties, as you might imagine, and just recently in the past month or so, we've been in several counties. In the last one I was in, talking with their board, we talked about, and I'm going to talk to the folks in the public right now who are watching, that you may not realize that the Board of Commissioners, whether you're in Johnston County or Granville County or what have you, the authority that the Board of Commissioners has is somewhat limited in what you can do with the school board or with the sheriff's department or with NDSS. And it's a unique design in North Carolina. It's one of the reasons I really like local government in North Carolina, is because county commissioners, like no other local board, y'all are the purse strings, but the authority to tell the school board what to do is limited. It's almost like a legislative type of body. It forces you as a board to have to work on the relationships to create the things that you want to accomplish. It's why I'm really intrigued to hear more about your relationship with the Board of Education, because it's going so well at the moment. I would attribute that to the leadership of the board, but also to your manager and the superintendent, and working so well together for the common good of your county. We were in Hyde County recently where we did a retreat with the Board of Education and the Board of Commissioners. We were like, how's this going to go? It went really well, but we were very pleased to do that. The stronger that you can form those relationships, whether it's with the Board of Education or with your other, elected officials, the sheriff and other folks, it really helps as you are steering the direction of your county in the direction that you want to go. So all of that to say is you have a really tough job. County commissioners have a really tough job. There's no doubt, and I don't think that the public sometimes understands that you just can't wave a magic wand and say, we're going to be doing this. You have to work with all of those other people in your county. So I applaud you for what you're doing, and I applaud you for the relationships on the school board. That's why I really wanted to hone in on that.
Kevin,
Okay.
I wanted to touch, I feel like I left somebody out. We've talked about the sheriff's department, we've talked about fire, we've talked about EMS, but I forgot to mention our 911 communications who are on the front end of everything. So they'll be in that new facility as well, but I did want to leave them out since they're just the beginning of the whole process. So.
Absolutely. A critical part of the process, of course. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring Denise up to give you an update on data in Johnston County. It's always an enjoyable part of the process.
I was going to say that Denise set the bar really high last year, because if I heard one time about how we were number 9 in the country as far as growth for counties our size, or number 1 in North Carolina, I wish I had $1 million, because I hear that everywhere we go. We hear that about, you know, number 1 in North Carolina and number 9 in the
Yeah.
in the country. So
lot of
she's got
growth.
a high bar to meet to
I think
achieve
she'll
what
meet
she
it.
did last year.
She'll
So.
probably go above it. Yes.
No pressure.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Oh,
Oh, good. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you everyone for having me back. You'll remember when I talked to you last year, we talked about, as you mentioned, mainly demographic trends, and especially looking at, in a county that is changing so quickly, how have things changed over the past 20 to 30 years? So it's really more of a long-term, I think retrospective might be the right word. For this year, well, and one more thing, is that last year, even though we were about 2 years, in fact, almost exactly 2 years into the pandemic, it was a little bit early to have any good local data showing the pandemic's impact. I mean, of course, you've all felt it. You know, inherently, like Kevin said earlier, you know your county the best. You know what your experience is, but from a numbers perspective, it was too early to have much. And now we do have some data to show what your experience has been. And so that's what I've decided to focus on for you today. What were the impacts of COVID on your economy? So the first thing that I've pulled is some employment data. This is a trend over 2018, and here is March 2020. So you can see there's that drop off right past the line. That is relatively significant compared to your whole curve. But what I have noticed when you look at the long-term trend, and here I drew a line for you, is that you basically are on track with your economy compared to where you would have been if COVID hadn't happened, or at least the trend that you appeared to be on. So I think that there's a lot of discussion out there, has COVID completely broken the economy? And at least in terms of number of jobs, it doesn't seem that it affected your long-term trend or your long-term trajectory. I will say that this is a federal data source that looks at, it's not jobs exactly, it's more like the number of employed people. And it doesn't take into account anyone that's self-employed. It's a data set that specifically pulls from folks who are covered by unemployment insurance. So we do know that folks who ran very small businesses, self-employed, a one person, were in some cases disproportionately hurt by the pandemic. And I will say this data set does not capture those folks. But when you look at larger employers, you seem to be right on track with no major lasting impacts. The next thing I looked at is employment change by quarter since 2018. And you can see that you have lots of ups and downs, so I want to reassure you that's completely normal. The only data that's available at the local level on employment is what we call not seasonally adjusted. So you hear economists talk about seasonal adjustment, and what it means is we know that some folks work more in some parts of the years than others. Think about, it hits about November and you see lots of signs, retailers hiring for the season. So we know that there are natural ups and downs. This data is not adjusted for that, doesn't smooth that out. So you have these larger ups and downs, and they're really very typical. I've added on top of that, and I can go back and forth so you can see I've added in orange the United States employment change. And you did take a big drop. Do I have a pointer? Oh, I have a pointer.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm so fancy. You did take a big drop right here. Of course, this is right with the first impacts of COVID. But it really was not anywhere near as large as the drop overall in U.S. employment. And that stood out to me as very interesting. And I wanted to know why. Why did you fare better in terms of employment and unemployment than the U.S. overall? So that's what the next few slides are trying to make an argument for why I think your trend was that. And you will see also that, like the U.S., you did jump pretty much right back up. the first thing I noticed is that going into the pandemic, you had more folks in Johnston County that were employed in the government sector than the state as a whole or than the national economy. So you can see specifically in local government, which is the light blue, Johnston, North Carolina, and the United States, you can see you've got more folks each one's out of 100%, a greater proportion of employed folks worked in the local government sector. And of course, that's not just working for you, not just working for Johnston County, but working for all of your municipalities and any other local government entity that you might have. And then also when you add in the state and federal folks who are that light gray bar, you can see that really in terms of your whole economy, you had more folks in government when you headed into the pandemic. And I think that that benefited you because what we know from the experience of COVID was that jobs in government were very stable during the pandemic. There were some layoffs or maybe some rifts, but in general, the experience that we saw, particularly across the state in terms of local governments, was that even if a particular function of local government was not needed when everything was shut down, so for example, librarians come to mind, those folks often were redirected into other functions of government. I'm not sure what you did here. I know just anecdotally in Wake County, for instance, librarians were repurposed as COVID contact tracers early in the pandemic. So again, no loss of employment, but just repositioning those folks to help serve the community during the pandemic. So these jobs were particularly stable, and I think that that's one reason that your employment did not drop to the same extent as we saw the drop in U.S. employment. The dark bars that you see up there are the private sector. And another thing that I noticed, and that we already all know about you, is that you have a greater percentage of your private sector folks working in manufacturing, working in what we call goods producing industries than in service industries. That's a real benefit of your economy. And so you can see compared to North Carolina or compared to the United States, you had a greater amount of folks working in goods producing economies. So, for example, you have Novo Nordisk, you have Caterpillar, you have Grifols, those types of folks. These jobs were impacted by the pandemic. We know that, of course, the shutdowns did shut down some of these employment, but not to the same extent that we saw in service type jobs. In restaurants, for example, which really were impacted for, up to 2.5 years, even now to some extent. What we saw in manufacturing jobs were that the shutdowns were much briefer, and they managed to keep more people on staff over the long run. And so I think that that's a second reason that your economy fared a little bit better in terms of unemployment when it came out of the pandemic. Now, the next chart I have talks about employment since 2020, and I know that this chart is a little bit complicated, and I know that because I was working on it this weekend at home, and my husband came up behind me and looked over my shoulder and said, I have no idea what I am looking at. That is very complicated. So over here on the right, so then I drew these boxes. So over here on the right, these are the gains to the right of the line. These are positive numbers, and it's growth in the private sector. And then over here on the left are losses in the government sector. So what we know since the pandemic began is that there have been major sectoral shifts, major shifts in where folks are working. You can see that you've had really significant gains in the private sector, which you would expect in your sort of robust growing economy locally. You've had a 12% increase in employment in just folks working in the private sector since September 2020, and I believe that this data set goes through September. The most recent data is last September, so presumably it's grown even larger since then, because this is about 6 months old. North Carolina, we're a growing state. We have done well. We have had growth, and even the U.S. economy has had a small amount of growth, those dark blue, the 3%. But really, you've blown everyone else out of the water here. And then when you look at the government side, the losses, I've lost my pointer, guys. Here we go. When you look at the losses over on the government side, you have had a decrease in the amount of employment in government. And again, and so this is all sectors of government. This is not just local government. It's any federal and state and other local governments that are taking place within your geographic boundary. You have had losses in government, but not to the same extent as the state and not to the same extent as the nation. Now, losses in government and issues in staff retention are something that we are hearing a lot about at the association. It's something that we're hearing about from all of our counties. In some areas more than others. I know that public safety has been a big issue, has been a big area of challenge, and also in financial staff, staff that are working in local government finance and budgeting. You seem to be doing okay on that. I noticed that you got your audit in on time, which not all counties have done, so congratulations, you have kept up on that. And you've held your own a little bit better. I think that over the next several years, we're probably going to keep seeing these trends continue, and local governments all across the state are struggling with this, are trying to figure out, as folks are shifting around from one sector to the other, what is it that we can do to be able to keep our governments staffed well enough to carry out all the functions that need to be carried out and to carry out all the priorities that you will be talking about here. We do know that what folks want out of the workplace has changed, has been changing for many years, but those changes sped up quite a lot over the past several years. And we know that the private sector, by its nature, is able to be a bit more nimble, I guess is the right word. The private sector can change more quickly. The private sector can adjust wages mid-year when it needs to. The private sector is able to go to remote work much more easily than governments are. Those are real trends that governments are having to grapple with. It's much more complicated when, to be able to give a wage increase, you're going to have to look at changing the tax rate. But I think that we're going to see this continuing, and for some reason, you've done a little bit of a better job than other folks in holding your ground on government. So why is that? I think it has to do with what you're paying folks. And again, not just you, Johnston County government, but also any local government within your boundaries. So what I've shown here, the lighter gray bar is the average weekly wage in every industry, and then the darker gray bar is just in local government. So the average on the top two are for the United States as a whole, and then you have North Carolina as a whole, and then you have just Johnston County. And you'll see that for the U.S. as a whole, working in local government on average does not pay as well as working on average in other industries. That's why the light gray bar is longer. And that's also true in North Carolina. On average, working for local government does not pay as well. And that's not the case here. That's not the case in Johnston County. I don't know why that is. You might know why that is. I mean, are other industries paying?
No,
Please,
I just
sorry.
had a
Yeah,
question.
I didn't
Keep
see her.
going. I just had a quick question.
Okay.
Just new here. When you say just local government, does that include the school systems as well, I'm assuming?
Those are
just-
state employees, so they'll
Okay.
fall under state, yeah.
And then when you figure out the wages, is there any type of part of your formula that includes benefits, health benefits?
It's really just the wage.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah,
Could I
no,
ask a
definitely.
question?
Please.
On the last slide, when you talked about, like Johnston County, -2% for government employees.
Mhm.
Is that, for instance, you only look at, let's say you had 100 government employees, and -2% means you have 98 government employees, or is that the percentage of the total population? Which way, what does that mean? Is that
Sure.
looking at,
It's a great question. Yep, I understand exactly what you're asking, and it's the first one. These are not a percentage of the total population, it's what happened to your pool of government employees. And I should also, so from 100 government employees to 98. And I should also say, I'm glad you brought me back to this one, that this is not jobs or slots, this is filled jobs. So as vacancies increase in government, you're going to have greater losses. This doesn't mean that any of your governments have eliminated positions. Maybe they have. I have no idea. I don't think that they have. But it means specifically folks working in those jobs.
Again, so what you're saying is if we just use 100 as the mean, that we have 100 people in government, 100 people in the private sector. In government, we now have 98, and in the private sector, we now have 112.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Sure. Other questions? Okay. Jump in anytime, which I should have said at the beginning. I'm just up here talking fast, so please, and kind of wave your hand if I don't see you. So going back to this one, this is a federal data set that looks at the average weekly wage. It does not, it's a great question, does not include benefits. And what it doesn't tell us is, are your other industries paying poorly? Are your local governments on average paying very well? Do you just happen to have a small section of local government that for some reason has more higher paid folks, more medical folks on staff? I don't know. This is where there's not quite enough information to dig into, and you may know
Okay.
what's happening.
I'll challenge that.
Please do.
If you looked at what we're paying employees in Johnston County versus what the private sector makes in Johnston County, I assume that's what that is. But we don't live in Johnston County. We live in the Raleigh metropolitan area. And we have to compete with Wake County and Raleigh. And if you added Wake County and Raleigh into that, I think that would change that dynamic.
That's absolutely true. Yep. It's more challenging in areas where you are competing regionally. You're not just competing, for example, for finance staff. You're not just competing with the private sector, which you are. You're also competing with governments of Wake County, of Raleigh. I mean, we all know folks that'll commute 45 minutes to an hour to get into larger towns. So competition is intense, and I think will continue to become even more.
I think speaking of what Mr. Smith is saying, I think that's why the previous slide is a little bit opposite of what the current slide. We're losing an average of 2 people in the private sector, is gaining 2, but on the next slide, we're paying more. It sort of doesn't, it doesn't match, and
Yeah.
it must be something to what Mr. Smith said, in that regionally, we're competing against bigger players, and that might be the reason why, even though it seems like we're paying more, we're losing people.
Yep. But you're losing fewer people than the state is, and you're losing fewer people than are happening nationally. But I think your point is very well taken, that you're not sitting alone on an island. You're sitting within this large metropolitan area, and everything interacts. Everything plays against each other. Yeah, you're exactly right on that.
And we have to be competitive with that market in
Yep.
order to obtain talent and
Yeah.
maintain talent.
And to retain talent. I mean, it's a very different government employment economy than it was, I mean, even say 25-ish years ago when I entered the government sector, when folks would more stay in a job for a longer amount of time. Folks are moving around a lot more. I think we all know this, and so it just makes it, the competition is even more fierce, and folks aren't hesitant to leave when they're not happy and there's something else better. So it's tough, and if you are grappling with that specifically as your own government, I can tell you, as I said in the beginning, we are hearing that all across the state, and folks are struggling to get positions filled.
So,
Oh.
one more question.
And
just
you'll have
to-
something.
Yeah, so they've muddied the water and messed my mind up here, but, so the all industries, is that for residents who are employed by Johnston County Industries, or does that include people like me who live in Johnston County and go make their living in
It's
Wake
jobs
County?
within Johnston County.
Okay. So
Thanks.
you got 60,000 or whatever it is a day that go to Wake County?
Absolutely. You
to
should.
work, yeah.
Yep, you sure do.
Yeah, let me just say one thing before you pass that on.
Please.
I think, I don't know where I heard this, April. I may have been the thing I went to that you were on the panel or whatever. But someone was talking, and I'm not sure where the point is in Johnson County, but they said from this point in Johnston, I believe it was Johnston County, it was 15 or 16 miles.
It was Copper District
Yeah,
there in Clayton. Yeah.
and it was from that point to downtown took, I think they said 15 minutes. If you go to North Hills, it's 6 miles to downtown. It takes the same amount of time. That's the dynamic that I think drives the metro area that most of us, especially in western Johnson County, are closer to downtown Raleigh than people in North Raleigh are from a driving perspective. And I think that is a big dynamic as to what people do with their lives and where they do. I drove to Raleigh for 20-some years, 20, 25, 30, I don't know, to work, and just like Butch is doing now, and it's I know that line is there, but for most people,
Right.
it's not.
It may
there.
as well not be. And one question is, how do you work that closeness to your advantage? How do you draw people in, not just lose people out? What can you do from a policy perspective to encourage folks to commute into Johnston County, not just out of Johnston County? We know, we'll pass it over to Neil, but we do know, for example, people tend to spend more where they're working.
Well, you say lose people to Wake County. I always, that I don't want to say laugh at that, but I always.
You can, though.
I looked at it the other way. I'm going from Johnston County to Wake County to get some money to bring back to Johnston County.
Sure.
What percentage, when you're saying industries, I'm also assuming this means entrepreneurs or, private business owners. And I think that's a big shift in this too that we've seen is people have gone out and started their own businesses, more so than I think ever historically, instead of
Sure.
just going to work for somebody else.
Sure.
There's so many ways to now work for yourself. And so would you consider them included in the all industries?
Actually, this pulls from the same data that I showed on the very first slide. So it's anyone that works for any company where they're covered by unemployment insurance. It's a federal data set that folks report into. So you're exactly right. So you start a one-person business. If you're not paying into unemployment yet, then no, you're not being covered. So there are challenges in the comparison for sure.
Or someone like myself who's in real estate. I'm not an
Right.
employee.
Yep.
I'm
Exactly.
okay. Interesting.
All right. Long awaiting Neil.
What were we talking about? No, I think the one thing I would point out, the numbers reflecting your salaries, is it's actually a compliment to me to your salary structure and the way you are competing against state employees recruitment in Raleigh. And what it's showing to me is that you've only got vacancies of 98 versus 100 versus other communities may be facing greater, meaning your pay system is competitive and you're retaining those paramedics and you're retaining those employees who are there to serve your citizens. So that's a compliment to your pay system and your structure. And that's the way I would look at it, because you're definitely right. When you've got the state employee system and all those employees in Raleigh that you're having to be competitive with, you as a county have to step up and do that, and I think it's a reflection that you have. So that's really a compliment in the pay, and I know it looks that local government employees, but it's just a reality of retaining. The other thing I would point out is that it shows a loyalty that you probably got a lot of longevity in your county employees. So with longevity comes higher salaries, but that's a compliment too, that it's a place people want to work and they want to remain in Johnston County and they want to be a part of Johnston County government. So that's a compliment as well. So that can actually reflect longevity within your employee pool.
One of the things that came out of this retreat last year was one of the priorities was to focus on the county employees. And this board actually authorized a salary study and did a competitive salary assessment or adjustment to the tune of about $8.5 million. What happened is we were training people and they would leave. My analogy always is if I can turn left to go out of my driveway and go to Wake County, or I can turn right and go into Smithfield or wherever, then what's the incentive for me to go either way? If I can make $20,000 a year or $10,000 a year more going left, then I'm going to go there. That's what people don't stay in jobs like they once did. And so by doing that, we've changed the table on that. Now we went from training people and sending them off somewhere else. Now we have waiting lists in EMS and 911 and places like that where we couldn't fill the positions. Environmental health, for example, they'd spend $7,000 training a person to get them to the point that they could start their first field inspections. They'd get a little experience, they'd go to Cary or Raleigh or somewhere where they could make some money. And so as a result, I guess since this board gathered here last year, that's been something, I think it was in between, that we approved that, and that has been a real game changer for our employees. So now we're not seeing near the turnover rate. We're seeing a lot more employees that are wanting to come here and work as opposed to wanting to get some experience and then go somewhere else. So that's probably a part of the result of that as well.
Yeah, I would say one thing that Neil mentioned on is the people, the employees. I mean, I think you're right that at my day job, a couple of things we talk about, at least I always talk about, is culture and opportunity when we're talking about coming to work for us. And I see the same thing in the county that Rick Hester and the rest of the staff and our department heads have established a culture where people do want to work here. And then with the growth we're seeing, and you see people retire and people move up, that the opportunities are there for, not that you don't come in to stay at the same job, you have opportunities to advance. So I think that's a big part of it, is the culture that has been established here, and then also the opportunity. So I think that helps to that employee retention that is such a big part of everybody's vocabulary today, is keeping the people that you have, as Commissioner Harris just referenced.
And the end result of that is we're able to provide extraordinary service to the people, and that's what it's all about.
Right. That's the point of trying to retain all of your folks.
Yes.
And presumably your municipalities, your towns are doing some sort of good job as well, because again, that local government is an average of everyone, all of the towns that you have. But so, no, it sounds like this is something that you have paid attention to, and that it is paying off when you look at the vacancies. Next, I'll talk a little bit about getting into unemployment and also getting into the number of business establishments. So an establishment being a business location, and I put up here as an example, just to be clear, each Food Lion is an establishment. It's not that Food Lion, the entity, is an establishment. So you see that you have had a significant increase in the number of business establishments since the first quarter of 2020. The past few years have not been maybe the best ever in the U.S. economy to start a new business or to expand. And I mean, as with other trends, you again are blowing other folks out of the water. So the main message really of all of this being that you're doing so well economically, even despite the challenges of the past few years. And you have had population increase to some extent, which has fed into some of this, but your population increase over the past 3 years was something like 12%, so much less than a 21% growth in the number of establishments that you have. And again, I want to say pulling from the same federal data set where folks report this in, so not showing the impact of folks like Commissioner Stevens being a realtor or working in starting your own business. Again, we're limited by what data is collected, but this is what we see in what is collected. That your growth is so much better than the state, and the state continues to outperform the nation. Next thing I looked at is unemployment since the beginning of the pandemic, and showing that local unemployment remains lower than the national average. So again, the orange line being the United States and the darker line being Johnston County. You can see that you're always just a little bit below it, and you have remained below it. The most recent county level data is only through December. You probably heard in the news that new state data came out for January earlier in the week, but county data won't be out for another several days. So here we've shown through December. And your unemployment rate was 2.8%. And what I think is particularly interesting about you keeping your unemployment rate so low is that your labor force has grown. So you have more people, and yet you've been able to keep unemployment very low. You can see that North Carolina's growth in labor force, meaning people who are looking for jobs or are working, the state has grown by 2%. The United States has remained basically completely flat since right before the pandemic. and your labor force has grown by 12%. Now, your population overall has grown by almost exactly 12%. But North Carolina's population has grown by more than 2%, and the U.S. has grown by more than 0. So you're doing something right in that you're being able to attract folks who are going into the labor force. And because of the because of the success of your economy, even with more people working here, you're still able to keep your unemployment rate lower than it is on the statewide level or the national level. And I know that an unemployment rate that's this low is actually a bit of a challenge for employers and for you as an employer. I know that trends have really changed in this. Like when I was coming up in school and studying economics, being told the lowest the unemployment rate can ever be is 5%. I mean, this is what I was taught. People saying structurally, as a nation, we'll never go below 5%. And I think that this is truly what folks who study labor markets used to believe. And the past decade or so have really shown that that is not the case. But a 2.8% rate is hard. It can be hard on you to attract folks without doing the types of measures that Commissioner Harris mentioned, and can be hard on your employers as well. So I don't want to present that as just a rosy view. It's a little bit too low. It can make it hard for employers. Before I move into GDP, any questions about, I'm moving into a slightly different topics, any questions on those? We can also do questions at the end, but I just wanted to check for a minute before I go on. Okay. Last year when I came to talk to you, one thing that we talked about was county GDP growth and how over the past 20 years you were, I think, maybe 7th in the state in terms of the growth of your county GDP. And GDP being basically the value of what your economy produces. If you were all manufacturing, it would be very easy to say it's the value of all the widgets that are made, but it's also the value of services that are provided. It's what your economy adds. So here's your GDP growth since 2001. And you seem to basically, you took a little drop there in the middle teens, but you seem to basically be on track. And so I've just thrown a line up there, not any sort of scientific line. I really just drew a straight line across it to say that you really do seem to have no long-term impact from COVID on the value of what your economy produces. Now, I will say that this data is only through 2021. We won't have the 2022 data for a little while. I don't have any reason to think that it would go down. I don't have any reason to think that 2022 was bad news for you in Johnston County, but just to point out that this goes through 2021. And it is inflation adjusted, so that's real growth, not just growth because of inflation. Here's GDP growth just over the past 2 years, or 2019 to 2021. Those of you who were here last year might recognize a chart like this. Basically, there's one bar for every single county in North Carolina, so 100 bars. And down here, you have folks that are doing really poorly, although I haven't labeled who they are. No need to call them out. And then here's the statewide average, this horizontal line, statewide average growth in GDP, 5.6% over that 2-year period. And here you are, a little bit under the state average. Ooh, just kidding. A little bit under the state average right here. But really very solid at 4.4% over a 2-year period. There's nothing alarming about that. There's nothing that makes me concerned about your economy to see you right where you are. I think that's a very solid position. It is slower than your growth over the past 20 years, or not slower, I think I should say you don't rank as highly as you do when I look at you over the past 20 years because you did have that drop in the mid-teens, but you're doing quite well. And then the last thing, I'll wrap it up. I've been talking for a while, but to talk to you a little bit about what is this? What is your GDP? What is it made up of? Not surprisingly, a large part of it comes from manufacturing. So manufacturing, 38% of your GDP. I'm not going to read you every category. You can see them up there, but this is basically the breakdown of where your economy, where the value comes from your economy. a large amount of it comes from your manufacturing folks. And just to wrap it back around to the beginning, I think that the success of manufacturing during the past few years of consumers spending more, success of pharmaceutical companies, all of that feeds into why things have gone so well for you since the pandemic started in early 2020. So that's it. That is my message for you, that you're doing really well. I'm happy to take questions or not.
Any questions for Denise?
When did you say you'll have the 2022 data?
Comes out at the end of 2023. It comes out in December.
You know, a man in the desert who's dying of thirst would welcome a drink, but if you give it to him in a fire hose, that's not necessarily good news, and sometimes you wonder if this is too much good news. When it comes to pressure on your infrastructure and everything.
There are challenges for your economy by doing so well, by having so much population growth. 12% over a 3-year period is significant growth and significant challenge on your infrastructure, on your schools, going back to just talking about your school bonds. So you're right. There are counties doing very poorly who think they would wish for this, but as you sit here grappling with it every day, it is its own challenge. Yeah.
I was just thinking, I'm glad we're not on those 20 down there that were not doing well.
Yeah.
The unnamed is
Yeah.
not doing well.
Those who shall not be named.
That shall not be named.
Yeah.
Change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right. Well, thanks so much for inviting me to come back.
Thank you.
Happy during the year to answer any questions that come up. Feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think next on the agenda is having a presentation. I don't know if we need to.
It's a break.
Oh,
Yeah, you have a break.
Sorry.
Because I stole the agenda, I apologize.
I was going to jump you from your break. Towards the sorry. Turn it back on. Oh, turn it back on. Technology. Okay. So, yeah, agenda break, and if we need to get technology set up for your presentation, we're happy to do that. But turn it over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions or comments before we take a break? And do we need, I know we had a 15-minute break. Do we need to take a longer break than that for Davenport to set up, or is 15-minute break going to work? 15 minutes? Okay. So we will take a 15-minute break and come back sometime around 10:48. All right. All right, we will reconvene, and we have a representative of Davenport here to present a financial update.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. Mr. Chair, members of the board, always nice to see you. Good morning. Again, Kyle Laux from Davenport. I think you know all the faces, et cetera, and always good to see you, especially this time of year. So what we have up on the screen, it's the same thing you have in front of you, and I think you have electronically as well, is our annual report to you, which we usually do this time of year during your work session and retreat. We'll cover a variety of different topics, walk through it. Mr. Chair and others, I'm happy to answer questions as we walk through it. I think as an opening, you're in very, very good financial shape. So I'll just say that without even flipping into the book. We'll talk about why we think that is and how we continue to be that way. But I'll just say that as an opening before we even flip into pages. And so presuming I can kind of work our clicker here. So again, with our background, you as a county, over all the years we've been doing this, have an excellent track record of financial stewardship for the taxpayers. There are all kinds of different cycles. There are down cycles and growth cycles. This is definitely, and we usually choose our words carefully, the strongest that we've seen Johnston County, and we've been involved for over 2 decades. So you're in very, very good shape on the financial side of things. We list a couple sort of specific bullet points there. When we started roughly 20 years ago, we were in the A range in ratings, which was very solid for a growing county. We're now right on the cusp of AAA. And we think we're going to get there. We're continuing to work at that, but also knowing we've got to run and operate the county to the benefit of the taxpayers. You've done about $600 million in capital over that time period. That's a big number and growing. You've also, by virtue of those credit ratings and being proactive, saved about $29 million, around that to $30 million, by virtue of having those increasing credit ratings. So that roughly $30 million is just, it's an estimate, but it's just what you've saved as a county over the years by virtue of having ever-increasing credit ratings. On top of that, you've been able to refinance those existing loans, bonds, if you will, over time. That saved the taxpayers in the aggregate about $45 million. And you still have the ability to do more of that into the future. So I think you start to add those dollars up. Those are very, very substantial dollars and put you in a very good stead in terms of planning for the future. Most recently, as we usually do this time of year, just give you a little refresher. Within the last year, we issued some limited obligation bonds last year called LOBs for short. By virtue of those strong credit ratings, certainly your local economy is in very good shape. Heard the prior presentation. That's no surprise to you. But by virtue of our strong credit ratings, we have a lot of different options when we go seek financing. We can go to the public credit markets. When things look a little rocky, or if there's a reason, we can also go to banks and private lenders in the commercial banking marketplace. And so that's what we did last year for those LOBs. The rates were beginning to rise roughly a year ago, and we were doing that process. And what it allowed us to do as a county is get into the markets quicker, lock in a rate in advance of the very substantial increase in rates that we've seen over the last 12 months. So that loan locked in at about a 336 in terms of the interest rate. We also have a very favorable prepayment provision. And so just giving you an example there of the flexibility and options that your strong credit ratings give you when we go out and need to borrow money. So what do we want to talk about today? We've laid out a variety of goals and objectives, and certainly we always look forward to this conversation. So anything else, Mr. Chair and others, that you want to talk through as we go, always appreciate that conversation. But certainly want to make sure that we're able to be into the future as strong as we are right now, if not stronger. And so while we're in very good shape now, a lot of the data we have certainly is, what we've done the last couple of years that positions us and sort of informs what we want to do going forward to make sure we're just as strong into the future. We'll talk about the rating agencies, what they've said. There's been some changes there, so just fill you in on that. We think we're in very good shape there, but there is some evolution. We're certainly continuing to strive for those AAA credit ratings. We're just one notch off of that, so we're in very, very good shape, but looking to really kind of win the championship there with the AAA ratings. Provide some suggestions in terms of our financial policies and just general financial management in terms of how we maximize what the rating agencies sort of think about us and how they view us. And also continue with multi-year planning on the water and sewer side. That's something we've become much more involved in the last couple of years, and have appreciated that. Certainly as the growth in the county, the prior conversation we heard, as that happens, as the population grows, as the infrastructure needs grow, certainly I know Chandra is sitting at the back of the room right now, but that is a critical component of how you're going to continue and make sure you grow and are able to serve the citizens. Okay, so we always like to sprinkle in comparatives so you can see not just how you as a county look, but how you compare to other very well-run North Carolina counties. We're blessed in North Carolina in that there's a variety of very well-run counties. Arguably in the mid-Atlantic, between the Virginia, the North Carolina, a little bit of Maryland, tends to have the highest concentration of high AA and AAA rated counties. And so we benefit from that. The rating agencies and credit markets look very favorably, not just on Johnston County, but they really look favorably on the state as a whole. And so you see there, I think there's 21 counties there. 9 of them have all AAA ratings. 9 or thereabouts are in the high AA range, and there's a handful that are kind of on the cusp of both a high AA and a AAA. So we're right in that range, and we'll compare some of the critical, both demographic and financial components that the rating agencies look at on the next couple pages. So in terms of our actual credit ratings, again, just as a reminder, this is the scale that the rating agencies use. We highlighted there in yellow our initial credit ratings roughly 20 years ago, which at the time were very solid. We're a much smaller county then, much more rural in its dynamics, and you certainly have grown by leaps and bounds since then. And so we were in the A range, which was a strong credit rating. And what you see in the green is where we are right now, AA1, AA+, with Moody's and S&P. Fitch we haven't included here. It's a third rating agency that time to time we've talked about maybe including them in our rating process. We'll continue to talk with staff and your management about that, but they use the same credit rating scale. So we're right on the cusp of AAA, and we'll talk about the very positive commentary both Moody's and Fitch have had recently. So we always like to give a little refresher. We talk about the credit ratings, what really drives and how are they coming up with those credit ratings. It's a very formulaic way they do it nowadays, but still with a kind of a human element of a committee that ultimately assigns the credit rating. So what we've shown here is the Moody's, what they call their scorecard and their scoring system. And this is new this year. They just updated this last year. There's a lot of numbers and nuances here, but want to kind of highlight a couple things for you and for the public. So when it comes to calculating, to use that term, the credit rating, what Moody's says, if you're looking at the top of the page, there's 30% of that scoring is tied to our economy. That's the top right-hand side of the page. Those are the areas that we tend to think about being the least within our day-to-day control as a county. So certainly with economic development and growth, you're going to impact the tax base, the income levels, but that tends to happen over a longer time period, relatively speaking. And so you see the 3 subcomponents there: resident income, full value per capita, and economic growth are their new sort of categories within that. Resident income has historically been one we've lagged the AAAs. So when we talk about the next couple pages, the rating agencies have said historically one of the things that's keeping us from being AAA is the per capita income, the median household income. But what we're going to show here is we're making strides there and really starting to catch up. So again, it takes a while for that to flow through the numbers, but we see ourselves becoming much stronger in that area. The second, full value per capita. Frankly, just as your tax base grows, your population is certainly growing, but your tax base is growing at a faster proportion or faster rate. And so that full value per capita has grown by leaps and bounds the last several years. We know with another reassessment coming up in a couple of years, that'll likely further improve and make that series of scoring metrics even stronger. So not within your day-to-day control, but all of that with a lot of tailwinds in a good way for you. Financial performance, we talk a lot about that. It gets down to fund balance and liquidity. You have, and we'll talk about, very, very strong fund balance levels. That's a good thing. It's not the only thing the rating agencies look at, but I think we'll talk about this in more detail. Given what's happening in the rest of the world right now, as good as things are in Johnston County, there is a lot of storm clouds on the horizon, uncertainty, if you will, in the rest of the world. And we're not totally isolated from that rest of the world. So we like the concept of having very strong fund balances, especially as you're taking on the infrastructure needs associated with the growth. We'll talk about that in more detail, but just want to say that on the front end. It's important to the rating agencies. We also think it's important given what's happening in the world and how quickly we're growing and needing to build things. Institutional framework, we have no control over. They just score us there based on what state we're in. North Carolina gets scored as well as you can get, so that is what it is. But they actually reduced the importance of that by about 10 percentage points, though, and they increased the importance of leverage. And so leverage is their new terminology for debt and pensions. And so we've always watched that very, very closely. We'll continue to watch it closely, but it does actually matter to them a little bit more than it did historically. They've changed some of the scoring criteria in there. It's frankly a little less clear than how they used to score it, but we're kind of working our way through that. So we say all that in that the same critical components continue to be important to them. They've changed kind of on the margin how they calculate things underlying what they're doing. Nothing in this, we think, changes how you want to be operating as a local government. Keep doing the things that you're doing. Strong fund balances, good surpluses, conservative financial management. We'll talk in more detail about that. Our other credit rating is S&P. We just highlight again here how they sort of score and get to their credit rating. There's no changes here. So this is the exact same thing we've been talking about. Economy, again, very important to them. Management, very important to them. So that, again, gets to the policies, the planning that we do, making sure we have policies and adhere to them. All of that matters a lot in the management side. Budgetary flexibility and liquidity, again, all playing in, do we have surpluses each year? Do we have annual fund balances that are very strong? Those continue to be the case, no changes here. And then debt and contingent liabilities, actually 10% for S&P, institutional framework at 10% as well. So we'll give some commentary here in the next couple pages. I won't read this word for word. This is all publicly available. But Moody's said AA1 rating is based on the county's diverse local economic base. Again, that continues to be bigger and more diverse every time we come back and talk. So that's a nice positive. They talk about that significant economic investment. And they go on to say down here at the middle of the page, factors that could lead to an upgrade. Three things: improved wealth levels. So we'll look at per capita income, median household income, how that continues to trend upward versus the AAAs. Ongoing growth in the tax base. That's happening, clearly. And the third is reduced debt burden. And I'll point out with that reduced debt burden, and we've talked about this before, that isn't necessarily the gross amount of debt that we have outstanding. It's the gross amount of debt relative to the size of our tax base and the size of our budget. So as we do the planning and work closely with staff, understanding what that debt load looks like relative to the size of the county we are nowadays. We're much larger than we were 10 years ago. So even if the, call it total par amount of debt outstanding may be higher than it was 10 years ago, our tax base is so much larger. Our budget is so much larger that debt burden is really measuring things on a relative basis because we've grown so much. And we'll show that to you in the ratios going forward. Downgrade factors, we'll talk about them very quickly. Significant erosion in financial position, you're a long way from that. Sustained declines in the tax base. Good to know that's what, sort of matters, but we're very much.
Kyle, wouldn't you say that credit markets have treated us more like a AAA rating?
Yeah, they have. During the low rate environment, that difference between a AAA and a AA was very, very small. On any given day, it could be 0, 2, 5, 10 basis points, depends on the day in the market. As rates have increased, that spread for an A-rated, not where you are, but an A-rated to AAA has grown, but that AA1 to AAA has remained pretty tight. S&P commentary, similar. We're also AA1 here, excuse me, AA plus using their terminology. They use very specific words at the beginning of each of one of these little bullet points. They talk about a strong economy. I think when we talk to them next, we're going to push on, hey, we're not strong, we're very strong, so we'll be working on that. They talk about very strong management. I think that's clear. With the tenure, with the experience through all the cycles, they get a lot of comfort from that. A strong budgetary performance. I think, frankly, given a couple more years of the surpluses that you're having right now, that will likely change to a very strong budgetary flexibility, very strong liquidity, adequate debt and contingent liabilities. And so as we work our way through the cycle here, and again, getting to the growth of your tax base and the growth of your budget, the proportion or proportionate share, so to speak, of that debt relative to those is going to shrink even as we're making new investments. And we'll show you what that looks like in the next couple pages. And lastly, they're a very strong institutional framework. So we are, by and large, on the very top of all those categories, with a couple that I think will continue to be even more positive as we share new information with the agencies. Some more commentary here from S&P. I'll go right to the yellow highlighted section, which they call upside scenario. Assuming all of the credit factors remain stable, we could raise the rating if the county continues to demonstrate stable performance following the pandemic, which clearly you are right now, coupled with ongoing economic expansion. So I think each year we go talk and have more and more of this good economic news to share with them. That certainly is helping. And then lastly, similar theme here, leading to continued improvements of underlying wealth and income indicators. That's probably the last thing to move, just the way the numbers and data move, but we're clearly moving in that direction.
So Kyle, let me ask you, so the information that Denise presented, I don't know if you were here for that, where our GDP, okay. So that helps in this upside scenario? Does
Yeah, it absolutely does. Doesn't mean we're necessarily going to get there instantaneously, but we're going to get all that good information, and the next time we talk to the agencies, we're going to share it with them, dig into the numbers, and certainly that's just going to continue to make our case that not only in great shape, but we're even better shape than we were the last couple of years. And I think, Owing, maybe that's a good segue to page 13, just to give you a sense of the comparison here. So this is per capita personal income. There's a bunch of different ways you can measure income. There's median household, there's per capita. We just picked per capita for an illustrative example. At the top of the page there, you see where we were in 2019 versus where we were in 2020. Certainly very nice growth very quickly. That's a short time period, and you had a very nice expansion. You compare that to what we're really shooting for here is the national AA county median and the North Carolina AA median. We are still below both of them, but we're making progress. And I think that's going to be a continued part of our story as we talk to the rating agencies, just how much progress in that trajectory of the income levels relative to the other AAAs. Another one of those economic indicators for Moody's, like we talked about, assessed value per capita. You know, how big is the tax base relative to our population? Both of those things are growing. We know that. Tax base is growing, population is growing, but your tax base is growing faster than your population. And so if you look at the top of the page there, FY19 versus FY 2022, very substantial growth in that number. If you go back a couple years ago, we were actually under 100,000, which was strong, but we've moved way beyond that and continue to have strong growth there. So we now are arguably within shooting range of both the national and North Carolina AAA median. We're not quite there yet, but probably one more round of growth and you'll be right on those two medians. So our takeaways in terms of credit ratings, very strong. You're in good shape with respect to the rating agencies. They do from time to time, like Moody's did last year. We have no control over it. They change their methodology. They tweak it a little bit. That'll tweak some of their underlying scoring. I think our story and our themes remain the same, and we'll continue working on those. Second bullet point, we'll talk about in the next section. Fund balance continues to be amongst the most heavily weighted factors. You're very, very strong there, have been for a long time, but remain even stronger today. FY22 looked very good. FY23 we know is trending very well. And then your statistics, as we mentioned there, getting stronger. The income levels have been a challenge, but certainly, as we just talked about, they're getting much stronger. So with that segue, we'll spend a little bit talking about the finances and really talking about fund balance. And this is a pretty incredible graph. So this is your fund balance available for appropriation. We just sometimes shorten that to available fund balance over basically the last 10 years. That is a very strong upward trajectory. Don't see this in very many places. It is a big strength. I think you see the trajectory of what's happening in your local economy in 2019, really into 2021 and 22. We've got our policy at 20%. You're upwards of 60%. So if we stop time right now, which we're not going to, you're in excellent shape. What we see going forward, again, getting to that commentary of, as you watch the news outside of Johnston County, anyone that maybe reads the Wall Street Journal, watches financial news, you've had bank failures over the weekend. You've got another large international financial institution that's in trouble. While you don't think that necessarily is going to impact us directly, seems like it's a long way away, there's always spillover effects. And so we really like the idea, especially knowing we're in this growth cycle. We're going to be doing a lot of investment in capital infrastructure. The national / maybe international economic outlook is very much uncertain. We like the idea of having a very strong fund balance. While we could argue it doesn't need to be quite this high, I think given where we are in the world and given where you're about to go in terms of investment in infrastructure, inflation continues to be an issue and a problem, especially in the infrastructure world. A lot of these federal dollars that have gone out have really not even worked their way through the system yet. So part of what we're going to be competing against as a county as you go build things is a lot of this federal money that was maybe authorized in the last year or two, by the time it works its way through the system, it's really just starting to get spent now and will be for the next couple of years. And so what this fund balance helps us to do is gives us a cushion, gives us a little bit of a hedge, if you will, against having some surprises as you continue down this path in terms of putting in infrastructure to support the growth you're having, whether it's on schools, whether it's county facilities, whether it's water and sewer, and making sure we've got a good contingency against surprises that may be outside or probably will be outside of our control.
Carl, can I ask you a question? That on the fund balance policy we have is 20%.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any advantage to increasing that policy, say, for example, to 25%? Would that have any beneficial effect or nothing?
I think it's probably marginal. I think if you wanted to go to 25%, it's by no means going to be a negative. You're so far above it right now that I think it's going to send the right message. You'll send a good message. Do I think it, in and of itself, maybe gets you to AAA? That's probably not going to do it by itself, but it's going to be one more thing on the margin that you certainly could do. It seems like you have the latitude to do it right now. So I think it'd certainly be helpful. But I want to tell you it's sort of a panacea, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Don't you think that if all these federal funds are just starting to come into play with all the infrastructure projects they have going on now, the competitiveness of the bids, it's going to really cost us more because we're competing in a lucrative market.
We're not professional economists or experts in that world, but I think by virtue of what we've just seen the last couple of years, what we continue to see with projects, and just practically speaking, looking at some data that's come out in terms of, supply and demand and things like concrete and paving, et cetera, I think it's reasonable to think that we're just going to continue to have inflationary pressures on the infrastructure side. Even if different parts of the economy maybe cool down a little bit, the infrastructure side, it takes so long to work through the system. Again, looking at Chandra again, kind of hiding in the back of the room, it takes a long time to get planned and get engineers and architects geared up, and you're doing that, the state's doing that, everybody's doing that at the same time. So kind of working its way through the cycle, it's reasonable to expect that inflation is going to continue to be a major factor on the infrastructure side of the world. Comparative fund balance here, you see where you are, you're above the AAA medians. So this, as you think about kind of the balancing act of those different criteria, while we maybe are lagging but catching up on the economic side, in this one we can now argue, look, we're better than the AAA medians on the fund balance side.
Kyle, I think we need to not just go past this slide. I think this is an important slide. That on the slide before, there are certain metrics. Number one is we say, okay, we want to be 20%. We've blown past that. When I became back on the board 2 years ago, we were at 40%. And, okay, that was great. We're now at 67%. And if you look, and where that money comes from is from the taxpayer. And we need to realize that we're taking that money from the taxpayer who also has his or her needs. If you look at every one of these metrics on this page, if you look at every other North Carolina county, we're the top. We're higher than any other county, and most of the counties are in the 30s and 40s, and we're at 67%. If you looked at the county median, you're talking at the most 40s and 50%. And I just think that's some data that we need to really understand, because that'll affect a lot of our other conversations. And so I just want to emphasize how important that slide is, how important we are vis-a-vis all the other counties in North Carolina.
It's a great point. I think what the other interesting thing is how quickly it's changed. So I think this other slide here tells that trajectory, because even if you go back 10 years ago, where we were actually underneath our policy. And you go a couple of years prior to that, we were actually in the 10-12% range. And so it has changed so quickly.
Absolutely. And, that dirty little word created that, called growth. And that's why we have this great financial story to tell. I'm hoping Rick, before we leave here, will talk about his visit to Columbus County this week, when they asked Rick to come down as an expert, so to speak, and talk about the problems they have versus the problems we have. Sort of like, I don't know whether it's the three bears, it's too hot or too cold. It just, you don't ever get it just right. And so I just want to be sure we clearly understand that.
Yeah, I think it's all very good points, Commissioner Smith. And I think the other, between the trajectory, at least the way we think about it, and this, you can take this for what it is. I think the trajectory has been so fast, which, to your point, a lot of it's growth, a lot of it certainly is good financial management. We're also within a cycle whereby we're about to embark on building a bunch of schools. We're about to embark on a bunch of utility infrastructure, which is technically separate.
Yeah, I want to emphasize, when we talk about utility infrastructure, that's an enterprise fund
Correct.
that doesn't affect this right here.
That's correct.
When you talk about schools, we've built schools, we've built, we just did our bond, so we have not ignored that. We can all have a different discussion about how, what, when, and why we buy schools, but, build schools, but I just, you know, I just, for those who say growth doesn't pay for itself, this is a slide that shows what a lie that is.
Yeah, last couple of years, you certainly have been on a heck of a tear, so to speak. So with that, again, I think to Commissioner Smith's point, I mean, it's critically important, and we'll continue to monitor that, and can kind of think about that as we think about the planning going forward. Page 19 just gives you in the Moody's and S&P, you know, sort of how they categorize fund balance. A AAA fund balance, which doesn't just mean you're AAA rated, but for that, just that component of the rating is above 35% for Moody's, and for S&P, it's actually above 15%. So as you think about the different categories that make up that credit rating, fund balance is becoming so strong that it's really becoming I mean, it's always been a strength, but even stronger, and hopefully helping to pull up some of the things that on the margin and the medians, maybe we're below the AAA range. So again, hopefully not repeating ourselves, but so much, we're within those AAA medians, really above them at this point. We moved to 20%. If the board wanted to move to 25, certainly no downside in doing that. I think we want to think about that in the context of a multi-year plan. Then we're going to use some of that cash to invest in capital infrastructure and other things. And I think last point there, again, given the inflation, operations and on the capital side, having that strong fund balance is a good hedge against having surprises on the infrastructure side. Other slide we put in here that is really new in the last year, and you know, Commissioner Smith, to your point about the dollars coming from the taxpayer, interest rates have increased very substantially over the course of the last 12 months. Even since we talked last year, we're up, you know, a couple hundred basis points in terms of interest rates. The interesting thing for us as a county is the movement has been much greater on the short-term interest rates, meaning the reinvestment side of the world, where we're able to put our cash from the taxpayers. That has moved much more substantially than the longer-term borrowing rates that we'll talk about. So whereas in the 2020, 21, 22 time period, we're able to borrow, you know, sometimes at less than 2%, in the 2 to 3% range, we're still probably in somewhere south of 4% in terms of the borrowing rate. So historically speaking, very favorable. Long-term fixed rates, especially for strong credits like you, still very favorable in the markets. The flip side of that, where it's an opportunity for you and your peers, is the reinvestment side of the world has changed so drastically that we've gone from an environment where you might have been earning 50 basis points if you were lucky on your overnight cash, to you can and probably should be earning close to 5% on your overnight cash. And so as we talk about inflation and the impact that that has on operating costs, one of the best ways to kind of hedge against that is use our fund balance strategically, make sure that safety of principal is always the first priority, but figure out ways, which there's a lot of different ways, that we can responsibly invest that in overnight funds, short-term treasuries, et cetera, to be able to maximize the return that you get, and by virtue of that, the taxpayers get on that fund balance. So that is a much different environment than we've had really for 12, 13 years, let alone in the last year. So that's something that I think we'll be talking with Chad and others about going forward, in terms of developing a plan there. Because the other side of that is if you watch the financial markets, they are a little rocky right now. So there's certainly, you've seen that in the news. So having a strategy around that to make sure you're diversified, make sure the maturity of what is maybe invested is appropriate given your cash flows, that's critical. And that diversity is also very, very important. But certainly there's opportunities to generate some income for the taxpayers that takes pressure off of the budget, helps get done what you need to done in terms of service, et cetera, et cetera. So we just point that out because it's a much different environment. And what this is showing you is short-term reinvestment rates, and you can see where they're effectively, call it about zero from 2010 to 2017. We had a little blip where they started to raise, and they dropped back down to the floor when the pandemic hit, and then since the beginning of last year, it's just been straight up. Where it goes from here, there's a Fed meeting next week, a lot of discussion about what they're actually going to do given the events of the last 4 or 5 days. And so it just, again, goes to the multi-year planning side of things that you've done a very good job with on the capital side that we recommend really dig into on the investment side as well.
Kyle?
Sir?
I was going to say, we got to, right now we're taking advantage of the 30-day Treasury notes because, as Kyle said, and I may be repeating some of it, those are fairly high. They're outpacing the long-term investment rates that we have, but it's very volatile. And so not knowing what the feds are going to do, we've been talking to local banks in the county, and we'll get with Kyle and talk to him about laddering to be able to, what rates we're seeing now to be able to ladder that investment rate, to be able to take it out a few years and be able to keep it as the 30-day notes start going back down. We'll be able to maintain that high level. Because we used to, Kyle mentioned 50 basis points. I hadn't seen 50 basis points before all this happened in a long time. I mean, we almost had to pay to keep our money in the bank. And we were budgeted about $200,000. And now I think in this next budget year, I'm probably going to budget $6 or $7 million in investments. So that's something we're going to work on for long-term planning.
Let me comment a little bit on that. It's the world I live in, so to speak. I don't disagree with anything you said, Kyle, and I don't disagree with anything you said. I think we're in a world now where the bank crisis is creating uncertainty, and people are worried about it. And when people are worried about it, they say, well, gee whiz, this happened in 2007 and this happened in 2008. But we need to understand and look at the differences and to see where we are. In 2007 and 2008, we had a crisis because borrowers and credit quality, because of real estate and real estate bonds created that problem. That is not the problem we have today. Far from it. And so to take any of what happened then and apply it to today is wrong. And the topic y'all just talked about is why we're having a problem today. And we need to realize that. The problem with Silicon Valley Bank and the problem hitting the market today about Credit Suisse, which stock went down 25% today, is that in banking, you get deposits, which are demand deposits. And people can come get those deposits on the spot. And what these banks did was they took deposits and to try to make the maximum return on those deposits, they put them in long-term government bonds. When you put them in long-term government bonds, you won't lose any money if you can hold them to maturity. If you can hold them to maturity, they're as safe as an investment as you can have. The problem is that when you put too much of your investment in long-term government bonds, and you have the classic run on the bank, where people come in and say, I want my money, most banks don't have the liquidity to pay, so they have to go sell some investments. And when Silicon Valley sold their long-term government bonds, they sold $20 million in long-term government bonds. They took close to a $2 billion, $20 billion in government bonds. They lost $2 billion. That's the equivalent of like making loans and having default on loans because they had to sell their bonds. They lost that money, and that's what created the classic run on that bank. That's also, to a certain extent, what's happening with Credit Suisse. So they didn't match. They took their short-term money and said, well, we can make a lot of money on this. And so we're going to go to the maximum. So we need to be sure that we take demand deposits, which are our taxpayers' taxes, and we need to invest it, and I'm sure y'all will make the right decision, but we've got to be sure that we don't get it too long out there, because that's what's creating this problem. It's going to go away. This is a short-term problem. I believe it'll be over. You know, that's why the government stepped up and said, we're going to protect all deposits to stop the run, because the banking institution is based on trust. And when depositors don't have trust that they can come get their money, that's when you have problems, because all banks only have capital or liquidity of about 10 or 15%. The rest of the money is put out in either loans or investments. So I think in our long-term planning for the county, this will go away. But we need to know what happened, and we need to be sure that we have $250 million of fund balance today. And there are opportunities to use that, but we need to be smart about how we do that. And I have a lot of confidence in our team will do the right thing.
Couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner Smith. I think that the critical thing in there, which you have exactly right, is not selling things before maturity. If you're buying treasuries, insured CDs, other fully unconditionally guaranteed obligations, usually the federal government, and you're confident you're holding it to maturity and you have a plan built around that, then I couldn't agree with you more. Where you get yourself into trouble is exactly what you just said. Where you have something that is credit quality, safe. You know, they talk about the risk-free asset in finance, and that's a treasury. But if that is maturing in 30 years and you need the money tomorrow, then you're going to get back whatever the market price is for it. Right. And so a lot of what underpins the discipline in doing that for local governments is understanding what the cash flows, where the requirements are, whether it's for salaries, whether it's for debt service payments, whether it's making sure we've got enough liquidity to cover some surprises here and there. That's really the discipline that underpins all of that. So I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah. So we'll shift gears a little bit, talk about multi-year capital planning. Again, this is for the general fund in schools. We also have a referendum that was just approved, so we'll talk about how that factors in. As we start right now, our existing tax-supported debt service, about $286 million or thereabouts. You can see that graph at the top left in terms of how it's paid down very rapidly. So we're in this growth phase. We know that. We've been in it for a very long time. And what you see there is a very steep decline in the debt service that is existing. That creates the capacity to add on these new projects that we've been talking about. We pay our existing principal off. 72% of it is paid off in the next 10 years. That's a very strong payout ratio. We'll sometimes talk about equating that to personal finance, your typical residential mortgage. Maybe you're paying off 20, 25%. Over the first 10 years, the county's paying off 72% over the next 10 years. And we watch that ratio as we take on new projects. And so we make sure it stays within that 60 to 70% range, because we know there's going to be needs beyond what we're talking about right now. So we mentioned this, the referendum, $177 million. kind of going down to the bottom here, what we've factored in for today's discussion is borrowing that over 4 equal tranches of about $44 million plus or minus. And I guess it's going to depend in large part upon what the actual cash flow needs of the schools are in terms of bidding the project and the timing. So I don't want you to take this as gospel per se, that it's going to be exactly 44 million, but for planning purposes, that's what we have factored in terms of thinking about it. We're paying our GOs, or general obligation bonds, off over 20 years, level principal, really mandated at some level by the LGC. Given where we are in our growth cycle, that also helps to create that nice downward trend in the existing debt service. We've used a 5% interest rate for planning. Again, that is above the current market, and so trying to err on the conservative side like we have. Rates are certainly higher than they were in 21 and 22, but still historically very favorable, probably in around 4%, and really if we sold tomorrow, probably even less than that. Bless you.
Kyle, could I ask you a question? Let's just hypothetically say that we're going to build a facility, a school or whatever. Let's just say school. Let's just use $100 million as a even number that we can understand. You yourself just mentioned the tremendous increase in construction. And then we talk about that this is going to occur over 4 years. And how do most counties, or how do most of your clients, let's just say that the project is, they say, okay, this project's going to be $100 million. Well, over 4 years, we have seen that that project's not going to be a $100 million project. That project's going to be a $120 million project, or whatever. How do we protect ourselves from what has become a reality? And when you know, if you could build the school or the facility in 1 year, you could pretty close to say, okay, we'll put some small contingency to end there. But when you're doing it over 4 years, that contingency takes on a life of its own. So what words of wisdom do you have for us for that?
I think it's obviously a complex world, but going back to that prior section in terms of the fund balance, the best way in our perspective, we're not experts in, construction management or anything of that variety, but as we think about how you mitigate the risk of a project coming in, exactly your point, 20, 30% over what you thought it was going to when you went out to bid, first and foremost is having that really strong fund balance. We don't want to plan to use that fund balance on the front end of things, but if you carry this trend forward, that 67% fund balance, we go through bidding that project, getting the bids back in. Hopefully it doesn't come in overbid. I'm not here to tell you that it's going to come in overbid, but that certainly has been the trend. We know that on the back end of things, and when we go talk to the local government commission and they say, okay, where are you in this bidding process? And we go talk to the rating agencies and they say, how much is this thing going to cost? The ability to say, if we get a surprise, which we don't want to get a surprise, but it's the reality right now, we have a very strong fund balance that we can help to buffer some of that.
But suppose you don't want to, that's the default thing. But suppose you say, we don't want to use our fund balance for capital projects. We want to finance them with debt, bond debt, so that the people who use it over the life of the facility pay for it, not the present person today. How do you just put a big contingency fund in there, or do you, how do you handle that without having to use your fund balance as a default?
Well, I think the other way is to have some excess capacity when you do your debt capacity planning.
Can you do that?
You can. You can. And I think as we talk through these next couple of ratios, so when we do the planning, working with Chad and everybody, we're using a 5% interest rate in terms of the planning. We don't control the markets, you know that, all that kind of good stuff. We're probably in the 4% or below interest rate range. And so as we carry ourselves forward, if we continue to be somewhere below 5%, we've got a natural contingency built in to both the cash flow planning and the ratios that we're talking about here. The other thing we do, and this hopefully is a good segue to these next couple of ratios, is when we project out like this debt versus assessed value ratio, you've been growing on average at a very high percentage in terms of the underlying tax base. We're only assuming for the moment in this projection going forward about 2% growth going forward. So there's also a little bit of contingency, or it might be a lot of contingency, built into the planning underlying that. So outside of getting into any specific, maybe strategies with the actual bidding of the project, which is not our world, building in some good contingency on the fund balance side, on the planning side, both in terms of interest rates, what we're assuming, not assuming too rosy of a picture, tends to build in some of that capacity for it. Because we've had that in the past. We built a couple high schools at once, maybe 10 years ago. We had a surprise in terms of the bidding, and we had to go out and finance the balance of that. And by virtue of planning on the more conservative side in terms of the interest rate, planning the more conservative side in terms of the growth, we were able to take that on within the budget. And the LGC was okay with it too. They would just scramble a little bit, but the LGC was okay with that, given that we had enough contingency built into our budget. If that's helpful.
Well, and depending on, I know we talked about the 100 million or whatever, depending on who's doing the construction, whether it's the county and our facilities, that's a different conversation on how we go about doing that, as opposed to it being maybe the school system or community college, where we have to have that conversation with them on how we get those means done, how we get that extra done.
Well, I just heard something that was pretty attractive. It seems to me then, if you believe that capital projects need to be financed over the life or some life rather than taking it out of your present fund balance, that if you did a $100 million project and it came in $120 million, let's say. I use the word cops. I don't know if that's the right word. But that you could then go take that $20 million, you could go to a bank, get a cop and finance that as an add-on, and you still have long-term financing and don't have to take it out of your fund balance.
That's right. That's right.
So, Kyle, one question, and you said that you weren't involved in the construction side of things, but maybe that you can answer this one. And Commissioner Smith had mentioned cost overruns, $100 million projects, now 120. Have you seen local governments move to different delivery methods? I know that the school system is looking at the construction manager at risk to get a price, or even design build to get I won't say a fixed price, but a less Jello-like price.
We've seen all different varieties. We've seen design bid build. We've seen construction manager at risk. We've seen design build. So I think my answer would be it really depends upon the individual project, what the timing of it, what the marketplace looks like for it. So I'm not, again, we're not experts in that world, but if the answer to your question is we see people do it all kinds of different ways.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was looking for. If you'd have said, "Oh, everybody's starting to do this,that would have been what." But if it's still a mixed bag, then I appreciate that.
Yeah,
That's what you're seeing.
Butch, we're going to pay for it either way. If you design build it at risk, you can believe they're going to put a lot of cushion in there, and you may end up paying more that way than you would to try to do a vanilla way, and then have this ability to then you either use your fund balance or potentially now we could use a
when you say construction manager at risk, somebody's paying for the risk.
That's right.
That's right. And the local government commission too, before they're going to authorize and let us go out and borrow it, they're going to want to really understand that we know, get some comfort that we know what the project cost is going to be. So they're also kind of an arbiter and a governor of when we as a local government go out and borrow, that we've got very good knowledge of what the project cost is, or if we don't have good knowledge, a pathway as to how we're going to understand what that is.
And I think the state construction, I guess, meeting was a couple of weeks ago, and I think they were looking at state construction at the last 2 years, of 20-something% both 2 years, and for this year they were looking at about 14% cost escalation. So I don't know what next year will be, but that's what the state construction office is using this year.
So to get back to, we talked about our policy ratios. Our existing policy ratios, a lot on this page, but we'll start with debt versus assessed value. That graph on the left-hand side, the dark green bars are existing debt. The light green is as we start to layer in that referendum, the $177 million over the next 4 years. And what you see is that even with just 2% growth, by virtue of the quick pay down of our existing debt and layering in, what is basically $44 million over 4 different issuances, we keep at about the same very low percentage in terms of our debt versus assessed value. Our historical policy here is at the 4% level. I think as we think about the rating agencies and how much we've changed and evolved, we could think about lowering this policy, tightening it up, strengthening it, because our tax base is so much larger. And so that's what we've shown you there in that kind of green hashed section, whereby we could bring that policy in, still give ourselves plenty of capacity to take care of what you need to take care of, but tighten that policy up to recognize that we're in a much different position than we were. The peer comparative there, you can see this is one where we are for the moment on the higher side relative to the national medians. The national medians get a little bit skewed because in a lot of the rest of the country they don't have to take care of schools. So there's separate school divisions that take on their own debt for schools and their own taxing authorities. So the national medians are a little bit skewed to the downside in terms of these ratios. So we're more directly comparable, obviously, with the North Carolina medians. We're right in range of the AAAs. Debt service to expenditures. This is the more cash flow based measurement or metric that we have. How much of our budget in terms of proportionate basis is taken up by debt service. You can see that even with adding on the new debt, given the strong payout that we have and some pretty modest growth that we've assumed in the underlying budget, that ratio is projected to be relatively level and then really start to fall off. So again, getting back to the prior point about we know there's going to be future infrastructure needs. Hopefully there's not cost overruns, but it's just the reality right now. Building in some of that contingency so we can take care of things. You can see that by virtue of the declining slope there in that ratio in the out years. If you went back 10 years, this ratio is actually upwards of 20%. So 10 years ago, as we were talking to the rating agencies, this was one that it was a very, very high level. Over that time period, our budget has grown. We've also gone to paying our debt over a little bit longer time period. That's helped to actually take some pressure off of this ratio. Went from about 17 years to 20 years, which takes a little bit of pressure off of the debt service to expenditures and helps to kind of balance it out a little bit. So again, consideration there. We're in compliance with the policies. We'll continue to be in compliance. We pay our debt off quickly. We see that by virtue of the payout ratio. Even with the referendum included, we remain in very good shape. Debt versus assessed value policy, we think maybe as we work through with your budget process this spring, you could think about tightening that policy up. Clearly continuing to do, which we know you do, and Chad does a ton of legwork there in terms of the debt affordability side of things, just making sure we keep within the white lines of the policies and the cash flows going forward. So we'll switch gears a little bit, talk for a moment about utility enterprise funds. We've kind of interspersed that in the commentary. I think to reiterate a point, your water and sewer utility enterprise funds are separate and aside from the general fund. I know you know that as a board, but for the public as well. It is an enterprise fund. What that means is that the users of the system pay for the system. That's very important from a management perspective in terms of how the rating agencies look at it, and also for it to be best practices. So we know we've got a variety of water districts, as well as the county water fund and the sewer as well, all kind of aggregated together when we look at the utility funds. Certainly it's tracked separately. What we're looking at with the rating agencies is the individual components, but also kind of adding it together and looking at it as one sort of combined business, so to speak. Utility revenue bonds. We have, by virtue of, I guess at this point, about 2 years ago, our first ever issuance of utility revenue bonds. We'll talk about the credit ratings for those. Those are separate and aside from our general obligation credit ratings. So that utility enterprise fund, that water sewer business of the county, separately rated. It's in very good shape. And what we'll be talking about, I think, over the springtime and into the summer is likely gearing up a new issuance of those utility revenue bonds. And again, using those very strong credit ratings of the utility system, separate and aside from the general obligation, to continue making the investments that are needed on the water and sewer side. Page 31, we talked about the credit ratings. For the utilities, we're AA2 from Moody's, we're AA plus from Standard & Poor's. So we are 2 notches off of AAA with Moody's and 1 notch off of AAA for Standard & Poor's. And that's just looking at the water and sewer system by itself. So very, very strong ratings owing to the very strong management and growth potential there in water and sewer. The initial issuance of utility revenue bonds in 2021, about $50 million, about a 2.39% in terms of interest rate. If we were to go do that, call it tomorrow, so to speak, I think we're probably in and around the 4% range, maybe a little bit below that. And so what we're working on now is some planning related to a new issuance, and I think you're going to see that going forward in some of your future agendas, again, to make sure all those programs continue to run on time. This is our existing debt profile on the Utility Enterprise Fund. It's a different mix by virtue of the years of getting some of the state funding. The last revenue bond issuance we did in 2021 was in concert with a very nice loan from the state revolving fund at a very low interest rate. And so that's what's really driving some of that, call it, increase over the next couple of years. As that project is completed, the debt service kicks in on that, but it is driven by a very low interest loan that is kind of working its way through the process. And all of this is built into some very comprehensive planning that's done to make sure that utility system stays in good shape. So last couple pages in terms of our summary. Clearly, you're in very good shape financially. I think hopefully if you've taken nothing away from this, you're doing a very good job as a board of managing the challenges that you have, which there are real challenges to growth and expansion like you've had. Credit rating agencies, we're in good shape there. We'll continue pushing on those. We've got some new data that will show them that'll continue to, I think, move that discussion forward in a positive way. Long-term borrowing rates remain at historically favorable levels. Again, plus or minus, we plan on 5%. We're probably in the 4% range, a little bit below that, so we're in good shape. You can actually reinvest your cash right now at a higher rate than your borrowing cost. I think from a planning perspective, we tend to think about that as we could meet our cost of borrowing with the proceeds and the investments on our existing cash. Within the range of what the IRS lets you do, you can actually invest it at a higher rate if you meet certain benchmarks. So it's a much different environment than we've had the last couple of years. We know the great needs, continue to do that planning. Your staff does an incredible job there. The tenure and depth and expertise is really second to none. You have the capacity to take on future projects, just a question of timing, appropriateness, and underlying, just finding the people to do the actual planning and construction for it, we know is a challenge. With that, next steps, and then we'll try and wrap up for you here. Again, we're talking this morning, which we always appreciate doing, and over the balance of spring, summer, working through the budget. I think we're really going to be working in earnest on utility revenue bond issues, so I think you'll see that in future board agendas with additional information. Referendum, it looks like, and Chad or Martha can correct me, probably in the late summertime, but certainly evaluating where the timing of the school projects are before we kind of measure twice, cut once in terms of the issuance time. So with that, Mr. Chair, hopefully I didn't go too long, but happy to answer any other questions that you have.
Any questions for Kyle? Any comment? I know, you ending early presents a little lunch. Look this way. Okay, yeah, I was going to break early and there's no lunch. We'll see. But no, I appreciate everything. I think there, as has been mentioned, that we're in great shape, and the question is, the taxpayers are basically provided that fund balance, and we balance tax rate versus construction and other projects and things we have going on, and I think that's the challenge of this board, is to try to find that right mix of both.
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be a really good idea for us to decide or come up. Kyle has talked about ratios, and I think it would be good for us. How much fund balance is enough? Is 40% enough? Is 50% enough? Is 60% enough? Is 70%? Where? I mean, we could just, there needs to be some metrics to where once we get to a place, we're okay, and that we don't need to be taking taxpayer money just to increase what's an adequate fund balance. I'm for an adequate fund balance, but I'd like to know what that is. What does this board think? Because it's at the end of the day, that's our call, our responsibility to the taxpayer and to our county, is what is a proper fund balance? Without some guidance there, as the saying goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. So I just think that's a discussion we ought to have, because I think that'll guide a lot of decisions that we're going to make, both now and at the revaluation. If we don't have some metrics and an agreement, then we don't have anything to base the decisions we're making.
I don't think there's an absolute answer to that, Fred. It depends on the circumstances, rate, environment we're in.
Well,
Things we've got coming.
You can say that to anything, Ted. There's no absolute answer. The world and the market we have to deal with, but we have to have some metrics to guide our discussion.
Yeah, but you said a while ago we need to maybe reduce the fund balance, but then later you said it's good we have a strong fund balance because of the uncertainty in the banking world.
I am for having a strong fund balance. I just want to know what that is. What is that? Because we're taking taxpayer dollars. Just to take taxpayer dollars, if it's not needed, we don't need to take it. If it is needed, we need to take it.
Chairman, I had similar questions, and I was just kind of hoping that when we get into the discussion this afternoon, that would be part of it. Do you know if that's part of our, when we go over the budget and everything, that we can discuss?
I think we can discuss it now. Yeah, I was going to say do it now, because I think this afternoon if we have the list. I'm not saying this can't come up on the list and rise up, but it can be discussed now and at the 3 to 5 time frame.
I had a similar concern, or just thought, as Commissioner Smith, and I do think it would behoove us, especially with the evaluation coming up. I don't know if we have an idea of what we can estimate, what we may see in that, but I think if we went into this evaluation knowing that it is going to be a large jump, that we already know what percentage, or at least some sort of formula, so when the evaluation does happen, it doesn't look like wow, we just, and I'm using a completely hypothetical number, gained another $100 million, and I mean, I think the public's going to automatically assume we plan to spend that $100 million, but if we already said, hey, our plan is, if the evaluation comes in at a certain percentage, we're going to, I don't know, I would like to have a plan before we get thrown some of these large numbers I feel like we're going to see just based on what I've seen real estate evaluations go at. So that makes sense to at least have a plan going into it so that it's not extreme one way or the other.
I've got a question, Mr. Chair. And this may be a call, and I think these are great conversations to have. So hypothetically, if we said that this board's going to say that we're going to maintain a 50% fund balance, just hypothetically, how is that going to affect our ongoing rating pursuit of that AAA bond rating? Because I go back and look at that $30 million of taxpayer dollars that's been saved because of our strong credit rating, and I don't want to do anything that's going to hinder that. And I heard you say multiple times throughout the presentation that because of our fund balance, that we're in a great position. So can you help me sort of understand that?
Yeah, I think it's very good questions, and I think your 20% policy is certainly strong. It's very good. We've moved that up over the years from 12 to 15 to 20, and you've kind of gone blowing through that. And so I put this page back up here on purpose. It's that comparative fund balance. So you as a county need to make sure with Rick and Chad and Martha that whatever fund balance policy you set as a board is certainly going to work for Johnston County. So that's first and foremost. And we certainly can give you help and guidance there. And so it's got to work for what Johnston County needs to get accomplished. I think part of what will maybe help, maybe give you a little guidance, put this page up here again, is you look at these AAA medians. And so if we're right now at 60+%, the national AAA median is at about 38%. The North Carolina AAA median is at about 40%. And if we went back to these discussions 7, 8 years ago, as we do this about every year, that 40% level, somewhere in there, as you were growing that fund balance and really getting some trajectory, that was kind of a discussion area. We never had a policy around that per se. We still had a 15% quote-unquote policy, which is like the bottom of the floor. But that 40% range within that, I think gave us some comfort. Chad, you can tell me if I'm wrong there, but going back 5, 7 years before we really took off. The other piece that you want to keep in mind, whatever level that you want to think about, and I'm going to get to your specific question, is it 50%, is it whatever percent, is if we're right now at 60+%, and I'm not saying you want to do this, but if you want to bring that back down, what are those dollars being used for? Because using those one-time fund balance dollars, how they're used is important. Are they used for projects or priorities that are viewed as one-time? Really, we tend to think about capital, where you can argue, fine, if we're going to use a little bit of that fund balance, we're going to use it in such a way that we're still in good shape relative to all these medians, and we're not going to be reliant on it, because once we use it, absent continuing to have surplus in the future, which hopefully we do, once we use it, it's gone. And so that's kind of the assumption and the underlying way a rating agency is going to think about that. And so is it 40%? Is it 50%? Within those ranges, if we went back 5, 7 years ago, that's where we were talking about it. I think setting a 50% policy would arguably be probably too aggressive, because that policy is really designed to give you kind of the lower bounds, but raising it maybe to 25, and then as Chad's doing all your multi-year planning, thinking about maintaining a level within that 50% range, plus or minus. I think it's going to be viewed very, very strong. You don't necessarily have to have a hard and fast policy around it, but being able to show and demonstrate, and that's the trick with any fast-growing county like this. It's not just where you are right now, but being able to demonstrate that over the next 5 years, we've taken into account the variables that we know and built in some contingency, and we remain in a very strong position. And so it's up to you, obviously you're the decision makers, but keeping this particular page in mind, because that's what the rating agencies are going to go do. They're going to go do. They're going to look at where you are relative to their methodology, their medians, which they're kind of showing us what that looks like right here, and then they're also going to factor in how that plays into our story, so to speak. And so if we've been on this upward trajectory, and we say we want to maybe let that fund balance as a percentage of the budget, that's the other critical piece. Your budget is growing. So in order to have 50% fund balance 5 years from now, it's going to take a bigger number than it does right now. So I think it all goes back to having really good planning and strategies. Whether it's 40% or it's 50%, I don't think you need 60 or 70% per se. I'll go out on a limb and say that. But having somewhere within that range and being able to demonstrate that it's sustainable, that I think is the really important piece of it.
So
Patrick, let me jump in here.
Go ahead.
I think that's a great question, and that's where I'm trying to get to. If 40% is what all the other counties, the median for all the other counties have, you can make a case that's adequate. I'm happy to go with 50%. And we've all been looking at various and sundry times, meeting with Chad, and he's given us some projections that after we meet all the things that we've talked about, we'll still be at a 60% fund balance. And I just think we have a duty as commissioners to meet the county's needs. I want to meet the county's needs. But I think to go from a 40 to 50% fund balance to have a 10% cushion there is a gracious plenty. And when we start going above that to 60 and 67% where we are now, we're forgetting that the taxpayers are living in a world of inflation and they have their own set of problems. And that at some point in time, we're taking too much.
I don't disagree with anything you said. One of the things that I have been thinking about, and as a matter of fact, the chairman and I talked about it a little bit, is possibly, because our policy is what we're not going to let it go below without a plan to get it back. So if our policy is 20% now, and we wanted to improve that and go to 25%, with the understanding that as a board, we want to maintain a 50% fund balance, then that would be an area that everybody could hopefully be comfortable with. And then, above that 50%, strategically calculate ways that we can spend down that fund balance and maintain that 50% overall. I just don't want to do anything that's going to hurt our ability to obtain the AAA bond rating, because we've already proven that saves a lot of money with the higher ratings. But I also think that would be something that would accomplish what everybody's hoping to accomplish.
And I think you're right. We don't want to get a fund balance that's going to hurt us.
Sure.
But the statistics here show that if you have a 40%, this 40% is North Carolina AA, which is the top one, right? That's the top one.
That's correct.
The top ratings in North Carolina have fund balances of 41%. That's a metric that we can't argue with.
Yeah, but they have other offsetting metrics that we don't have.
Do what?
They have other offsetting metrics that we don't have. That high.
Okay, all right, that's fine, Ted, I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm saying, okay, because we can't control our wealth. The salaries that our folks in Johnston County bring home are not going to be the same salaries that Mecklenburg County and Wake County bring home. So that's why I say, okay, let's go to 50%. I'm okay with that. But I think 45, 50% or something like that. But to go to 67% is it's just wrong that we're taking the taxpayers' money for that.
I just wanted to say,
Yeah, I was going to ask you to chime in there.
yeah,
Please.
I like it to be sort of towards the, if I had to make a recommendation, closer to 50%, because I don't know how many of these counties have the pressures that we have to build schools and county infrastructure. So we need probably the upper end of that, at least mid-40s, quite right, about 50. We also have to, it's a moving target, okay, to try to get to 50%, because there's a lot of decisions that this board's got to make in terms of infrastructure that's going to impact. It's going to be a moving target on that, on whatever rate for whatever everybody's comfortable with. But also, the rate, the fund balance percentage is also impacted not only by capital and infrastructure. It's based on what we do every year as a staff, and what we recommend to the board, and what the board recommends and finalizes in budgets. Those are going to impact these rates as much as maybe some of the capital stuff that we do. And so we just have to be cognizant. And then when the rating agencies look at us, you know, we could have an informal thing where we're at 67, we want to get to 50. But then what they're going to see, they know what they're going to want to see, and they're going to challenge this board, is they're going to say, all right, now it needs to level off. Because if the trend, like right now, the trend's going up, well, now they want to know how we're going to level that off.
Yeah.
And when we want to bring it back down to something that y'all can manage and you're comfortable with, when we get to that area, then they want to see that level off too. So they may challenge you to say, all right, you've got to cut back on some spending to level that off, or you got to do something else, because we can't continue to see that trend. I mean, even if we go to 40%, if it goes from 67 to 60 to 55 to 50 to 45 to 40, 40 is still really, really good, but they're going to say, wait a minute, when are you going to stop? Okay, because now we're getting uncomfortable. So once we get there, we have to, then that's going to be really the difficult part, is to make sure we maintain that level every year.
Well, I agree. We need to take only what we need to keep this county, provide the services that we have to provide. But there are so many projects, so many things that we can do with the fund balances we have. I agree they need to come down to somewhere in the 45 to 50% range. And I don't think that we should be in such a big rush to spend the difference, the money on hand. We could put that in investments, things to come on, because we make commitments. We made a $17.5 million commitment to the training facility. I mean, that's a sizable commitment. You probably couldn't have made if you'd have been sitting there with a 40% or 38% fund balance. So we need to maintain, we don't need, I agree with Fred wholeheartedly, we don't need to tax the people just to maintain a large, an impressive fund balance. We need to have a specific need. We need to have some ideas in mind where this money's going to go. But with the growing pains we've got to keep some reserves, some catastrophic funds on hand. And we can't just spend it all down and get rid of it. And I think the budget, we could probably come up with a budget that would give us 45 to 50% fund balance, and just not have to worry about trying to spend it down. Let's just, from this point on, let's try to save, let's be more taxpayer friendly with the tax rate. I think that's some things that we really need to look at.
One thing I will add to that too, in this fund balance conversation, and this is really good information, I think, is the other thing that I want to keep in mind is that catastrophic events, FEMA does not swoop in like they once did and declare disasters. Many times now you're left on your own to deal with it. And so I just want to keep that in the back of our mind too, that, you know, we don't ever plan on something bad happening, but something bad can happen. I remember back in the day when FEMA director answered directly to the President of the United States, they could come in and spend millions of dollars a day to deal with a disaster. That doesn't happen now. And so we have to plan to be self-sufficient during those times, whether it be a hurricane or a tornado or whatever. So just going to throw that out.
Patrick, just to respond to that, you know, when a private business doesn't keep enough money and they run out of money, they file bankruptcy, right? Well, government's different. You know, if, let's just say, we come up with a reasonable, with a cushion and all that, and we have a black swan event, we have the right to basically print money, although it's not printing money. The next year, we can raise the tax rate.
Yeah.
So we don't, we can, we don't have to just have money because we think we can't get it in the future.
Right.
We can raise rates, we can lower rates. So if we had like you talked about, and we needed to raise the rates, we can raise the rates.
In northwestern Montana, on the interstate, there's a traffic limit sign that says 85 or whatever is safe and prudent. And I think that's in order for our fund balance, whatever is safe and prudent.
I will, Commissioner Tony Braswell's the longest serving. I know you sat through a few of these. What's your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, but first of all, it's a good problem to have. You know, all those of us around in 2007 and 2008 when we actually had to enact our financial policy because we went below what our minimum cash flow percentage is. You know, I always lean on the side of, in the past, like Commissioner Smith. I think, you know, if we look back in the last 2 years or 4 years, we've dropped 8 cents off the tax rate. So I think we five. I don't know what that. Yeah, if you took my recommendation 6 years ago, then maybe
We wouldn't have this problem, would we? Yeah.
you wouldn't have this problem. But I think we're going to have to continue to look at that trend. But I think we can realistically look at both sides of the coin, where we look at the benefit of the taxpayer and the benefit of what actually we as a governing body need for money. So I think it's a great plan. You know, if we don't do something, we're going to be 100% of the fund balance in a few years. So, but also as we remember, fund balance is more money than what it used to be because it's a percentage of a larger budget. So,
That's right.
So money, when we're really talking about real money, it's more real money because of the percentages. But I think we got to find a combination to do both, you know, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, I brought this to show everybody. Everybody, yeah. I believe that Johnston County is in not only our unemployment rate, our fund balance, and many things we have, it's because of the culture and the conservative government that we have in Johnston County. And where did that come from? I want to take you back. This is an ad that was run 20 years ago. It said, promises made, promises kept. And this is the ad that Linwood Parker came up with. And that before this election, in the 90s, we were a Democratic county. And that changed, and we became a Republican county. And because of that, in Johnston County today, we're not like like the federal government, a lot of places where the government got a debt ceiling that they can't pay. We're not like a lot of these cities where crime is in control. We live in a safe place. And we've got, as Tony just said, this is some of the problems we're talking about are nice problems to talk about. And it's because we said promises made, promises kept. And one of the things, the first thing we said is, in 1998, we promised not to raise your taxes. And he says, and today we can say no tax increase since 1998. Then he talked about building schools and some other things. So I think we owe our seats on this board in many ways to the conservative government that we had, and we kept our promises to the taxpayer. I think we need to remember that.
Anyone else have any comments before I summarize and get us to lunch? So if what, and this is more for staff, is what I'm hearing this board say is let's look, as we're projecting, putting a budget together for next year, let's look at moving towards that 50%, 45% fund balance and a tax reduction, and we'll look at the spending. I mean, I think we have capital projects already identified. Let's take a look at that, but look at taking that, as you said, incrementally taking that fund balance down. I mean, does anybody disagree with the 45 to 50%? And then I'll let Chad and Rick figure out what that looks like, but it sounds like 50% is a number that we can use as a, I guess, informal goal for this board.
I have a question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. When the budget's put together, it'll be a balanced budget, is that not correct?
I think that's what Rick
It
will
won't be a
present to us,
deficit.
yes.
The 100%, yes, sir.
So it would seem to me to do, the way to do this is perhaps identify capital projects outside the budget process to bring this down, plus the fact that our budget will be growing, our base will be growing. So if we didn't change the dollars in the fund balance, it still comes down as a percentage. So the budget process should operate independently, and then we'll identify ways to spend that money with
Well, I think,
appropriate
yeah, I think
projects.
traditionally with the scenarios that we run, looking at capital projects helps us kind of figure out what that does, so.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, and I won't be long, but I think Mr. Godwin makes a very good point. And I think our recommendation as you think about all this, it makes sense, but think about it over a multi-year time period. So instead of kind of going snap in a single year's budget from one level to another, think about this within the context of a 3 to 5 year planning process, because your budget's going to continue to grow. Mr. Godwin is right. And if you keep growing at the pace you're growing, and that denominator, that ratio is growing like this, and your fund balance is going down, you got a little ways before you run into trouble. You just want to make sure that trajectory, you're kind of landing a plane here. You want to make sure you're coming in at the right speed and have enough runway and have all the brakes and that kind of good stuff. So I would think about this in a multi-year kind of phasing.
And I think that's
of-
what Chad was referring to, and I think that based on what I've seen before, that they will take that into effect so that we're not plummeting to a number that we're going to get there over time.
I don't see how that happens. As long as when we do the budget, whatever the tax rate needs to be to keep a 50%, let's just say that's the number. If we say that's what it's going to be, and we do the budget, then we set the tax rate that will yield a 50% fund balance, right?
Negative budget.
I totally agree in that
Okay, so
year.
as long as we know that we're going to have a 50% fund balance, we look at our our property roll and how much the value of all our property is in the county. By property, I mean the whole county, the tax base. Then we just set whatever tax rate we need to set to guarantee that we're going to have a 50% fund balance. So that there's no way, as long as we have that metrics, as long as we have that discipline, we will always keep a 50% fund balance.
The trick in there that I'd mention, Commissioner Smith, is if the budget always looked by the end of the year exactly as it looked at the front end of the year, totally and absolutely agree with you. It's always that getting from the budget to the actual.
Well, this year
and
we.
you've been in a great run. You've
Yeah,
been in a
this year we were
fantastic run.
$36 million ahead of where we said
Totally agree.
we're going to be. So I don't think there's any danger that we're not doing that. I think our danger is we're taking too much, we're not taking enough. And I think with a conservative mindset of our staff and a conservative mindset of these commissioners, I don't see that as a problem. I think we've got a good problem, and it's come on us in the past 2 years of this excess fund balance, and we need to deal with it and deal with it in a responsible manner.
I got
Anyone
some
else, is that
ideas.
clear?
No, I just got some ideas at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay. It's good that you can hold them in that long. Usually your filter doesn't work that good. They just come right out.
Yeah, I know. I've
It's
worked
not mine.
on that, you know, so age sort of takes care of that.
Well, I think, so Chad and Rick, do you have at least enough of an understanding of what we want to try to accomplish to put together some scenarios for us?
It's making your job more difficult.
We do, and as it's been said, those are moving targets throughout the year, but I think we've got something, and we'll stay in communication with the board as we develop a proposed budget, share options, and we'll certainly look forward to doing that.
All right, and I'll ask Kevin if you want to come back up, and we'll let you usher us into lunch.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, great dialogue. I was sitting in the back really enjoying what I was hearing, and I compliment you all on the way you have your conversations. I think that it's not all boards are like this. We get to see that, so you are doing great. All right, so the rest of the afternoon, I think we'll probably step outside to warm up. And
We paid plenty for air conditioning today. We're getting our money's worth.
that's good. I think lunch is ready to go, so lunch is where the breakfast was. And have lunch. When we come back, you'll hear, and this is what I talked about this morning, the change in the agenda from last year, hearing from Rick and team and Jennifer and folks about, from the staff perspective, some of the things that y'all been talking about and looking forward. So that's going to be a great part of the next agenda on the afternoon. And then, great segue, you're already ready to have the 3 to 5, so we'll come in and we'll do that. We'll start a transition, having Neil and Amy Cannon part of that discussion as we're teasing out we're going to listen a lot, we'll tease out questions, but then tomorrow, Neil and Amy are really going to dig into those things. So sort of a transition from Amy Basin and myself over to Neil and to Amy Cannon. So that's the afternoon. Are there any questions for us? If not, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back. And, Mr. Chairman, I think we are set to start.
All right, we will recess
1:30.
until 1:30. Yep. Everybody take a Are you ready to go?
You'll be here all day.
All right, Mr. Chair, we're all ready to go.
All right. We will now reconvene the session. I will turn it over to Rick Hester for some comments on the budget forecast and staff priorities for the coming year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to have a few notes, and I know that Ms. Schlusser, Mr. McGlam, Ms. Laster may have some things to add to.
Turn your mic.
We can't hear that. We need to get it up or you cut your
Okay.
mic off.
There
Is
you
that
go.
better? I did want to mention that the strategic plan, that the
We got an echo.
Point it
light
up,
is on.
baby.
Yeah, it's on.
It's not loud.
Try to testing.
That's better.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to just make a few notes or share a few things. And as I said, Ms. Lusser, Mr. McGlam, Ms. Laster may have a few things to add to. But I want to say the strategic plan that the board worked on and completed last year and continues to refine is very helpful for us as staff as we do our work every day. And I know some of the things in the last year we talked about was one of the, I just want to say thank you for county employees being a part of your priorities. That's very important and very appreciative. And the last May, when the commissioners approved the pay review, that was very helpful in retaining our outstanding employees. And as far as the budget process goes, just to kind of review the schedule that we generally do, and it can be tweaked, but Mr. McLam and I work closely on the budget process, on the proposed budget. By statute, it's my responsibility to provide a proposed budget to the board with the recommended tax rate and all the different things that go in there. And so that should be completed and provided to the commissioners in early May. And then from that point, it really becomes the board's budget, but we're here to help in any way. And generally, the board will have a budget meeting or two in the month of June where folks can come and speak to anything they'd like related to the budget to the board. And the adoption is supposed to be adopted by the end of June each year to start the fiscal year of July 1st. I do want to say that Mr. McClam and I have had a couple of meetings with JCC Representative Dr. Lindquist and Dee Dee Daughtry in the last 10 days, and it went very well. We look forward to working with them. We've already started talking about budget stuff, so it was very refreshing and a great time with them. We also had reached out about getting together with commissioners either individually or in small groups to talk about 7-year capital planning. And we have had meetings with 3 board members to this point. We've got a couple scheduled for next week, and we look forward to that. That has been really valuable to us to get your feedback as commissioners about what you see. And Chad and I worked through this, and Martha too, working through scenarios with our capital planning and some things that we've heard the board wants to do and try to work that into the financial model. But we really like to refresh with the board and make sure that, because of what matters is what your priorities are. And we've got some thoughts on those too. But I want to thank the commissioners that have met with us and appreciate the ones that will get worked out to meet your schedule in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. That's very, very helpful to us. One thing to that 7-year capital planning and to the budget process, as y'all talked about the Davenport presentation today, is how we treat small projects, small capital projects. For example, there'll be times when we might need to renovate inside the courthouse at $3 or $4 million, and we really don't have a policy about those kind of things. Do we pay cash for those, or do we go and borrow that $3 or $4 million? And those are some things we'd like to have some further discussions with the commissioners about, kind of where that threshold might be on that. So. And I did want to add one thing that's an ongoing project, then I'll turn it over to my colleagues here, is, the board approved the option agreement for the Hughes track at the last board meeting, and we are starting the due diligence phase on that. The option is until September 30th, I believe. And so we have that time to do proper due diligence, zoning, and things of that nature. So that process is going to be starting soon. So I'll turn it over to, if anyone else has anything or any questions for me.
I'll go first.
Thank you for the time.
Wanted to say I'll go first, and then I'll let Chad and Martha talk about all the magic and the money, because that's the purpose of this session today. But I did want to tell you that coming out of last year's work session was extraordinarily exciting, and I had conversations with the chairman about that afterwards, about how it was so helpful from a staff perspective to know what those priorities were. And I actually have on my desk, on a sticky note, it's not anything fancy, but on a sticky note, those 6 priorities written out. So everything that I'm working on, I think, how does this fit within the mission as we're prioritizing the many things that have to be done within the county and the work that we do? What is the board's priority? Because people ask me from time to time, how do you do what you do? I said, well, number one is the board. So what is the policy of the board, and how can I help execute that policy? So I thank you. I thank you for that, and I thank you for the conversation that we had this morning. I took a lot of notes, and I'm glad that we were able to check off some of those successes that we have had, because we truly have. There's a lot more to be done, and that's why I'm excited about this afternoon to talk about how we sort of the funnel. Where do we go next with those sorts of things? But 3 things that I heard that were helpful to me, and I think as we think about challenges and opportunities that present themselves moving forward, is one, as I know that I am tying the priorities to the work that I'm doing, and I try every day to make sure that the work that I'm doing is consistent with the board's mission. I think I need to do a better job making sure that message is communicated to the rest of our staff. Now that we have I think of life as pre-COVID and post-COVID, and we're sort of post-COVID now, and we're able to meet with our team and have our staff meetings and those sorts of things. We spent a lot of time talking about just those sorts of things. And customer service has always been sort of a number one priority for the board or for the staff as we execute the priorities of the board. One of the things that I did hear, though, were concerns about things moving slowly or more slowly than maybe folks would like to see. And while some of that, and I think Kevin mentioned this, some of that is sort of the checks and balances of the process that we have in place statutorily. Things work that way. That's one of the things that's sort of a note that I have made in thinking about our priorities moving forward. And perhaps what would be helpful to me as we're thinking about executing plans and policies is, what is your expectation as to when these types of things may happen? And so that's why it's important that we're talking about, and I know that you've had these small meetings so far with regards to 7-year plans and that sort of thing, but to help us figure out within the 6 priorities, okay, what are the priorities within that, to make sure that we're getting all of those things done. And I do appreciate the conversation that we had a little bit earlier about the financial issues. One of the things that I wrote down was the conversation about what is the adequate fund balance, and direction from you is very important on that issue, as well as the consideration of how reval is going to impact and affect all of those things as we're moving forward. And so from a staff challenging or challenges and opportunities sort of thing, I think that we have really accomplished a lot this year, and I'm very proud of the work that the board has done, that our team has done, and that our citizens have done in working together. And we know that there are a lot of other things that we need to do. And in thinking about that, I think the continued assistance from you with prioritization as to what is most important and what you would like to see in the expectation and timeline and timeframes of when you would like to see those things happen would be helpful as we're planning the work that you have us do. So I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today, and I'll turn it over to the people you really want to hear from so they can talk to you about our financial position and some things coming forward.
I appreciate the time. I'll speak just very briefly. We've talked about a lot of stuff that I'm interested in. It's kind of my bailiwick, and Rick and Jennifer have touched on some things as well. From a financial perspective, and all of you have a current cash flow that I put in. We're bringing in revenues are coming in strong as they always have. It's a credit to our staffs, our departments in the county. Projected to have have a $301 million budget of what we're going to spend for 23. My guess is that the 24 budget probably be in the $340 million range. That's my guess on a budget. Somewhere give or take 10 million either way, but that's going to be my guess. It's very preliminarily. We ran a first run, but based on the first run, that's going to be my guess. Projected to add 35 million to fund balance this year, and that's why we're sitting at 67%. The fund balance and how we do that, obviously, I don't want to go back into what we've already talked about, but it's a moving target, and it's going to be very difficult as we go forward to, we're going to have to, it's going to take some work to get the fund balance down. And however way that is, whether it's a tax rate, whether it's any cash or anything, however way that is, we'll certainly do what the board wants to do. But right now, we're adding $35 million to fund balance. And over the last 5 years, that is the norm. That's not an exception. So that's going to be a challenge, but it's something I feel like we need to do and work on. Part of getting the fund balance leveled and coming down is going to be staff additions. And as part of my role as managers, I talk to a lot of departments. All over the county, we have staffing issues, obviously, just like everybody else does, and we're going to address that with some of the infrastructure with the county. And we're working to do that as fast as we can. Nothing's ever really quick, but as fast as we can do it, we will do it. But as long as we have some staffing issues, you have the potential to have some not being able to provide the quality service that we're used to having. So addressing staffing issues as we move into the next phase and start building the infrastructure with the county that we need, you'll start seeing some of the fund balance on that end of it come down. And it's something that we need, the infrastructure. So that'll certainly help. County facilities we've talked about. I don't know what that's going to look like. It'll be determined on, we've already got one track. There may be other tracts of land that there's a possibility, but county facilities, there's going to, ever what the board wants to do, but there's going to be multiple county facilities potentially, ever how that works out. And I don't know if that's going to be more immediate or if that's going to have to be sort of phased in a little bit, because there's going to have to be a few facilities. The school infrastructure is something that is really something that weighs on our fund balance and our position. Their fund balance, they're more transparent than they ever have been. Probably something that boards need to decide what an appropriate fund balance for them is, because that is county money, even if it sits over there. That's taxpayer money. And I think it's why they need to have some. They need to have some in case something happens. But there needs to be a limit to what they have, because as we've talked about here, we have the responsibility to all of our component units, whether it be the airport, the Heritage Center, tourism, public utilities. We talked about the hurricanes that came through and flooded some of the facilities at public utilities a few years ago. The county had to foot that bill. We couldn't wait on FEMA. So we have a responsibility, so the money, if it sits over here, is better utilized than if an exorbitant amount was sitting over in the community college or the school system. So, and we're working on that. Rick and I have been talking to the school folks, we've been talking to community college, and we'll put that ball into you guys' court about what you're comfortable with, as well as what the school and community college is comfortable with. And that'll be something that's really a sort of a priority of mine as well, so we can work towards that as we go forward and do these budgets. One of the things that weighs on my mind regarding the fund balance and why, in addition to infrastructure and talking about a 50% fund balance, is public safety. It was a small bullet point up there, but, you know, dealing with the sheriff's office, fire and EMS all these years, that is a county responsibility. That doesn't make this county money, but it's obviously probably the most critical thing we do is public safety. And so fire protection around this county and the volunteerism that we're seeing country over the nation is going to end up falling in our lap at some point. And that type of thing, even though we could affect what the county brings in through a fire tax rate, can help mitigate some of the costs. It is not going to mitigate but just a small percentage of what it will cost this county to get in the fire protection business. Millions of dollars over the top. And so as we're going through all this, and we have challenged the board to look at everything that you have to look at in terms of county and school infrastructure and budgets, and now we're asking you to keep in the back of your mind fire protection and what that might cost the county and what that might look like regarding our fund balance. And so it's something that we're trying to plan for and try to hopefully have an idea, but it's hard, very hard to navigate that. And hopefully we don't get in the fire protection business for a long, long time, but we have to still think about it in light of what we've seen over the last couple of years. So those are some of the things that weigh on me when it comes to fund balance and having enough money to serve the citizens and do what the board wants to do. So if anybody has questions now or needs to talk to me about any of this later, I'll be happy to go into any of it with you and what my thoughts are on it further. And I appreciate the time.
I do have a quick question, just for my perception purposes. When we had the issue where there was the flooding at the plant and Johnston County had to pay for it, give me an idea of what that cost, and then do we get reimbursed by FEMA?
Well, I think it cost like $3 or $4 million. We had to pay for $3 or $4 million, and we got some of that back through FEMA. We got some of it back through our insurance. But with FEMA, we have finally finished what we were doing with FEMA. And how long has that been? 7, 8 years?
Since
2016. So we've internal audit, Christy and Martha and Sarah have literally been working with FEMA off and on for the past 6 or 7 years before we finally finished it. So we didn't, we still had to pay a lot out of pocket. The amounts that we got from FEMA were minuscule compared to what we ended up having to pay out.
And we're still waiting on our last final reimbursement.
Okay. And it's been 7 years.
Just when you think of saving for a rainy day, you don't think it's going to take 7 years to get reimbursed from a couple rainy days.
Yeah, that's right.
Personal knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Is that the enterprise fund or is that the general fund?
That is the enterprise fund, but they didn't have the funds to, so we had to kick in, and so we've been working getting reimbursed, the county getting reimbursed for that.
What happens if you expend these funds from the general fund to enterprise fund, and we don't get reimbursed, we just write it off as expense? With these, with the Medicare and Medicaid changes that are coming, the congressman's having a meeting tonight, as a matter of fact, over there are gonna be about 32 to 37 new employees in DSS. Are we gonna be required to pay for those, or are they gonna have free funding along with that requirement?
Well, we're going to be responsible for paying for those employees. Now, there may be some opportunity to get reimbursed, but we don't know what that might be, if anything.
And right now, it looks like we're gonna be.
We will foot that bill. Yes, sir.
If I could add to what Mr. McLam said, Nate, go ahead.
You go ahead.
I didn't want to get in front of you.
No, you go ahead.
Just for clarity purposes on the discussion about the 50%, and just want to make sure I'm clear. So the proposed budget, is this a multi-year working towards 50%? Okay, I just want to make sure that we're starting down the trail of getting that 50%, which I think is great, but that it may take more than 1 year. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm thinking the right way. Okay.
I would see that being a methodical, slow process
Okay.
to get us to where, I don't think you want to do it in 12 months.
Right.
I think you want to.
I agree.
Over a combination of several different ways of doing that, whether it be, by tax rate adjustment, by utilizing some of the fund balance for different things. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can get where we want to go, and I think to Kyle's point, we don't want to do that too quickly and send a shockwave. But I think we need to be looking, at that. I think that's the way that we need to go. A little bit on the DSS part too is that there are different reimbursement rates. There are different reimbursement rates that we do. Like when we build the building for DSS, we do get 50%, I believe, of that back over a 30-year period. It's amortized over a 30-year period. Now, obviously, that takes a long time to get back, but there is some money that comes back in the state, and I understand that there may be some funding along with this Medicaid expansion that may help with some of those areas, but I hadn't heard or seen what that's going to be yet, or what that looks like. So,
We always err on the side of conservatism, so we prepare for the worst.
Yep.
And then if we get reimbursement, that's great.
I have a question about that Medicaid expansion. Anticipating more employees in DSS, is that something mandated or just because of the anticipated workflow increase?
It's the anticipated workflow. When you're adding that many new people receiving services, you've got to have people to process those applications and those sorts of things. And it's actually pretty labor intensive to be able to process those applications. And the state has ratios as to what the appropriate number of applications per day, essentially what you shoot for, is, and those sorts of things. But they're talking about priorities and those sorts of things. The other discussion that we've been having, and Mr. Harris can probably speak a little bit to this as well, has to do with behavioral health and what investments, if any, we're going to make in behavioral health with our LME and those sorts of things, talking about services to be provided, especially adolescent services to be provided within Johnston County. And the investments related to that, to the extent that we do it, we're still working through and gathering information and that sort of thing, but those investments could be significant. So as we're thinking about what those priorities are and how you're going to spend your money and those sorts of things, I don't want us to forget that is something that this board has talked about as a priority. It's not necessarily on this list, but that you've talked about as a priority and want to see additional services within Johnston County. And it's pretty clear to me in the conversations that we're having that these services could be available. They just come with a price tag. So we need to think about that as well.
Yeah, I'll elaborate just a little bit on that, if that's okay. We're still having the meetings with Alliance and the Health Department and DSS, and Commissioner Godwin has been an integral part of that. And I think he and I both have been through enough of the meetings now to see that there is an answer, but I think it's going to be a very expensive answer. And So we're just gonna have to get into it and see what the options are and see what, what the board's able to do and what the county's able to do and try to move forward with that methodically. There is a huge problem. We just gotta figure out what the answer is and try to plow through it.
One of my main concerns is that all these mandates for additional workloads bring on additional employees, and we're having a hard time finding employees to fill the positions we got now. Where are we gonna get these people from?
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that same thing on Medicaid, Medicare, those
Yeah.
DSS employees.
That's what-
You got the whole state of North Carolina is gonna be looking for these same people.
Everybody I
so-
talked with said they're gonna have the
Yeah.
same problem, every
Yeah.
other county.
Yep, that's very true. The other thing that hasn't been addressed is that it doesn't miraculously produce more healthcare providers overnight either. There's no more doctors and nurses and people to be, you're adding a lot of people to, to the health care, which is great. My question is, who's gonna see all these people?
It's easy.
You got 3 and 4 month wait times for physicians now. So, I don't know, there's a lot of unanswered questions.
Easy to mandate, hard to implement.
I had one more thing, if I may. I know Ms. Stevens had asked about reval, which is only 2 years away, really. And as it stands right now, a few years back, the legislature put in a bill or some language that requires the county manager discloses what is the revenue neutral tax rate for revaluations, which I think is good thing to do. And there could be some more things coming with that. But I just want to mention that is to be disclosed in the budget document. So, thank you.
The only thing I would add to the discussion is, in addition to the operational, side of the annual budget, we spend a lot of time managing the capital project budgets and the loan proceeds, and we're, as you're well aware, we're getting more and more grant funds, the ARPA dollars being the largest part of that. So we spend a lot of time managing those funds as well, in addition to the annual budget.
A lot of strings attached.
Yes, always, yes.
All right, any other questions for the staff? I think we heard.
I got one, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I was waiting for it.
I thought you were gonna roll on.
I was giving you the courtesy. I was gonna go on anyway, but I was gonna give you.
I didn't have the courage, so I was gonna say no. So
I
go
need to
ahead.
ask Chad a question, and you said you had $35 million this year, right?
Yes, sir, we project that. 30.
Okay, so when we were spending down methodically our fund balance, and this is just, I don't know question, Chad. So if we're gonna spend it down, last year, what were we, about 52%, 50, when we were last year about 52%?
We were, 2 years ago, we were 54. Last year, we just ended at 59.
59?
9 projected 67.
So in the equation, we continue to add, okay?
Yes, sir.
So, if the method of spending to the extent of, let's use an example, 35 million. Okay, so we know that we're gonna have additional revenue coming in. I think that's gotta be part of the equation when we talk about spending down the balance, okay? In my opinion, that in our meetings, we gotta discuss that also, because we're not gonna do any good if we spend down 10% of the budget, and you add 15%, so you're 5 more there. So I think the time that services and things that are needed is that we're at a great opportunity in time that we can address some of these needs. Now, Kyle, did he leave?
He's over here on this side.
Yeah.
Still down here.
He's the brother, yeah.
Well, Kyle, I don't have much faith in being a AAA. I've been through it too many years and heard no too many times. But I don't really care about, I think we're good enough to do that. But, we get our hopes up every year. Is this the year we do it again or next year?
I don't want to handicap it, but I think you're doing all the right things. At some point, the rating agencies will take note of that. They've changed and evolved and reworked their methodology. I think the question Mr. Godwin asked, which is, what incremental difference is it making right now in interest rate? Day to day, it's nominal, hard to measure. So
Yeah.
I think you keep doing what you're doing. At some point, they're going to recognize it, see it in the numbers.
Yeah, and you keep saying we check all the boxes, and we do check most of the boxes except in the income
Yeah,
level. but-
it's the slowest one to move, and we've argued for years that they're overdoing it in terms of factoring that in, but, it's not our decision to make, so we'll keep doing our thing.
Yeah, and I see, last year or 2 years ago, we sit there and say, okay, with the ninth largest growing county in the United States and number one in the state of North Carolina, you folks sitting on Wall Street, and look at what we are doing in regard to how we manage our finances. And they don't know Chad and Rick are the most conservative people in the world, which we appreciate, greatly. But I don't want to really get hung up on that AAA. I've given up on it, but maybe it'll happen. But how many basis points difference are we talking about in money? Not that significant.
Yeah, day to day, the market will move more day to day than I think the difference in the AAA versus AA1, if that's helpful. So it might be 2, it might be 5, it might be 0 some days. So it's pretty nominal. I think it's still certainly something we've got in our mindset, but I think what you're doing in terms of running the county and thinking about the fund balance and the projections is doing the right things regardless of whether the rating agencies take note of that in the short run or not.
And one of your bullet points today was very significant in the fact that the amount of savings that we do with the taxpayers on refinancing bonds, it's not, I don't see that in the future right now. We're way rates are going up, I don't think. But what we did, what Chad and his team did to help us refinance and save that money, and we took it off the back end instead of the front end instead of the back end, the back end. And so that's significant. So we manage our finances well. What I'm saying is, I don't know anybody could manage them any better than what we do. But also, we have opportunities and challenges in what we can do, and I think we really need to look at that, because from the private sector, those of us who came from there, we do a budget, but there's another item we have to do is a plan of operation. And this is what we're doing here, is a plan of operation. If we were in the private world, how are we going to plan to do that? But I've been quiet this morning. I know you're proud of me, Mr. Chairman. So
I have one quick question, Mr. Chairman. Chad, you don't necessarily budget towards increasing that fund balance, do you? Doesn't it come about by increased revenue, sales tax, that type of thing, and maybe less expenses than anticipated?
Yeah, I was just looking, so we had a $309 million budget for '23, $309 million. We're going to spend about 301 or 2 million of it, so that's really good.
Right.
We're projected to bring in almost 337 million in revenues.
I got you.
So it's a function of bringing in, not spending.
Ted, that's, the answer to that is, first off, there's no one I have more respect for than Chad and the job he does. So just, so don't want any of this to leak over into that.
No.
It's based on the assumptions you take.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to that budget is based on the assumptions you make. If you assume that the sales tax revenue is going to go up 3% and it goes up 6%, then you're going to have a surplus at the end. If you project that we're going to add X amount of houses or or X amount of our tax roll, and you budget it's going to go up 4% and it goes up 8%, that results in fund balances. I hope y'all take this the right way. There's really, I don't know why this is a problem. There's really only four, as I see it, there's four factors. And we have control over those. If you change fund balance to your savings account, just change that to your savings account. And then we're just like a business. We have two things. We're going to have what's our operating costs? What's it going to cost us to operate the business? And the second is, what kind of savings account do we want to have? At the state, they call it a rainy day fund or whatever. You got your operating expenses, then you got your savings account. That's two things. They're different things. They're not the same thing. And when we go and do our budget, it is what it is. I'm not, these discussions don't have anything to do with what the budget's going to be. The budget's going to be whatever the budget's going to be. And you say, okay, all right, we got my budget. How big a savings account do I want to have? You determine that. That gives you a number, a needs. It's in the private accounting world, I think it's called sources and uses. That's our uses. Operate and to have a savings account. Well, let's go look at the other two things, our sources. The sources is what is your tax base plus sales tax, whatever that is, whether it's, I don't know, X million, billions, whatever it is, whatever that number is, it's pretty known. Once we get that number, you take what that number is and you say, okay, how many cents do I need to apply to that number to take care of my operating expenses and have the savings account I want to have? And we do that every year. It's not a long-term thing. It's every year we sit down and say, this is what it's going to take to operate. This is the savings account we want to have. Our tax revenue roll is this. If we apply X amount of millage or cents per dollar, that's going to produce the revenue to pay the expenses and have the savings account. That's what we do, and that's not hard. We got great staff to come up and give us those numbers. We just have to decide philosophically what they need to be.
So for instance, like I just said, you know, we're probably, my estimation, I may be wrong, way off, but $340 million on a budget, roughly, give or take $10 million each way. We can project, you know, we try to be conservative on the revenue side, but we can, you know, we can project based on historical how much more we're going to receive over what we've been doing, and there'll be a variance there. Rick is in charge of putting together a balanced budget, so whatever that variance is, we have to throw it into the budget as an expense, even though we know we're not going to spend it. And the only way to affect that variance, if we're being truthful about what revenues we may bring in and that how big a variance that is we either have to do something on the cash side, which I know Mr. Smith don't like, or a rate, tax rate. And so those are really, from a year-to-year standpoint, is how you get into that, reduce that variance so that you're not, your tax rate isn't, I mean, your fund balance isn't going up so high. And, you know, because on the expense side, when Rick and I ask our departments to submit their budgets, and anything that's unusual, they have to explain it to us, and we have to agree to it. Well, they're telling us at the end of the day, when we bring a budget to you, outside of what this board might want to do for education or something like that, that's what they're saying it takes to operate. And that number's really not going to change. And right now, that number's not keeping up with what we're bringing in. And that's why we're adding two. And so those are the only really two options on a year-to-year basis to be able to affect the millage that Commissioner Smith is talking about.
I think we've hashed this to death.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I think so too. But I did have a question for staff. And I think I heard some from over here, but if there was one item and you were king or queen for the day that you wanted to address or consider the top priority, what would that be in your kingdom? Or
For me, one of the most critical things, and the board's addressed this, is to make sure that we continue what we can do about employee retention and recruiting. Because, it's our responsibility to make sure the day-to-day operations are where they need to be, and we have a great team and provide a tremendous amount of services, very critical to everybody, folks' daily lives. And so, going back to the pay study that was done and implemented. And so one of the things that came with that, the board said, we want you to make sure that you continue to do that, alternating 50% each year to do those outside reviews and make sure that we stay competitive. For me, that's just, I could name 20 things, but you just asked for one, so I'll just share my one. So thank you.
And I think to piggyback on that, talking about employee recruitment and retention, one of the things that we have obviously experienced is tremendous growth. And if you look at our employee census numbers, those numbers have not gone up that significantly. And so, and Chad touched on this a little bit, but for me, the focus on that employee recruitment and retention also includes facilities in which these folks can work. And I know that this board has been working extraordinarily hard to make progress on that, but certainly that is something that I hear almost daily from employees is about, I could use another person, but I don't have any place to put them. We hear that a lot. So facilities would be one for me.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say, Ted said, we beat this up enough, but I disagree with that. I think this is one of the most important things that staff needs to hear from us. And since we're dealing with the staff, the other issue, and Rick has asked us, and it just blew over us, and we haven't dealt with it. Rick says, on capital expenditures, what do we do about, say, medium-sized capital expenditures? We all understand that on a $100 million school, we're going to go get a bond. That's easy. We all understand that we're going to pay Rick's salary out of tax revenue, out of the general fund. They're pretty clear. Where we have is the middle stuff. For instance, the money to retrofit the courthouse. And so we need, I think it would be good if we could just decide that issue one time rather than debate it every month, every year, as to what we're going to do with middle capital programs. And there are many roads to go down, and you could say we're going to do this, we're going to do that, or whatever, but I think we ought to come to a policy. And I have my opinion. As everything else, there's 7 of us, there'll probably be 7 opinions. And I'll just give an example is if Dickie Braswell and I wanted to buy a place at the beach. And and Dickie says, it's gonna cost $100,000. And Dickie says, Fred, you know, I say, Dickie, okay, we'll buy $100,000 thing at the beach, and we'll pay for it together over a period of 15 years. You pay your half, I'll pay my half. That's fair, in my opinion. But Dickie says, Fred, I don't have any money today. I'm broke. So would you pony up and pay the $100,000? And then, so I have to end up and pay the $100,000, but we both use it over 15 years. I think we'd all say that's not fair. At least I don't think that's fair. I'm trying to come up with an example. Maybe not be a good one, but I'm trying.
First of all, you used the wrong Braswell. You talking about not having this side.
I know, but I'm looking at that one. But that's like saying we have people on the tax roll today. That's like, in the example I gave, that would be me. And the people who are going to be on the tax roll tomorrow and the next year and the next year, that'd be the Dickie Braswell who's broke. And so we say to these people on the tax roll today, you need to pay this capital expenditure. So, like I said, Dickie told me I needed to pay for the thing so both of us could use it over the next 10 or 15 years. And that's what we do when we tell today's taxpayer, you got to pay for a capital improvement so other new taxpayers can use that over the life of the improvement. And in most business situations, and all business situations are different, but most business situations, a business pays its operating expenses out of current income. It pays its capital expenses, generally either long-term capital expenses, it'll pay over 20, 25 years. It's short-term capital expenses, it'll pay over 5 to 7 years through financing. I'd love to see us tell staff that we just pay capital expenditures out of debt, we pay operating expenditures out of operation. Or if not, at least some cutoff that we try to let future taxpayers pay for using future improvements. And we need to give them some, I believe, some instructions. We need to decide that issue rather than just kick it down the road.
And if I may add, in our modeling that we do, we assume, maybe wrongly, but we assume some cash-funded renovations that are, $4 or $5 million a piece or something for courthouse projects and things of that nature. So if we do move those size to a borrowing, that certainly changes the whole dynamics of the projected fund balance of things that we have to do. So that, and if the policy would help, we could bring some ideas back to the board on that.
Well, I'm just sitting here as Commissioner Smith is talking, is we're going to spend the next 2 months looking at a lot of different scenarios. So as you're bringing that information to the board, and I think that's a conversation you can have with the small groups, individual commissioners. But let's talk about that. And I don't know if we just like the fund balance, we can come to a hard number, but we can have a general. It's something general rule that this is the threshold, and we do this, and if there's something close to it, then we'll figure out which direction it goes in. But I think that makes some sense, so that we're not making multiple decisions, either at budget time or throughout the year of how we're going to go with stuff, and then financial forecasting, you'll kind of know going into it instead of guessing where that is. But that's just my thought. But we got, like I said, we'll be having many conversations between Chad and Rick over the next couple of months on budget, and we can do something like that.
And I think, Rick, you know, as the old saying goes, a $3 million project here, and a $3 million project here, and a $4 million project here, and a $2 million project here. They're all small, but pretty soon you get some real money. And so we need to, that needs to be part of the discussion too, because, you know, you can, like, but just in the homeowners associations that we manage sometimes, we can pay up to $500 without going to the board out of operating funds. So rather, if we got a bill for $2,000, we tell the subcontractor bill us $500 a month for 4 months. And you can pay it that way. So there's a lot of different ways that you can skin that cat. So we need to be honest and open about what we're really talking about as to what philosophy we want to have.
And there'll be some specials, you know, if there is a limit, there may be some special circumstances that we may have to bring to the board that may not fit in those requirements. One, like for instance, the Workforce Development Center in Four Oaks and how we fund that is not cut and dry because there's some ownership issues there that may affect how we go forward and fund that. So there's specials, that's really in the weeds, but I mean, those may be some things that as we talk about it and you may come to a consensus on what that amount needs to be, there may be some special circumstances that may exceed that amount that we have to talk over with you because there may be some, sorry.
Let me give you the example I use in the company when someone says that. If we're gonna pour a sidewalk, if we pour a continuous sidewalk, it's gonna crack under stress, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is every 6 to 8 feet, we create a joint to take care of the stress, right?
That's right.
So that's to show that there's going to always be exceptions. There
Yes.
always needs
Yeah.
to be a joint
Yes.
for exceptions and to create so that you don't put yourself to where you get stressed and don't have any wiggle room.
Yes, sir. That's a point well taken.
And I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Smith, and Chad bringing that up, because I do think we will have some circumstances to bring forward that may be over what we would think would be the threshold, but something a little bigger that has different circumstances.
That's you cracking your sidewalk.
Exactly. Thank you.
I think this board fully understands and appreciates that you will have it played out in many scenarios, many times in your head too, before it gets to us. So I think that's one of the things that you do so well is you've thought things through. Staff has thought things through many times and it looked at it many different ways before it gets to us, and we interject something and send you off in a different direction to go look at. So, but I think we're in anything else. Before we wind, I did want to give King Chad and Queen Martha a chance to tell us their one thing, because I think what I've heard so far is Rick was the employee retention and recruitment, and then related to that was facilities to accommodate not only the employees but also the public. So your shot at it.
It's fairly simple. I mean, that's 1A and 1B. I mean,
That's
for
not
me,
what it is.
and that's don't.
You're not Prince, Chad. You're King. though.
I don't want to go ahead and recreate the wheel over something that I fully agree with. It's retention, and then it's the facilities to put them in.
Okay. All right.
Ditto.
Oh, okay. I'll prep y'all next time so y'all can think about that a little bit.
Well, it may be common enough that it's going to come back the same thing next time.
Yeah. I think it is. I think that when you look, whether it's a public sector or private sector, I think that is a struggle, whether it's us, the company I work for, the Association of County Commissioners. I mean, recruiting and then retaining the ones you have is, I think, Vice Chairman Harris had mentioned, many times it's a whole lot tougher to find a new one than it is to keep somebody that you've already invested in and trained. So
can I have one thing?
Sure.
Just on that note too, and I've said this many times before, is once we made that big bold step and we got things looking pretty good, it's important to keep it there. Because otherwise, 5 years down the road, 3 years down, 4 years down the road, we're gonna find ourselves back in another hole again that we'll have to dig. We shouldn't ever get in a situation where we've got to do that broad or that massive a step to get us out of it if we've kept up with it all along. And that, to me, is the ultimate goal, is to try to keep up with it every year. And I think that was one of the reasons that brought the motion that gave you the authority to look at these things and make those periodic adjustments as needed to keep the county competitive with our neighbors.
Anything else? If not, I know our schedule calls for a break at 2:45, but I'd say let's go ahead and take that break, come back at 2:45, and we will get on with a chance to talk about the priorities that each commissioner will draw names out, I think out of a hat or some other object that Kevin has chosen, and then we'll have a chance to talk about each of our priorities and then move forward with setting those for tomorrow's agenda. So we'll take a 15-minute-ish break and be back at 2:45. All right, we're ready to reconvene, and I will turn it over to Amy to lead us into the next section.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome back, everybody. It was great to be able to hear what your priorities are. As Kevin said, that was a tweak from last year, and that was very helpful. And really, really want to emphasize as we go into the next couple of hour session, all of the successes that you've had. I mean, looking at the initial list that we looked through and all the things that you've done since last year, you really should give yourselves a little pat on the back for all the work that you're doing, have done, and continue to do. So how this next session is going to work is we are going to allot 15 minutes to each commissioner to, that is a lot of time to talk.
You won't have any problem, Fred. You're good.
You could filibuster. You don't, right now, we are going to allow you, you don't have to take 15 minutes, but you will each have 15 minutes to talk through your priorities. And we're going to have, just a moment, I'm going to introduce you more formally to our two former county managers here to tell you a little bit about themselves. They're going to help facilitate. The way we're going to determine the order is, I feel like we need one of those big like lottery ball things, but it's very fancy.
Very fancy system.
We spare no expense at the association.
When I was leaving the house, it was like, I need a hat. And well, I thought, no other hat than my Lexington barbecue hat to bring to Smithfield. So I was going to give it away as a prize, but I didn't think anyone would take it.
We won't tell Linwood Parker that you brought that. Well, this isn't Harnett County, so maybe.
And my understanding is that you all did some homework before, so we have a list of priorities, correct, that are sort of calculated as to what appears to be the prioritization that you all have determined, but we're going to talk through here this afternoon to see if you all agree with that or if some of these other issues might rise to the top. Kevin is going to draw names so that we'll get the order, so it'll be completely fair and impartial. And then, as we said, each of you will have 15 minutes, and we just ask if you do have questions or comments of the individual speaking during the 15 minutes, jot them down. We'd like to, as much as possible, give each person up to that amount of time to speak, but we will allow time, of course, for conversation. And then tomorrow is really going to be the interactive piece, so there'll be a lot of time to talk with one another, ask questions, have dialogue. So as you're getting you're ready? Okay, okay. With that, I would like to ask both Neil and Amy to just give a brief background about yourselves, kind of how you got from where you've been to the association, and then maybe we can take it from there.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate being back this year. Well, I think I've done this before, but I'll do it real quickly again. Neil Emery, and I became a county manager following in his footsteps of Rick Hester. Rick's a lot younger than me. But no, I retired from local government in 2008 and went to work for the association as an outreach associate. And probably many of you know I was the manager of Harnett County before I retired, and worked with Jennifer there, and worked with some board members that are here. So that's my background, and with the association and outreach, a lot of what we do is things just like this, facilitating retreats. We assist with searching for managers. We're a listening ear for managers, and then we're also with boards, as you meet challenges, we're there as a resource to call upon us and our backgrounds and our years' experience. And now that we're fully built out, there used to be two of us, and there used to be one when it was Rick's dad, Robert. But as things have changed, outreach has changed, and now we have up to 4. And Amy is one of our new hires as part of that. We're so happy to have her on the team, and I'll let her just do a quick introduction of herself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of today's session. I retired December the 1st after a 32-plus year career in local government. All of those years were in Cumberland County. I started out in budget, moved to finance director, assistant manager, and many of you may remember James Martin, the previous county manager. I had the opportunity to work under his mentorship for many years. He retired in 2014. Had a commissioner said, "You will apply for the job," and I did. They did a national search, and I served as the county manager for the last 8 years. And as I made that decision to retire, I knew that once a public servant, you're always a public servant. You can't get it out of your blood and your heart. And so Neil came to see me one day and talked about this opportunity, and I felt like it was a good fit for me wanting to stay relevant and to be a part of local governments. And to Rick's detriment, I have been given the territory in Johnston is in my territory. I'm saying that publicly, so you can't be sad or anything. So I do want to say this. I want to congratulate the board. You should be proud of yourself. I've been involved in a lot of retreats and been involved in retreats outside of Cumberland County. You've had 100% of attendance today from your board members and 100% of engagement, and you don't see that these days. So you should be proud of yourself.
All right. Thank you, Amy. We'll go to
Kevin, since my relatives are from Davidson County too, I just want you to know on that hat, that's a fraud, because all that is beef cooked with ketchup. Real barbecue is what you get in Johnston County.
I knew I was going to draw it out.
Yeah, and you had to pick that hat, didn't you?
Yeah. So you want the microphone?
Thank you, sir.
So I'm going to say one thing again to kind of get to the list you're eventually going to show. So what taken place over the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks, is each commissioner submitted a list of priorities, some 4, some 6. One of us took 8. But we listed our priorities. And then once we got those, we looked at the frequency, or I looked at the frequency of the votes. And then we sent a smaller list back out for commissioners to prioritize the ones, 1 through 5. And we rank those. And so what you'll see here is kind of the compilation of the frequency and the priority ranking that we placed on there. Were clearly the one you'll see at the top of the list was the most frequent, and the one at the bottom was was less frequent. But that's kind of, and there was a clear line, like there typically is, of where things can, what things are in and what things are out. So what you'll see up there, when it comes up, you'll see the lists. That's how we got to where we are right now. So.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for explaining that. And we were asked to put that list up there as reference, so when you're having the opportunity to go around the table, you can reference the other things on the list. As we understood it, this was an opportunity to hear your voices and why you felt as though these things were on the list, 1, 2, and why they were at the top of the list or where they are. Neil and Amy are going to play the role of facilitator to navigate any questions, but as you said, this is more an opportunity to hear individuals and speak, sort of hold on to those questions. And Commissioner Harris is the first to go.
Commissioner Harris.
I'll tell you what I'll go ahead and do, and I'll say the person on deck.
Oh, no.
That's not fair.
Okay, we're going to hold off on deck.
I'm joking.
Well,
I'm
I'm glad we got Commissioner Harris and not some troublemakers, Commissioner Braswell. Now, what we want to do, and just to echo what's already been said, but what we want to do, each of you did note those, but some of them may didn't fall in those top 4 to 5. So this is your chance to express where you were coming from in that. So that's one purpose, those that may have not have fallen in the top, to let us be known why you felt that is a priority. And 2, to those that are common, to sort of maybe get an idea from you what that means to you. When you say, let's take the one that came to the top, regionalization, is what does regionalization mean to each one of you individually, to make sure we're all on the same page, because it looks like we're going to be talking about that quite a bit more tomorrow. So Commissioner Harris, I have the list here, and I note that some of yours, and I'm going to go from the bottom up of the way that I have them in the ranking, but the first I have in yours is staffing growth related departments. And that, I'm assuming, related to staff, so I'll ask you to address that first.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, we've sort of alluded to that somewhat, in that one of the concerns that I have is that with the county growing at the rate that it is, that some of the departments are not adequately staffed. And I'll give you an example. We've got our DSS department, which I serve on that board as well. There's about 350 employees, and we're going to be adding more employees because of the Medicaid expansion. Right now, I think we have 1 human resource person assigned to deal with that many people. And so one of the things that I've asked, and Mr. Hester and I have talked about that as well, is that if we need, it seems like we need more because there's typically a backlog to get backgrounds done, to get people hired, to get the onboarding done, to get employees there, even to the point that some of the people waited so long they went and took a job somewhere else. So now there were some extreme circumstances in some of those situations. But the point is, I just want to make sure that we have the adequate staffing to address things in a timely manner, whether it be human resources or it be building inspection or whatever the department is, to just make sure that we have adequate staffing, because our county is growing so rapidly, and if people want service and they want it now, they don't really want to wait forever. So it was a broad spectrum, but that was one of the things that triggered that was my involvement with the DSS folks and having somebody, additional human resources.
So staffing. And one thing that gets lost in staffing too is liability for the county.
Yes.
Protective service workers
Yes.
that you may have, inspectors you may have. It's the liability on the taxpayers that services are being delivered. So staffing related to departments. Then I know you know educational funding, both the community college and the public schools. I know we've talked about that some, but from your perspective, current expense, capital expense?
Well, I think we are well on our way. I mean, I'm proud of the progress that's been made in the last few years. When I first came on the board, it was very dysfunctional. No fault of anyone, but it just was. The first 3-on-3 meeting I attended was in the county manager's office, and it was like a shell game to try to figure out where the money was. What the county school system had in fund balance, what their operating budget was. I mean, nobody couldn't tell you or wouldn't tell you or whatever. So, but now, fortunately, with a lot of changes in faces, we've got a good situation. I think their folks are doing a good job and trying to be transparent, and we're working well together. I would like to get ahead of that game so that we can do some future planning, not only from the school system's perspective, but from the community college as well. We did the Workforce Development Center funding, but I'd rather that be less of an off-the-cuff type procedure and more of a long-term planning situation. That was something that was presented to the board, and we chose to do it, and that's fine. I think it'll be a good facility, and it'll serve the citizens well. But it would be nice to have a little bit more planning going into that in the future. Working more hand in hand with the community college and the school system to do that.
So you feel like you've had improvements, but just stay on that path of communicating. And I think one thing, I always found the key in the education funding in North Carolina, it's structured that way. The Board of Education is supposed to ask for what they need for education, and the county commissioners decide what they can afford for education.
Yeah.
And those aren't always the same figures.
Right.
But if you go into the mindset, that's the relationship, but the boards decide what the taxpayers can afford. But just communicate. So
Yeah,
that's
one
what
of the things
you're
that I
saying.
think has helped that is education on both sides.
Yes.
I mean, I think the Board of Education folks have learned more about our processes, and certainly we've learned more about theirs. And I think we try to respect each other's, what we're all up against. And they're doing exactly what they should be doing. They're advocating for the schools, and I get that.
Yeah.
But exactly what you said, we have to decide what can the county afford and what can we, service the debt on and moving forward to try to keep up with the growth and do the things that we need to do moving forward, so.
Okay, well, that sort of leads into your next, it's county facilities, I think was your next item. Planning for county facilities and needs moving forward.
Yeah, that's one, and I'm appreciative to this board for being as proactive as they have been in trying to move this forward. It's a slow, methodical process, but there's some of the facilities that had lingered for years. I can remember 20 years ago when the DSS building was overcrowded and people were working in closets. I mean, I've been over there, 15 years ago, and it was the same thing. So now we're finally getting to that point that we're moving toward building those folks a building. When we broke ground for the detention center, the sheriff made the comment that we've been talking about it for 19 years. And I understand that, but I guess I don't understand that. I want to move on with some of these things. When I first came on the board, I looked at the debt service for the county, and 98.5% of the debt service was for schools. And that 0.5% was the agricultural center, which was great. We had built schools, but what it told me was is in the last 20 years, we'd done nothing for county government. And so it's time to catch up, and I'm thankful that this board is on track with doing that, through the public safety building that they should be moving into in the next few months, to the DSS building. We've got a situation with the courthouse that's got to be addressed. I mean, I've toured with the clerk of Superior Court. She's got people stuck everywhere. We're on the list, I guess, and Jennifer can help me how that's supposed to be worded, but for a public defender for Johnston County, which is a whole other set of people that we've got to find space for, probably within the next 2 years, I would estimate, based on what I've been told. So, we've got a district attorney that's bursting at the seams. I mean, there's just a lot of needs there, and so I think that time is of the essence to try to move forward with some of these projects. And I can't find any incentive to push them down the road another 5 years. I mean,
Well, with the growth y'all are facing,
Right.
the need's just gonna keep growing, and you gotta
Yes.
keep a pace.
Yes.
And that's for a capital plan, and I think that's been mentioned, the
Yeah.
need for capital plan and facilities,
Yes.
pushing it down the road.
And let me clarify one thing, because I made a comment that, because of the Medicaid expansion, that we were going to have to hire an additional 38 or 40 people. And we're not having to build a DSS building because of the Medicaid expansion. Let me just clarify that. We've been talking about a DSS building for the last 20 years. So, I mean, it just so happens that that was a topic of conversation, and I think it was kind of misconstrued by some folks. So I just want to clarify.
So you had that need before
I want
Medicaid
to clarify,
ever got
yes,
approved.
way before the Medicaid expansion, yes.
Okay. I know it's been mentioned here a couple times about the fire and the volunteerism. Is that sort of what you see that need, like we're seeing across the state? Ability to staff these turnout engines and out of these departments?
So, Johnston County's enjoyed primarily a free fire protection service for many, many years, and I think that those days are limited. Now, I think there's always going to be some strong departments that will continue to offer fantastic service, and we're very fortunate today to have a lot of really dedicated volunteers that continue to do the job. But this is not a Johnston County issue, it's a nationwide issue. Volunteerism is on the decline. I've read numerous articles about it over the years. And I happen to have worked in that field over the years. And so, I think that the conversations need to be held among the county folks on how do we address that? What does that look like down the road as departments are maybe not able to continue to provide a full level of service or maybe no service at all. We went through this with EMS 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So, and what we did was, as they were not able to continue, the county went in and either provided them some resources to help them continue, or in some cases took it over. So I think we just need to be reasonable and look at this going forward. We know it's coming, we just don't know when, but I think we need to start having those conversations. I think someone alluded to that this morning. Fire protection is something that it is a must, and we've got to be on top of our game to make sure that we can provide that service for the people.
Yeah, what you're saying is what we hear across the state. It's about the training requirements put on the firemen. It's about employers not allowing them. We can't depend on the farmers to be the firemen anymore, and just the liability of it.
Yeah.
And,
And call volumes have increased dramatically with the growth in the county. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of the people moving in here, they're not used to this. They're used to having a paid department with people sitting there. And I had a lady ask me, I called the fire station the other night about 9:30 and there was nobody there. Nobody answered the phone. And I had to explain to her, well, it's a volunteer department and they come when there's an emergency. She had no idea. It was just mind-boggling that there was not paid firemen sitting there waiting to answer the call. So it's a different expectation. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it is a different expectation from people that are moving.
I know a lot of counties. Have y'all got paid crews in the stations during the day?
Not all over the county, no.
I know a lot of counties have gone to
do.
that,
Yeah.
where they have a paid turnout crew.
Yes.
So, okay, so farmland preservation.
That's something that this board has had some conversations with. I know Mr. Smith has had some, and the rest of us have. I'm very interested in doing whatever we can to incentivize the farmers or to keep the farmers wanting to farm. There's certain things I don't have control over. I can't I can't make farming more lucrative than what it is. I can't help the diesel fuel prices or the fertilizer costs, all those things. But if there is something that we can do from a county's perspective to help them continue, providing that service to the people, then I'm interested in trying to research that and see what we can do. And I think there's been some good ideas, floated around, but we'll just have to work through those there and see. But that is something that's really important to me, especially as we develop the land use plan, and we, move forward with that. I think, farmland preservation is certainly an importance.
Yeah, and that's where counties have to debate that. If you want to preserve farmland versus if you run a water line down the road, you're asking people to develop it.
Yeah,
I know Farmers Home used to limit you to 2-inch water lines to prevent that.
Yeah.
And a lot of counties had to go back. I know Johnston and Harnett both had to go back and replace a lot of those 2-inch water lines. So farmland preservation, I know some counties have farm use districts in their land use. So you see that in land use maybe being able to.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, we have the voluntary ag districts now, and then we have, there's a lot of programs where you can sell the development rights. I don't see that being a huge draw for people. I mean, I certainly wouldn't do it if I was in their position to sell the development rights that will hinder my future generations from being able to do something with the land, besides farming. But I do think if there's something that we can do to help them continue farming as long as they want to. And I will say some farmers, that's their retirement plan. They're going to farm until they're done farming. I had one tell me when we went to the Ag Center the other day for a luncheon, the guy, one that sat beside me, he said, I'm going to farm it until I'm done, and I'm going to sell the property, and that's my retirement plan. And so, you don't want to hinder that if that's their plan, but I think if there's some way to incentivize the farming, I think that would be something we should get a look at.
And the final one we got is the regional. What's your vision, a quick vision of regionalization and utilities? What do you see?
I think that can be as broad or as focused as we can. I think it's something I see us, putting an effort into because of the emphasis on regionalization, especially when it comes to funding options and things from the state level. Something that has a regional effect is far more attractive than just funding $20 million for one, municipality to build a water plant or something. So, but I think that, moving forward, we've got to start looking at it from a group approach, I think. We've got municipalities in the county that have aging infrastructure, they have infiltration problems. I mean, there's a lot of issues, and they may or may not have the funding to be able to do that. And so, I think from the demand and the need, and also and we can get into the Neuse River and how much interbasin transfers we can do. I mean, there's a lot of science behind it. But I think that it's a conversation that we've started, and I think we need to continue. Now, what it'll look like next year or 2 years down the road or 5 or even 10 years down the road, I don't know. I don't have that much vision to say that. I leave that to the engineer folks here that are on the board. But I do think it's a very worthwhile conversation that needs to continue, and we've made a good bit of progress with that in talking to towns and other counties and folks like that. And I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more from everybody else about it.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge a lot has gone through. I know a lot of the smaller units are struggling with wastewater.
Yes.
Just meeting the regulations and the employees. How are we on time?
We have a minute left.
A minute left? We're good, aren't we? Man.
Rock right
Anything
on
else you want to add on that before we go to the next?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
I'll yield my minute to someone else.
All right. Who we go next?
Commissioner Godwin.
All right.
So let's see, I'm going to do just like Neil did and start from the bottom, if that's okay. And I believe your first priority, the priority was solid waste decals.
Yeah, that's not really my first priority, but it is something on my mind, and it's more of a staff issue right now.
Yes, sir.
Because this board voted a couple of years ago to transition away from decals, away from limited access or to our convenience sites. And we just haven't worked out the logistics of how do we fund it, how do we transition and get the sites ready for that type of change. And so I would encourage the staff to see if they can't bring that together. I don't know if there's any policy making at this point, and if there is, then staff can certainly bring it back to the board.
So
but it's not at the top of my list.
So basically,
today.
you're concerned about your convenience centers taking out of county waste?
No, I'm
No?
concerned about it. The whole system's broken. Right now, it's discouraging people from coming to the convenience sites. You
I
got to
see.
buy a sticker.
Oh,
And some folks would rather take it down Hawkins Road or Jerusalem Church Road and throw it out instead of going to the convenience site.
I
We
see.
need to collect that trash
okay,
and not make it difficult for the citizens to bring it to where it needs to go.
okay, all right. Your next item, well, a little bit much higher priority, was the land use and transportation plan.
Yeah, to me, that, and all three of mine really are interconnected. To me, the land use plan, when I go around various parts of the county, the thing that I hear most is growth problems. Most of us is, can you stop it? How do you stop it? How do you slow it down? And I dare say, and these are my own opinions, there's probably 5 to 10% of the people that's actively invested in the growth issue, builders, what have you. And there's probably 40% of the people don't really think about it a lot. And there's a good 50% of the people in the county, that's their top thing. Man, this growth is killing us. It's ruining our way of life. It's not the county I moved here to. It's not the county I grew up in. And I don't know how you solve it. We've talked about today about the positives of growth and how some counties would relish that problem. But I somehow think there's some middle ground somewhere. Maybe there's not. Maybe it's a panacea. But I think the land use plan is really critical in this use, and in this direction, we've got to make some hard decisions and some radical decisions, perhaps. I think the gist, if I were to summarize it quickly, the land use plan as it's drafted right now would probably push density to the municipalities or the area immediately surrounding that. And of course, there's other factors in there, neighborhood crossroads, important business centers. But if we could do that, it would help solve some of those other issues on my priority list, and that would be farmland preservation. And part of that whole process also would be pushing towards regionalization of water sewer. I try to go to the town council meetings in my district, and I've been to a couple this week, and some of the issues they're dealing with is infrastructure, redoing, they've got ARPA money and they're redoing the pipes in the ground that's deteriorated. And that could help us a lot in achieving that regionalization, because if one municipality has maybe kept up with their maintenance and one hasn't, it makes it difficult to pull everything together. But if everybody's updated their sewer pipes and water lines, perhaps we can achieve a regionalization and achieve that economies of scale, and maybe, as Commissioner Harris alluded to, favorable attention from state and federal coffers as it relates to water and sewer plant projects.
So what's your vision from, or definition of regionalization?
All right, this is Ted Godwin's pie in the sky. If we could get all the municipalities in the county pulling together and create a regional wastewater treatment facility, and maybe even outside the county, and join with other counties and have a true regionalization, say, I'll pick one, say Harnett County, and take advantages of all the pluses involved in that kind of union. And it'd be a lot of give and take, and it'd be a lot of moving parts to come together. But we could have a quality sewer plant on a big scale, maybe have an authority put together to manage it and run it. I just think that would be better in the long run for those types of infrastructure.
So you really see your top three priorities are really tied together.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Any other thoughts? You certainly haven't used all your time. Any other thoughts or anything else you'd like to add?
I suspect as we go along, people will use less and less of their time as people cover things already. There's two other things I thought about. We've all been getting a lot of correspondence lately as it relates to court facilities, especially foster kids and not being able to have court time. We just don't have enough facilities, not enough courtroom space. And the general office facilities, Commissioner Harris hit the nail on the head when he said we've neglected our needs. And the priorities of our staff has talked about staffing and places to put the staffing. We have neglected. I've been on the board now 11 years, I'm in my 11th year, and we've made a lot of progress with a new detention center, the public safety center, and they were needed. And moving those out of the areas they previously occupied will open up some space for other things. So it'll help overall, but we're going to need some place for DSS and maybe other administrative functions that we haven't addressed in a long time. And the other thing is mental health. I serve on the Alliance LME, and that's something that needs to be addressed. It's been overlooked too long. And sometimes there's a stigma attached to that shouldn't be. People are sick and they need help, and it's difficult. Alliance, we joined that, what is there, 6 counties in that region, and there's some money available, but it's going to take money on our part as well. The state has come out with a new, $100 million plan for mental health. I don't know how that's going to translate into benefiting the people of Johnston County, but we need to look at that. And we're looking at a couple of proposals right now from Alliance, especially as it relates to young people, situations that have involved our emergency room and hobbled their ability to treat physically ill people. And if we need to create facilities for the mentally sick people, that's a real issue. So that was another thing that I jotted down.
You're certainly not alone. I think most hospitals, their EDs are full of
Right.
young children for extended stays because of mental health issues and a lack of a placement. And it causes extreme delays. And you're right, there are adults and others that aren't able to move quickly through an emergency room. And so you're not the only one. So you're looking at that from a service perspective, also as
Yes.
funding perspective.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
That growth issue is the biggest thing we'll tackle, I think.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
He's ready, I can tell. We're not saying that there's any priority of these, just that these are items that you noted. So I just want to, Commissioner Smith, I know, talked about tax rate, and I think that ties back to some of your fund balances.
Yeah, well, let me, since I've got 15 minutes, let me figure out how I'm going to use this.
Okay.
If we're talking about what our priorities are, I think the first priority I always look at is a book called Beginning with Why. And so I think you have to say why, or why do we have priorities, or why are we trying to do this, or why is government needed? And so I'll start off with, and there are a lot of answers to that, but my priorities will be influenced by what I believe in the why. So I think the first and fundamental responsibility of government is to provide a safe environment for people to live. And because without that, we see chaos is being created in other places, so I think that's important. And I think we've done that by supporting our sheriff and building the safety center and all that. So I think we're down the track on that. Second, why I think we have government is to build infrastructure. I think what the government's main role is to do what the private sector can't do. If the private sector can do it, they need to do it. But there's certain things that the private sector can't do because it takes cooperation, it takes where you have to build roads or build schools or build things like that, that they have the power that the Constitution and our laws give the government to do that the private sector doesn't have. So building that infrastructure is, to me, is critically important. The third thing why the government exists is to protect people's freedoms, which I think is what makes our country great, what makes our state great, and what makes Johnston County great. and that people can exercise their freedoms set forth in the Bill of Rights. And then the last thing I talk about is government exists to improve the quality of people's lives. And we can do that one of two ways. We can either do that by providing people a service, or we can do that by not taking people's freedoms and property away. So we have to balance between what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing to improve the quality of life of our people. So those are generally what I believe is why we do what we do. Then you get into sort of how do we go about it? Well, I'll share with you. I'm teaching at our company. We have what we call a family breakfast once a month, and I generally teach something there, or try to teach something there. And what I'm working and teaching now is a book called Atomic Habits by James Clear. And what he talks about is atomic being small. The atom is one of the smallest things. I'm not a scientist, so however they say that, I know it's just small. And then he talks about habits. Habits are something you automatically do. And by having the right small habits, you can improve your life. And by having the small bad habits, you can not improve your life. And he shows how small habits go up like this and bad habits take you down. And so out of that, I've sort of come up with something that I call strategic incremental compounding. There are three factors there, and we're teaching that, and our bank's teaching that. First off, you have to have strategical. That means you got to have a plan. You got to know what you're trying to do. You got to know where you're trying to go. Once you have that strategy, you get to the atomic habit, which is incremental improvement. Most things in life, like we keep talking, we talked here about how we're going to correct this fund balance. Are we going to do it immediately? Well, no, we're not going to do it immediately. We're going to do it like most of the things we do it in life is incremental, one step at a time, incrementally. Just keep doing those small incremental steps to help you accomplish your strategic goal. But the third one, to me, is the most powerful thing. It's called compounding. Whether it be interest compounding over a period of time, or whether it be habits compounding over a period of time, it is powerful. And they just build on each other. And they make you a better person, make you a better business, can make you a better government. But just knowing where you're going and doing incrementally, having the habit to move in that direction, and over a period of time, you will build something that's really powerful. So I think that's the way I look at that, and to me, that's important. So that influences my priorities. If it's okay with you, I'll just go through them. Okay, the two organizational priorities that I have talked about is, I think we need to have our governmental complex. We really need a governmental complex to meet the growing needs of this county. And once we get it, we got it, and then we can meet other needs. I think we need to continue, and I'll talk about the school needs in just a minute. We need to meet all the needs of our counties, but with this extra fund balance and these extra revenues that we have, I think the time is right to build a governmental complex that will last for 50 to 100 years, to where our citizens can come do their business, where the government can do its business and where the county can be proud of what it's got rather than putting a few people in this rundown building and a few people over here and a few people over there, which is a little bit of what we're doing now. And then that will allow us to put all the lawyers in one place, which we really need to, and just isolate them.
Jennifer was red.
We're only gonna let them talk for 15 minutes, though.
Yeah, and
Only an attorney could say that.
That's right. And a revamped courthouse to where they can tend to all their business at one place. So I think that's what we need to do, is to build an administrative organizational structure. The second thing, I really believe that as commissioners, we sit as a committee of the whole. Stuff comes in front of us, staff just brings it to us 3 times a month. That's it. And we serve as a committee of the whole, and stuff gets sent to us, and we got to talk about it and deal with it right there as a committee of the whole. No other government that I know of does business that way. Whether it be Congress, whether it be the legislature, or whatever it be, they have a committee structure. And when a bill or something comes, they don't deal with it. They send it to the committee. And then that committee has a chance to do the research, to do the, and generally people get on committees based upon what their skill set is. And then you don't have to know, who talked about a fire hose? Yeah, right. I tell folks, one of the things that, when I went to Raleigh as a senator is, I went up there to get a drink of water, and lo and behold, they turned a fire hose on me, and it just was, it's, you can't get it. It's just too much to do a job right. And so that's why we have committee structures. And then you depend on your teammates who have expert to study a bill and bring it back, and then then the body either approves it or don't approve it, knowing that it's been studied. You work with staff, you try to do the research, and I think that's the way you get the best results. And I'd love to see us break into some type of committee structure to work with staff, so that when it comes in front of us as commissioners, that committee can say, and this is what we're talking about, and we recommend that you approve this, or we recommend you do this. Then you know that not only staff, but as part of a committee made up of commissioners has put their eyes on it and done some research. And hopefully people would be assigned to different committees based upon what their expertise or alleged expertise is. So that's the 2 structural things that I put that I think would improve us as a county, which is a way about doing business and a sort of a governmental complex. Then the other 3 are about even. I think that, and these others to a certain extent will deal with growth. And let me just deal with growth, because I get tarred and feathered, and I'm just this bad guy who develops and builds homes, and I hadn't built and sold a home in over 10 years, so or more. So I find it, I just find it amazing, and I probably got as much farmland as so I'm more involved in farmland than I am development. But let me just tell you what my opinion on growth. I'm not for growth. I'm not against growth. I am agnostic on growth. But I'm for freedom, and I'm for the marketplace deciding what happens. And if if the market, that being the people, want to come live in Johnston County, then they have the right to come live in Johnston County. If they don't want to come live in Johnston County, we don't need them. We don't need anybody that doesn't want to come to Johnston County. We don't need to attract people to come to Johnston County. We just need to let them have the freedom to come or not come. And we need to let people who own property in Johnston County have the freedom to maximize the value of their property when they want to sell it. That's a freedom that we need, like as I talked about, improving the quality of people's lives, is to give people the right to, when they want to cash in, so to speak, after they farmed for X number of years, they have the right to do that. So I'm for doing that. But what I am for is quality growth. And we got to do a better job of getting quality growth. And I hope that in this, when we approve this land use plan, I hope we change it to where developments, maybe with a certain, and this is, Butch, this is the way I remember Clayton used to have it. I don't know how Clayton does it now, but if a development was below a certain number of lots, the planning commission could approve that, and it got approved. Anything above that small amount of lots, the town council or the commissioners would have to approve that development or approve that zoning. And the reason I feel like we need to do that is we get blamed one way or another about what happens in the growth and how this county grows, and we have the ability to demand certain quality in our developments, and I think that's what we need to do, so that whatever is coming, we can make sure that it has quality, and we can stop all this putting a paved road down and lotting off lots, and that's all they do. And they tell the government, you got to provide recreational space, you got to do this, you got to do that. All I want to do is put a strip of asphalt down, cut off lots, take money, and go home. We really need to stop that.
Okay, let me interrupt. So we're about up on time, so wrap it up.
All right, I'm going to use the time Ted yielded to me.
Oh, you going to yield this?
Ted yielded.
Sorry, I did not.
Yeah.
That's my time.
That's a take back, yeah, take back.
So, but again, I'm very much for regionalization, which I think that to make good use of our land, we need to have a denser lot situation that requires water and sewer to save our farmland for farmers.
Open space.
And that's for farmers. And for farmland preservation, I'm all for farmland preservation. But I'm for voluntarily farmers farming because they can make a profit. And I'm not for farmers farming because somebody else likes to see the land they're farming and enjoys seeing their crops while they're losing money. And so I think we give incentives to companies to come create jobs in this county because we say that's good for the county. Then we can use that same argument to say, we want jobs, that's great. We want farmland, that's great. Let's find a way to give farmers some incentive to keep on farming as a profitable, sustainable operation.
Okay.
I'm it.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go to the next one.
T. Braswell.
Okay, Commissioner Braswell.
I'm sure glad it's you instead of Neil.
I had to give him $10.
I'm so glad I got you. I think you had employee pay as one of your priorities. Is that correct?
Well, maybe. I don't remember. I might have probably been drinking that night.
Or maybe fund balance. Maybe you had fund balance.
I had fund balance.
Fund
yeah.
balance.
Yeah, and I think we talked pretty good about fund balances later on in my priorities. I got a good suggestion for some of it, but I think we've all talked enough about fund balance.
I think you had a great, healthy discussion. You've given some direction to the manager and the deputy manager and finance director to put together a plan
Yeah.
through the budget process.
I did.
I think you also had as one of your priorities the 2024 recreation bond, if I'm correct?
Yes, and that's an opportunity I think we have today. In 2004, when I was first elected, one of my emphasis and goals, having come from serving as a mayor, was the need of county involvement in recreation. It was up to the municipalities to not only provide education for residents, but also non-residents. And it became an issue in regard to funds. And in 2006, with the help of the county manager and a lot of good folks through the county, we did pass a $6 million, 6.3, maybe, but anyway, we passed that bond, and we have a unique opportunity out in the county. We have civic organizations, athletic clubs, different folks like that providing that service. And in fact, I bought 2 tickets from Meta day before yesterday. They're having a raffle for theirs. But these folks are doing the job that we appreciate, but also part of our responsibility. So we have an opportunity now, and I really would like to see 2 options. Either we take money out of the fund balance to provide recreation grants for capital improvements, not necessarily for balls and bats and stuff like that, but for capital improvements. Now, I have an opportunity to talk to a couple of mayors. I know that they are concerned now with the cost that they have in regard to recreation. They need a little boost, and so does the athletic clubs. They need additional funds. You talk about volunteers. Well, when their kid is playing, you get a volunteer, but you don't have anybody to run a concession stand or things like that. But that you need. But I think we need no less than $10 million for a 2024 bond, and that we can administer. And it's very complicated to administer that bond, as you remember. We had an outside agency come in and do it to administer that bond. It passed. It passed with a higher voting percentage than the school bond or the JCC bond, the community college bond. So people are interested in doing that, and it so it passed. But I would encourage this board to have conversations over the next year, because next spring you're going to have to make some decisions of what you do. But I would encourage the board to let's make an investment into our county for parks and recreations and programs. And so I look at it when we spend this fund balance, we're investing into what our taxpayers gave the money for. And so every child, every parent, every person should have an opportunity for parks and recreations. And when we talk about the folks now and the aging group that we have, health issues, and a lot of health issues are tied directly to recreation or the lack of it, or the lack of exercise. So I just want to say, in planning, I would really like for this board to consider that.
Okay. All right. So I know we talked earlier quite a bit today about capital improvement programs, and I know the manager mentioned a 7-year plan and working with the board, but I believe you had listed as one of your areas of interest or priorities is capital improvements.
Yeah, and I think, I think Commissioner Godwin said government moves really slow. Well, a good example of that is that land we just bought, and it's going to be 6 more months to finish the due diligence. So before we even turn anything, and it takes a long time. You can't snap your finger and have an automatically the capital needs plans. But I think the time has come when we, say we're going to do this, this, and this, and let's put numbers on them. There's talk about the administrative building. That's not really a hot point for me, but whatever the board decides. But we need to we need to go ahead and move forward, because even now, if we start the ball rolling, we're talking about 2 or 3 years down the road before we could ever see anything gained by that process. And I'll be long gone by then, but throw that in. But we need to identify, the DSS has been needing a building for years, and so it looks like it's going to be years before we finish it, because it's going to take a while, and time I don't think we have in that regard. So let's identify what capital improvement, give them direction of exactly what we would like to see, and then let the masses decide and move on down the road with it and get the ball rolling as far as capital improvements.
So you're really looking for a comprehensive plan that includes the financial side of it as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think you also had an area of interest about commissioner residency districts.
Nope.
Nope.
That was the other Brownsville problem.
Was it? It may be. How about committee structures for the Board of Commissioners?
No. But I listened to Commissioner Smith there a while ago.
Mm-hmm. What about, I believe you also had a concern about fire funding.
I did. Not a concern, and I had it. First, let me piggyback on Commissioner Godwin's in regard to our decal, our solid road waste, and I think shortly after coming on in 2004, we talked about trash, and 17 years later, we're still talking about trash. So we have a system that I think is antiquated. Now, it comes at a cost to change what we're doing, okay? But I know we looked at what Harnett County was doing, what other counties were doing. We really didn't have we started down the road a couple of years ago, but we got sidetracked with COVID in regard to trying to figure it out. But if we're going to go with a program of eliminating something that is antiquated, and I understand the divide in this issue, in that it's more of a rural issue than where there's a large number of populated people.
Not an urban issue.
It's an urban issue, that's right. So it comes across, is it fair to take the responsibility of individuals to dispose of their trash? Or is that a job of them? Is that a job of government? Well, we're saying it's a job of government because we provide our convenience sites for them to take it to them, And so there's probably folks in this room that's probably never been to a convenience site, And there's probably folks in the room that go pretty often. But somehow we got to come to a decision, okay, if the board says what we're doing is what we're going to do, that's fine. But if we want to change it, we need to start. And we agreed to change it 2 years ago. Now, we agreed to look at changing. The board hadn't agreed to. What we did made a mandate in 2024.
That's right.
It's not a popular issue. It's not something that we all can come to a consensus on. And I have no issue with that. I understand that we probably could not come to a consensus on it. But with the cost that we are pulling out of the general fund now to prop up the landfill, $500,000, less than that, or?
I think we've averaged about 400,000.
Yeah, about 400,000 that we're already pulling out of the general fund for the landfill, and what it would cost if we did a program without the decal varies on how you look at how you're gonna fund it. The money's got to come from somewhere. Okay, so right now what we're doing is that the individuals pay for it their decal is still not funding the total amount probably that we need. And so if we're going to say every taxpayer is going to share in this, we've got to make that decision. But we can't ask them to share unless they get some benefit out of it. Everybody's got to get a benefit out of it. So it's a tough issue that I hope that we can move forward, move on it, decide one way or the other, because we're in limbo now, and this $100 that these folks are paying is not quite cutting it right now. So we are propping it up some from the general fund. So I think Ted and I is the only one singing that song right now, but we'll teach it to all of you later on.
Commissioner Braswell, we about have 1 minute left. Do you want to circle back to the fire issue?
Real quick, the fire issue, yeah, briefly talking, it certainly, we created a fire funding matrix for all of the volunteer fire department, and in phase one of that was to get every department to a minimum budget of $300,000 and a minimum tax rate throughout our district. Okay, $300,000. We have 5 such departments in there out of our 23 that do not meet that threshold. So we talk about volunteerism. The purpose of this funding was to give them a necessary funds in their very rural departments, opportunity to have money to pay for part-time firemen. Now, also, we got to look at funding for the second phase, in which they had a meeting yesterday afternoon in regard to how on what we're going to call phase 2, which will be in the budget of for the next year. But we all got to decide if that's what we want to do and how you want to do it, all at one time or a little bit at a time or whatever. But I think it's a good step forward as far as this matrix is concerned. Now, I think we got to look at, when you talk about regionalization, I think you're going to have to do some of that with
I think that's the timer. That was Neil who did that.
That's why he walked back here to tell her that.
Did you have any time left over, Commissioner Smith?
I'll always give you my time.
I knew you would.
Finish that thought. Yeah, finish that thought.
Let me finish that thought right quick. But anyway, some of these departments in the rural areas that are proximately close to each other need to figure out ways that they can regionalize in doing things like part-time people, about equipment, about everything together as a group and still maintain their own autonomy. Okay?
All right, thank you.
You got one job. You got one job. You got one job.
I'm sorry I bored you to death, Kevin.
Okay, now we're getting to a bright spot. Mr. Stevens. You could bring a whole new perspective to this, and you look on it, so let's go through yours. I noticed one you have is regarding quarterly meetings with congressional reps, and I don't know if you need state reps as well, or just elected officials, so.
Yeah, I just think it's really important for us to be very face-to-face with those that are making decisions statewide that are going to affect us locally. I've learned, a lot as far as how budgets are set and things like that from the state's perspective. And I think, we've got some really great representatives that are very involved in Johnston County, and then we have some that aren't as involved. And I think it'd be important for them to know what hyper-local issues Johnston County is experiencing, that, if there are opportunities or some available budget monies that we could, use in places for our county, they don't know what we need unless we tell them. And so I think it would be very important for the commissioners to have a perspective of what their respective areas and districts need, and then what the county needs as a whole. So, I know we've had really good luck in the past with needing some infrastructure and going to one of our representatives and getting $9 million to make it happen. So I think, it's a matter of just making sure we have open lines of communication.
Okay. You think it's good to bring them into the county and show them your needs and
Absolutely.
On the ground?
Absolutely. And that they get it from our perspective and not just a constituent's perspective of what they think the county needs. They get it from they know what we're working on, and they can potentially help if they've got additional funds or places they can allocate if they just knew we needed a little bit more in certain areas.
I know one thing we're dealing with, the reality of the General Assembly's special appropriations, and I hear a lot of counties talking about having their list ready of when that time comes to ask for those special appropriations. Is that something Johnston County does or has a formal process for doing, or? I had a county last year call me and say, I got a call today, and they said they need to know in 30 minutes where we could spend $2 million.
So we get that, I would say at budget time with the nonprofits and other organizations coming to us, and it feels like we have to make a quick decision, whereas if somebody comes to us in advance and they let us know that there's a need, well, when budget time comes around, we're ready to jump in and help because we know of that need ahead of time. And so I would just want to see the same thing going on from our local government with our state government.
I think it's a good priority to have to stay in touch, especially with budgeting and the way it's currently structured. So staying in touch with them.
Yes.
You talk about education regarding the role of the board. Is that something you realized when you became a part of the board and what was going on there?
Absolutely, and that was one of my first meetings. Like Commissioner Harris said, we sat down with some members of the Board of Education just so we could, open up our books and show us what's being spent, show us what's going on. Same thing, if they keep the line of communication open with us, then it's not this awkward conversation come budget time of we need this much money, and we're going, what for? And they're like, because we do. And so if we're having the open lines of communication consistently throughout, then we know when there's a need. And if we have extra money, we're like, hey, we know this need is coming, and it's coming fast and furious. I think we can be more proactive in accomplishing some of the things that are needed versus being reactive just when they're asked for at budget time if we continue to keep open lines of communication.
Does that go into citizen groups and them being aware of what commissioners have authority to do and what the commissioners can do? I know that's always a mix. Some people just don't realize what the role of the board is and what their authority is and what issues they can address.
Yes, and that's a big rock of mine, and Adam knows I worry him to death about making sure that the public understands what our roles are, not just as commissioners, but all of our government entities. You know, so when we're looking at everything that we're doing, it's important for, you know, the public to understand we're not DOT. We don't make a lot of these decisions. We get the phone calls and we're happy to field them and listen and respond, but I would love to see, you know, some better public messaging saying, hey, if you have concerns in this area, here's the DOT contact. You know, so that we can refer them to someone else to talk to, and it's not just, well, they don't listen, they're not doing anything about it. It's because we can't. We don't work for DOT. You know, we help them plan moving forward, but we can't never necessarily go back and fix things. And then that goes back to making sure our projects are getting paid for, hopefully from a state level too.
Yeah, it's amazing how many of the citizens, it's just government to them.
Right.
They're going to call the closest government they can find to find out who's going to address the issue.
Yeah, so that's one thing I'm excited about, and I know we've talked a lot about how it seems like things are moving slowly behind the scenes, and from a public perception, I can absolutely see how that is. That was the way I felt to a degree. But again, being on the other side, I see now why things take so much time, and so I'm hoping that we have some future initiatives too of letting the public know, not necessarily, because not everybody watches these meetings, but hey, we are expanding our DSS. We are expanding these things. Be on the lookout for future job opportunities in the county, and just, you know, everything, I guess you have to hear it 3 times to let it sink in these days, and so I think it would be great if we had more public messaging of what we are working on behind the scenes, so they're not thinking that we meet on Mondays and nothing happens until the following month.
Well, I know we've heard it mentioned here a couple of times about government moves slow, and I always remember having a professor talking about government. The founding fathers meant for it to move slow because you're not spending your money, you're spending the taxpayers' money, and it needs to go through reviews and considerations and before you come to the city. It gets frustrating, but it is a place for it, and the why it's that way. So the Board of Education, I think you talked about that some, but any more on that about communicate with them and staying in touch?
No, like I said, I think that's come a really long way. I just want to make sure it's something that we constantly stay ahead of and making sure that we're keeping open dialogue.
Okay. Then I think you also had the regionalization.
So my number one is going to be, you know, like everybody else has talked about, managing the growth. And I think we have a great opportunity right now, while we have a comprehensive land use plan in front of us, to not just look at where do we want to direct growth or where do we want to help, but to look at the county as a whole in all things that we're trying to accomplish. So, you know, in my opinion, the county lines are blurring together regardless. I'm seeing it in home sales. I mean, nobody is just stopping at the Wake Johnston County line and going, I'm not stepping over. You know, everything's getting blurred. We're seeing it now moving into Harnett County as well. And, you know, Johnston County is growing faster than Harnett County in certain areas, and will continue. So if we just kind of start meeting at each other's lines and go, hey, you guys are going to have the same infrastructure issues in 10 years that we just had because we weren't ahead of the game. So what if we go ahead and talk about teaming up on our water and sewer, and we'll go ahead and start working on the infrastructure. You start on your side because we know this is getting ready to happen, and let's share our resources and opportunities to get ahead of that.
Yeah, I know it used to get frustrating when you hit 2 4-inch lines meet at the county line.
Yeah.
Instead of having lines that could supply each other and flow back and forth. And it's just planning, and like you said, the citizen don't look at dotted lines when they drive through a community. They're not looking at dotted lines on the map. Maybe we're considering, but they aren't. So you see that as just a benefit overall for everyone to have a regional approach.
Yeah, because like several others have said, we want to make sure we're using our land as best as possible, which means, you know, making sure there's preserved farmland for our farmers. And in that, it means we probably need to team up and make sure that as we're growing our infrastructure, that we're utilizing it to the best of our ability. And that doesn't mean we stop and turn the water off between Johnston and Harnett County. You know, we make sure that we're planning ahead for that. So as we're looking at our comprehensive land use plan, and we are trying to direct people more to the municipalities or places that we know we're going to have additional infrastructure, let's go ahead and, you know, figure out what the capital improvements will look like as we're seeing those grow ahead of time. So I think, you know, we're already looking at, I've got a map of where the last 2,000 permits were pulled in Johnston County. So we already know where it's coming, so let's make sure we're focusing our infrastructure around those areas as well.
And it's just good to be able to back each other up. Me and Rick spent a lot of time eating Stevenson's barbecue talking about water issues, didn't we, this with Harnett County? So, but there's always need for more of that. What else do you have within the regionalization to see with your background in real estate and all that?
You know, that mainly what everybody has already said as far as just making sure that we are keeping that at the forefront, and that's going to help us with everything moving forward, helping plan roads and transportation issues. You know, if we are looking at where all the growth is going and where it's spreading, making sure that we're staying ahead of that. And then at the same time, you know, I know when you say that, all you hear is, oh, we're just going to continue to grow, but again, I also agree with the other commissioners on creating incentives to protect some of the farmland. So as we're already identifying these ag districts, again, we're not keeping anybody from selling off their family farm if that's what they choose to do. But if we're giving them an incentive, you know, to continue to make money off the farm, then it will probably keep that from happening as quickly and rapidly as it has due to the growth in the county.
Okay. Anything else you want to touch on?
Let me see, I had another couple of things. I like the having committee structures for the commissioners. I know there's several places I find myself being more passionate about, and I would like to, you know, continue to grow in those areas to be a better resource for the other commissioners. So if we had specific things that we could kind of get involved with and get excited about and come back to everybody and have good plans in place, I think that would be a really a great idea. And then, I think I talked pretty much about everything. I'm definitely not going to say fund balance again.
Oh, one more time.
Yeah. But no, again, just getting ahead of the county facilities planning instruction, but I feel like all of mine is wrapped into one. You know, when I look at the comprehensive land use plan, I'm not just looking at it as where do we want to try to target, you know, or manage the growth, but okay, we just bought some land right here for a school. We just bought land right here for a school. Let's keep expanding while we're looking there to make sure that we're not hopping around the county and constantly going, where are we going next? That we're already identifying that while we have a map of the county in front of us and we're trying to direct and manage that growth.
Not do things in silos, but do it as a one.
Exactly.
Okay. How are we on time, Amy? You got 3 minutes to tell them anything you want to.
I'm going to say mine for the chairman, then. I'm just going to go ahead and give him mine.
Okay. Thank you.
No take backs.
R. Braswell. I get both Mr. Braswells today, Donna. Okay.
You're a very lucky person.
I know. I consider myself very lucky. So, Mr. Braswell, I think one of your topic areas was employee pay. Would you like to start there?
Well, I've always been a proponent of paying people enough to keep them. We put a lot of training time into our employees. They get familiar with the workload, the daily
Dick, will you
procedures.
pull your microphone closer to you?
They get familiar with the daily.
Oh, turn it on, Dickie. There we go. So what happens when you go at the end,
I guess.
There
you go.
Yeah.
On there.
It was.
How about now? No? Try it. How about now?
Somebody's just working.
Might be an omen.
We won't count this off your time.
You got 2 minutes left.
I've always been a proponent of paying people for what they do, for what they know, what they've been trained to do. And when we train our employees to do specific functions, and they get used to it, they get organized in what they do every day, and then they get better, and then they realize they know something, and we're not paying them correctly, they're going to go look for work somewhere else. It's kind of like Ted made them think, if I drive out of my driveway and I can go right and make $5 an hour, and I can go left and make $15 an hour, I think I'm going to turn left. So I've always said we need to pay our employees. And I think that since we did the study and the pay increase, we've done a good job of that. I think we're on the right track there. And I just think we need to continue, and like Rick says, we're going to review this stuff annually, maybe even semi-annually. And anytime we see we're starting to lose employees to other counties or other towns or other entities, then we need to start getting concerned, because we want to retain the ones we've trained, the ones that live here, the ones that want to work here. We don't want them going somewhere else.
So what I hear you saying is that you need to constantly check the market.
Stay on top of it all the
Because
time.
every county is looking at pay, and as the market changes outside of Johnston County, then that may mean that Johnston County needs to relook at their
Well,
situation.
To give you an example, the town of Selma just hired all the public works employees, the majority of the public works employees from the town of Pine Level. The town of Pine Level was trying to hire the ones from Princeton, but then the state of North Carolina came in and hired the head man from Princeton. So Princeton's down to like 2 people now. So there's shortages everywhere, and these towns have got where instead of going to other counties, they're actually inside the county trying to take the employees that are trained, that already know how to do the work, because there's certifications you have to have and all that. And it makes a lot of difference, but it puts these towns in a very precarious position because they still have to provide those services. And a lot of the guys, unfortunately, when we run for the board, there's not a port we can put a little information stick in. It tells us everything about the town and how the sewer system operates and how the trash pickup goes. And those functions have to go on continuously. So we need to try to keep the employees that we have that are doing a good job, and that, show them we appreciate them. We need to pay them.
It's a universal issue, recruitment
Throughout the
and
nation, I
retention,
think.
and everyone's looking at pay, but also benefits, flexibility, and that type of thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think another area of your concern, semi-related, was staffing levels related to growth.
Because a lot of our departments have openings that they're not even filling because they don't have the areas to put them. They're unable to fill them because there's no applicants. And so all those things are sitting there just kind of stagnant, and they're doing the work with fewer employees. And at some point in time, we talk about reducing our fund balance. We're going to be hit with suddenly those positions might be filled. People might want to go back to work, and we're going to be hit with that all at one time, and it could be several departments simultaneously. So I'm thinking we need to keep an eye on this and to look at staffing, see and where you're going to get them from, where you're going to train them from. Maybe we need to work out some kind of agreement with the colleges that they offer programs that would train people specifically for some of these things. But we're going to have to look at the staffing problems that we have now, and that's why my concern was there.
So I think what you're saying is a different approach to recruiting.
Yes, ma'am.
We've had a lot of discussion, or you have today, about the Board of Education and relationship and that type of thing, but I think that was one of your areas of priority, was the Board of Education, I believe.
Yes, it was. And I think we need to have like April said, a better dialogue. We need to be able to continuously, transparency now, we've got a lot more of that. Just since I've been on the board, I've seen a lot of improvements. And I think we have a pretty good relationship with the school board now. And I think they understand that we have a different approach. They know what they need. We know what we can afford. So we have to be the bad guys sometimes and tell them that it's going to be X instead of Z. But I think that has improved drastically, but I think we need to continue that and improve upon it. I think we need to encourage our buildings, encourage the school board to look at architectural designs that incorporate multi-story buildings, because with the current availability of fire protective material, fire retardant materials, and fire protection systems, that we can place kids in schools that are more than single story. And we've gone to this single story vast campus design, and it's just, we can't afford that anymore. Land has got too expensive in the county. There's not that much available land with that site in the right area that you need. So I think where we can, we need to combine elementary schools and middle schools, and maybe even high schools, so we can utilize some of the facilities on a single site. And I think we need to encourage that. We can't dictate it,
but we can certainly encourage it through joint meetings and give them offers, ways that their fund money might go further. So I think that's something we should always look at and be on board for.
So I think what you said, are looking at a campus approach maybe, and
Yes, ma'am.
preserving land and that type of thing. And I think as you work with your relationship, and obviously you have from a staff perspective and board level, they may be more amenable to having discussions and hearing the ideas of the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah, I think we've got great cooperation now.
I think you do too. Fire funding.
Fire funding, well, I'm particularly interested in the matrix. Matrix is, Mr. Braswell said earlier, we thought we appropriated, I think, $300,000 initially, and then when we came back and did the low wealth districts to bring them up to the $300,000 level, we had to put $350,000 more, would it make it a total of $650,000. I don't think that's the end of the game. I think we're going to have to constantly help these fire departments. Training classes, making them available when people that want to volunteer can actually take the classes. Sometimes when they volunteer, the classes are available while they're at work at their real job, so they can't be a volunteer. I think we need to do things like encourage someone to teach those courses at a time that the volunteers can take them. We want to encourage volunteerism anywhere we can, because it's going to be an awfully expensive venture when we go full-time county. But I think whether we like it or not, that is coming, because families nowadays, they're more active. I mean, most every family that I know that has young kids, they've got t-ball, they've got karate, they've got dance, they've got gymnastics, and there's never time to be a volunteer hardly anymore. So the whole dynamic has changed, and I think that we need, if we want to encourage volunteerism, we need to make it more, these courses more available. We need to look at what we can do to help these fire departments. We don't need to set them up to fail. We need to set them up to succeed. We need to do everything we can, and as a last resort, county operation. But I don't know that we need to go full force now, but I think the day is coming. And that matrix that we came up with is going to help. It's going to be a shot in the arm, but it's not a long-term fix by a long shot.
So you're thinking this is a long-term plan approach?
Something that's going to be continuous.
Continuous.
Going to need continuous doctoring all the time.
Okay, I agree. And again, this is universal throughout the United States.
It's a common problem everywhere.
The fire department used to be a family.
Used to be the farmers in the fields, and they could quit, but now they can't do that.
And the whole family was a part of the fire
Right.
department. What are your thoughts on land use plan and land use and transportation planning?
All right, the transportation plan I have is kind of twofold for me. We have in-county transportation, which we think we're doing really good with, I think, now. JCATS we're trying some new programs with JCATS, and I think we can expand on that. We're doing some testing now to see how that works. We've also been talking about rapid transit. I think that is not feasible at this time. I don't think any of the data that I've seen would encourage me to try to support a rapid transit for the high cost, the low service, the availability to everyone. It's got to be on a certain track, and you've got to get to that point. So I don't think it's something that I would support. Mass rapid transit, it's not going to work right now. I think we're not up to the New York's subway type situation right now. So I don't think we'd have enough users to justify the cost. I don't think that the purchase of the land, the building of the facilities would justify a number of participants that would use that rapid transit. But I think the in-county transportation, I wholeheartedly support. I hope it'll go better. And there was another part to that too. Is the
And land use?
Land use. Land use, our land use plan and the land use, we talk about farming, and we talk about ways to help farmers keep farming. The average age of a farmer in the United States overall now is 58 years old. It used to be much younger than that. They're retiring at a ridiculously high rate. Most farmers, as Patrick had said earlier, look to their farmland as their retirement because it's grown in value and they have in farmland right now. Farming, fertilizer's higher, diesel fuel's higher, equipment costs are higher, labor costs are higher. seed and herbicide costs are higher than they've ever been. It is the most subsidized, federally subsidized entity that we have because, and it's not the kind of farming Fred's doing. I don't want to step on his toes over here, but when it comes to crop farming, that is the most highly subsidized industry we have today. But it's still not profitable to the point, without those subsidies, you wouldn't see a lot of farmers. Because if you pull those subsidies away, unfortunately, we can mass produce our crops, so there's not a big demand. I think our government is actually paying people now not to plant their land, which is crazy. But I think that I agree wholeheartedly with Fred. I think that we should never say this property has to stay in farmland forever. And when we start doing a land use thing that says this is a farming area, we got to be careful how we handle that, because once we zone it that area, the people are going to want to hold us to that point. And even though we don't know, with the growth we have coming in, we are in an ever-changing environment. Every day it's different from what it was yesterday. We don't know what tomorrow will be. We can sit here and project, but we don't know if our projections are correct. So we have to be very careful how we lay this thing out. And our land use is very important. I think if we look at a piece of property, we're going to have to look at it from several different aspects. We need to look at it from the aspect of the homeowner. We look at it from the aspect of the developer, the people that the access for roads, transportation. We talk about gearing all the growth of the small towns. What's going to happen when the traffic's big in the small towns? We're already allocating sewer in amounts to the towns. If the regionalization comes about, that would solve that, but you're talking about spearheading it around the towns, getting all the growth to go to the towns. I don't think you're going to see that happen, because people are going to go where they want to live. People are going to live where they want to live. And you can spearhead and make but there's always going to be a way around it. And we're all elected for 4-year terms. 5 years from now, none of us may be here. So no matter what we do, it doesn't mean that it's going to be forever. And any other board, we can't lock down the future so it never can change. So any other board can change anything we've done. And when they do, they make all these rules, and we spend all this money for infrastructure. You don't plan infrastructure today and it be there tomorrow. It's the long term. You got to get it planned, you got to get it approved, you got to get it built. And that just doesn't happen overnight. And by the time you get it there, they may very well be a board that the majority of them says, no, we want to go back to the old way. Because people want to live in the virgin areas. They don't want to go where somebody's already screwed it up. They want to go where they can screw it up. So I'm just saying that that's the way it goes. But we need to be sure when we do this land use plan that we give it a lot of thought and put a lot of different hats on when we think about it. We encourage, on one hand, we say in the land use plan that says, well, to accommodate the residential growth, there ought to be little annexes of commercial, like a little grocery store, a fast food, a gas station, to kind of serve that locality. And you see that in a lot of states. And then on the other hand, we say, well, we don't really want that. That's right in the middle of when it comes time to rezone it. Well, there's too much residence. We're messing up the character of the neighborhood. But yet we talk about planning it into the land use plan. So we're going to have a lot of discussions, I think, about land use. And I think the chairman alluded to that earlier. But I can't wait to get to the one, my favorite one, when we start talking about that.
So you're out of time, but I want to make sure you have the opportunity to take a minute or two and talk about water and sewer regionalization, and talk to us about what that means to you. What's your definition of that?
And you might better watch my time. I may talk real fast. Y'all listen fast, but
I'll give
I
you
think
April's
that
3 minutes.
Regionalization is not just in Johnston County. Regionalization should start with us. I think we should encourage every small town in the county. I think that Clayton is probably going to be out because they're making a tremendous investment in their sewer plant right now. Benson may be out, but I think we need to encourage these towns, and for God's sake, let's don't let any other towns form utility departments that we would have to someday encourage to come into authority. But I think we need to work on that. There's more strength with the state when you're getting a permit, when you're getting grants, when you're getting funds. I think that you will have so much better luck with, as an authority, and also you've got trained people in a small town. The same guy that picks up your trash on Wednesday is running the sewer plant the rest of the week. He has no concept. He's been taught. He's going to a class real quick, but he doesn't have the in-depth experience to operate. We hire people on the county level, and I know a lot of them, very qualified. They've been to all these schools, are constantly sending them off to get certifications, but they are beyond that. We have people that are specialists in pumps. We have people that are specialists in sewage treatment, people that are specialists in chemistry to make sure that we're doing the right biological process. All those things make up the treatment process, and you've got water, you've got sewer, and the water we put back in the Neuse River is cleaner than the water we take out at our water plant. And we need to start merging. We got the interbasin transfers. We met with the county of Harnett not long ago and talked about a joint participation for water treatment. Also, when we get that water treatment that we're pulling from the Tar River or the Cape Fear River, we can actually put more sewer back discharge in there because those interbasin transfers. Now we're limited only 2 million gallons a day. We buy interest in a water plant, that increases by whatever we buy in that water plant. Plus we have the added capacity on that. But I could go on all day about this, so I reckon I better give because I know the chairman's got a lot he wants to say too. So
I was going to give him a chance to breathe after
yeah.
he finished. So,
so I guess I'll have to stop there, but I got a whole page I could tell you about.
Thank you.
Well, we're out of time, so we need to move. And
I have this, so we're not out of time yet.
I only got one question. Did the rest of the board know you could give a half a point?
I told them to send me what they needed, and so I just went ahead and took advantage of it. So I can address those half pointers in a hurry.
Okay. And we'll go just like we have with others, Mr. Chairman. And I noticed the first you had there was the residency districts on county commissioners.
Yeah, so, and I'm going to follow Commissioner Smith's suit here. I'm going to take a little bit up front, not quite as much time up front, but and when I look at that whole list that's up there, and I look around at my fellow commissioners, there's something on at least one thing, if not multiple things, probably multiple things on there that I look to them for advice on and have probably changed my opinion on something because of input from each of them. So that went into my thinking. It's not something I came with and have stuck with as I've been on this board now for my 5th year. I've learned something from everybody on here and from staff as well. I mean, there's conversations that I've had with Rick, or if we got paid by the hour just for talking to each other on the telephone, we both wouldn't be here today. But anyway, so I wanted to add that in there. And if you will kind of get to my half pointers, then we can go to the tier ones.
Well, you had a half pointer there with residency.
Yeah, so the residency, I think as this county has grown, we see districts that are 30,000 plus. We see some that are under 10,000. And then now as we're continuing to grow, one of the things we talked about last year was change in the county. So as we're looking to, as we're growing, this is time we have at least one commissioner who has at least told us he was not going to come back again. Yes. So it seems to me now is the time to kind of balance that out with the population. Not any changes to anything else, but take a look at the residency and make sure that the districts are similarly sized.
Because you're at-large residency
requirement. Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
So you just want to see more equal population.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Yeah,
I don't really see. I don't know of any issues we've had with anything else, but I think that's kind of right size. Yeah.
Okay, and then the solid waste, we've talked about that. Any more now?
So I'm just not going to speak as passionately for or against the decals. I just think that's something that we need to decide what we're going to do.
Issue that needs to be dealt
that just needs to be resolved.
Okay. And then the staffing growth related departments?
I think similar to what's been mentioned. I think Patrick had mentioned the HR, but when I look at the planning department and our utilities department, the things that can continue to grow and expand, I just see more of a need there. And going back to Kevin's example of the Appalachian Trail trip, the first one, maybe the second one too if it's slippery, but I feel like our staffs spend a lot of time looking at their feet. because they're in the weeds on projects, and we don't have anybody, I say, not that we don't have anybody, they do it, but it's saying that they look forward, but we need to have positions where people are looking forward, whether that's planning, development planning, transportation planning, or in our utilities planning, that we have folks who are, that is their main job. That's not a job that's secondary to making sure the everyday fires are put out. Because I know our staff deals with that a lot, not just in those departments, I'm thinking of Rick as well.
Some big picture
Yes,
look at things.
yes.
Okay. Then, well, I'll go on to the half point, then we'll get back to
Yeah.
the full point, the administrative
So
organizational structure.
tying with that, that's a two-parter for me. One is, as we're talking about change, and I'll just say preface this with all the things that our staff does is outstanding. But again, going back to change, do we have the right structure moving forward? Not for the rest of this year, but from 4 or 5 years from now. When I look around the state at similarly sized counties, I see a different structure. I mean, that man right there does more than any 3 men does as a manager that I've run across and see. So at some point, spreading that load out so that we don't have everything in the knowledge base in one person. I know we have a deputy manager now, but when I look at other counties our size or even smaller, it seems the organizational structure is different than what we have. But I just want to make sure going forward we have a structure in place that is sustainable going forward. And then the other piece is, and then Commissioner Smith had started this discussion, but having a board that maybe is more committee-like, where we have areas that we have expertise in, they dig into the facts and come back and report to the board. So that's the two-parter on that. I think we can address the second part with the structure of the board, that we can probably address that on our own. But I think it will require some staff and some other input as we look forward down the road of what will Johnston County government look like down the road, to make sure that we have enough people to adequately provide resources and direction for all our, how many departments do we have? 25 departments.
Yeah, the staff would be linked, because if you go to committees, then staff will have to be there to
Well,
staff the committees.
in Butch Lauder's kingdom, that's the way our structure would match whatever our departmental, and we group those together, you would have similar structure, so commissioners match certain areas of the organizational structure, so.
The fire, I think you'd noted that one.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything really to be said. I think that's a challenge for us going forward, is moving from mostly volunteers to mostly paid staff. And I know Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Bryson have looked into that, as well as others, to look and see what other people are doing. And I commend our fire chiefs and our fire association for looking into that and being a part of helping with the matrix. Kevin Hubbard and his staff and emergency services, the work they're doing. So I think that's a big picture, and it's not a small ticket item that we're looking at in the future. So that's my piece on that one.
And then the farmland was the last half-point item.
So one of the things out of the land use plan that we saw was, I don't know if it was 75%, but something north of 50, well north of 50% of the people who took the survey were interested in farmland preservation and thought that needed attention. And I think that from what you've heard here today, that I think the commissioners hear that, and I think there's a lot of things we can do to help. There's a lot of things that we're not going to be able to help, but I do think we have sources of funding with our rollback taxes when the property's sold from farmland into some other use. They pay taxes, so there's a pool of money there that we could use for some sort of farmland preservation, or that's through the soil conservation folks and easements, or even working with TLC. I just had a recent conversation with someone from TLC, and they were saying, Triangle Land Conservancy, that they had 20 farmers who were interested in either selling or donating land for preservation.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot. I don't know what the answer is. I know Commissioner Smith is working on some things to see if we can work some of those out. But I think that's, when people hear us talk about development and put on this board that, all we worried about is development, I mean, you've heard here today that we have more interest than just development. We do want to preserve farmland, and we've got to figure out what is going to work, and how do we fund that, and we may have some mechanisms to do that, and then that money can be compounded through the soil conservation, Triangle Land Conservancy. So there's a way to turn $1 into $2 or $10 or whatever that is. So that's my thoughts on the farmland preservation.
Okay, well, we'll drop back then to the ones, I think Board of Education was one of the first in regards to the.
Yeah, so one of the, and I split it into, I got the public schools and then JCC. We've made a significant investment in the facility for JCC and the advanced manufacturing facility in Four Oaks. So we've got that, and as we continue to grow, and we were looking for training people as we're bringing new jobs into the county to provide opportunities for our families to be educated and be able to be trained and have well-paid, good-paying jobs here in Johnston County. One of the things for the schools is, I think we're like it depends on who you ask, but we're somewhere in the mid to upper 40s in per student funding. I mean, I don't think we're going to make it to number one, but I think we can surely be somewhere in the top 25 or
You won't
20,
catch Dare County.
20 to 30. Yeah, 20. Yeah, somewhere in the 20 to 30 range that we can do things to increase our per student spending. The school construction itself, I think we've made a good headway on that. I think there's some things that we can improve on going forward. I do appreciate the transparency that the school staff and as their board has brought to the table that maybe hadn't been there in the past. But I do think that's an area that if we're going to talk about workforce development, that starts in our public schools and continues on with our community college system.
5 minutes. Anything else on the education piece?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Got the county facilities and facility needs. And
Yeah, I think that's probably, we talked about that enough. I agree. I mean, we have places, or needs for personnel, and we don't have any place to put them. So I think it's the time to start, some master plan of what that's going to look like and the order that's going to go in so we can do our financial planning and modeling in that. But I think that, DSS, is an immediate need, and we talked about that. That's not something that's just came up in the last few weeks. It's been on there for 20 years, and we talked about it last year here. So it's it's just moving that.
It's an old hospital, right? Y'all's DSS.
An old part of it is. Yeah, one of the four. Is it four?
Yeah.
Four buildings. Yeah, one of the four buildings.
Okay. So that one, and then again, the land use and transportation planning is one.
Yeah. So we're close to finishing up the land use plan, but that really is step one. We've got ordinances to follow that. So that's making sure we continue on that and don't lose sight of what we're trying to get done and accomplish. And when we finish the land use plan update, doesn't mean we're through. Just means we're moving on to the next piece of that.
As fast as you're growing, you're not going to be able to sit it on the shelf and let
that's
it
right. Yeah,
sit a
that's
while.
right.
You
Yeah,
have
it
to
won't be
revisit.
11 years before we revisit it again. But the other piece of that is the transportation piece, and we will soon make the final decision on a consultant to look at updating our transportation plan, which again is about 11 years old, I think, somewhere in there. So updating that, but I think we have done, and I say we, meaning mainly the DOT, have done a good job of getting people through Johnston County. And what I think this board and future boards are going to be, how do we move people within Johnston County? So as we're developing our plan, and we've got a decision to make on Campo part of the county staying in Campo, forming our own, but there's some decisions being made on that. But how do we take advantage of those programs where we can get matching funds to improve traffic flow within the county? And then a step further is the public transportation, the micro-transit that we're seeing now with the pilot project between Selma and Smithfield, and see how that goes to move people around within the county. Because, you know, the people that are driving out right now, I agree with the commuter rail. You know, that's just not something that's financially feasible, hasn't been shown to be successful, at least anywhere in North Carolina, and it's still a debate, you know, in Wake County and Durham County, you know, how that's going to go. But I think the future for us is looking at how do we get people who live in Johnston County to another spot in Johnston County, whether that's on their own or through some sort of transportation system. How do we do that? So that's
Okay. And then I know the regionalization.
Yeah, I could talk for a long as
We get to talk more about that tomorrow. I
Yeah,
have a
so
feeling that's going to be talked about tomorrow.
Yeah, so I would just say, to me, I don't know what that final product is, but I know a cluster of individual towns and a cluster of a few towns in the county is not the way to go. And I know we have agreements with other communities and towns and counties to provide some source of water through interlocal agreements. But to me, I'm looking at how do we put these together so that if it's a southern district and a central district and a western district, or is it all a county, that we bring the whole county together? And then not to mention Harnett County, Wilson County, how do we cooperate with them? But it's something on a bigger picture because, you know, when you look at things all across this state and this country, you know, it's moving towards regionalization. It's not everybody for themselves. You know, some of the reasons that Commissioner Braswell mentioned, you know, you have people with a part-time job running a wastewater treatment plant doesn't work. So I think that's the thing for me is we're taking the next step here shortly. We're going to hear our 20th from our consultant about what the next phase of that regionalization. I know the towns, we've had a couple of meetings with them discussing regionalization, and I think there's definitely interest there from the mayors and some of the other elected officials. So I think that process, we are moving in that direction. It's just how do we get everybody rowing in the same direction and move forward. So, but I think that's a key for us to
I think it is
grow.
too, because I mean, in the Neuse Basin, you're a little limited on discharge and things,
Right.
and some of the restrictions you face. So having a regional approach, maximize what you have. So, okay, so I think now turning to those zero in. I think we know regionalization is going to be talked about tomorrow, but.
Thanks, Neil. Great job, guys. Thank you. Great job, Ward. So it's 4:40. Man, y'all have done a great job today. I imagine you are a little tired. So closing it out here, going to try to wrap things up for you, Mr. Chairman, and prepare for tomorrow. And I've written some notes to pull us on into the driveway here. But let me just tell you what a great process. Again, watching this we were talking about this over lunch, sometimes somebody else from the outside watching your process, we may see things that you don't see. And it's already been commented several times. I think Amy Cannon mentioned it. You've got 100% attendance and 100% participation. That's great. And you got a great board discussion going on today. You're all elected individually, right? You're all individual commissioners. And the power that you hold as an individual commissioner is very little, right? You have to make decisions as a board. And so the fact that you're taking the time to do this as a board and work together as a board to pull all of this information together and make joint decisions, that's the way it gets done. That's the way you have success in any county and in Johnston County. What's clear to me, and I think to the NCACC team, is that how dedicated you are to the success of Johnston County long-term. Commissioner Braswell, you said you might not be here in 5 years. We don't know. But this is what's going on right now, and you are dedicated to working on that. So thank you for that. All right, my job here in the last several minutes, 20 minutes-ish, is to make sure that we walk out of here and we're all on the same page about what we're going to talk about tomorrow. And compliments again to the chairman and to the board for doing a lot of work in advance. If you think about 1 year ago, and we started out today talking about 1 year ago, being in this room, we took 2 days just to ratchet down to get us to a list of 6 things. Y'all already accomplished that almost in advance, and so we're here today. You've done all that work. We've heard from the board, and now we want to make sure that this list looks like the right list. As y'all were talking, and I was looking at the list, you hit on all of those things. And I remember us talking, I feel like I was sitting on a stool right here talking to you guys last year about this time, saying like all of these things are important. And they are. All of these things that you've talked about today are critically important to the citizens of Johnston County. It's the hard part of saying, okay, these are all things that are important, but what are we going to prioritize to come up to the top of the list? What are the things that are going to make the most difference for the citizens, the residents of Johnston County? Now, there's been a ranking process that's been done because of frequency, as the chairman already mentioned, and those things rose up to the top here, and they're marked off in the red box. I'll read them out loud. The HTO sewer regionalization opportunities, farmland preservation, land use, transportation planning, fire matrix funding, and then admin organizational structure. And then there's always that line, right? You know, it's kind of like the cutoff line, and it's teetering on that. County facilities planning construction. I think you probably could have a debate as to whether or not you flip those two things from my observations on the conversation that I heard. So I'm going to ask you that question in a moment. And then also, I want to know, is there anything below that red line farther down that you're like, no, we talked about that a lot, and we want to raise that up into the top 5. We want to make sure that this is the right list for you guys, because tomorrow's plan is to come back and really start to dig into that top 5. And my recommendation for you, Mr. Chairman and board, is to start with number 1, because we don't know how long it's going to take. I think that was an experience that we had last year, is we had 6 things, and I think we got through 1. We started on number 2, but we got through 1. So my advice to the board would be, let's start from the top and then go down. We'll have additional staff on hand tomorrow, I believe, who can help us talk through, okay, how are we going to accomplish that number 1? While y'all are thinking about that, the 2 questions I ask, which are, do you want to flip number 5 and 6, and do you want to bring anything else up? Before I jump into that conversation, I just wanted to offer some observations about things that I heard y'all talk about. A little bit of a commercial, I would say, from the association, so bear with me. But your association, first of all, thanks for supporting the association and being a member of the association. Y'all have been such good supporters throughout, my time with the association. We try to tailor what our work is to the things that we hear you do. And I wanted to give you some examples. The DSS issue that I heard throughout conversation today, we are actually working with members of the General Assembly. We have been. We talked to the Speaker and the Senate Pro Tem about funding for DSS staffing. And that made it into a version of the bill, extra funding. But there is a funding formula within that bill, and we know that it's going to be in the final budget. But it was taken out of the expansion bill because the Senate wanted it to only be sort of a clean policy bill in terms of that the other funding would come through the budget. So that's something we're working on. Mental health and substance abuse. Just as we were in here today talking, we had our team working with members of the House advocating for funding for mental health funding and substance abuse, that the association's helping to help counties. We have a documentary that we produced on, it's called it's Resiliency, and it's about farmland and farming and food system resiliency. And we also have started producing videos that are about 5 minutes that educate the public on what county government does and what county government doesn't do. So that's a supplement to your county staff, and you can use those things. We're trying to do that, and I saw Vice Chairman Harris using his map book. Thank you for doing that. Denise produces that data that helps you make decisions. So thanks for the little commercial about the association. And we also do this stuff. We try to help counties by having and leading these conversations. Thanks for allowing me that. Okay. How do y'all feel about top 5 as listed up here?
Let me suggest that the farmland preservation,
Yes, sir.
We've basically, and I'm working on that, we've said all we can say. That unless someone has something they want to say, I think that's not a top 5 issue. I think clearly we'd be better off to move the county facilities in place of that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts is, I don't say it's scratched, but I say it can be coupled with the land use
It becomes a-
transportation planning.
It becomes a byproduct of
Yeah,
that
yeah,
land
so I
use
think
plan.
we can discuss that in the third item up there.
So just sort of either another slash beside transportation planning and put farmland there, or do it as a sub-bullet. Is that what
Yeah,
I'm
I'd
hearing?
just say put a slash.
Yeah, okay, good deal. Easy.
Would we also,
Thank you for that. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I was going to say, would we also benefit from coupling together staffing growth-related departments with county facilities planning and construction? Since we've talked so much about that going hand in hand with if we're going to hire, how we're going to find them, where we're going to put them, or keep those separate?
I think separate, but
I think we need to move that red line down one more.
So county facilities and planning should be in there?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Stevens, can I come back to your comment? I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're saying there.
Yeah, a couple lines down, we've got staffing growth-related departments, but I know one of the issues we're having with that is, okay, if we do grow our staff, where are we going to put them? So is that a joint conversation to be had while we're also planning our upcoming potential construction and what facilities are needed and making sure that we're taking all that into consideration? And y'all can say no.
so I will say no, but I think as we're discussing those facilities, if you were to bring that up as part of the reason for it, I think that'd be good. But I think, I'll go back to Commissioner Smith. I think if we drop the red line down one with combining farmland and land use, that gives us 5, and I think we'll be, if we get to number 5, I'll be tickled to death.
Okay.
That'd be good.
And that's then in that order, those top 5 in that order, if we drop the line down and add it in?
If I had to flip one, I would put county facilities. Commissioner Smith, I would put county definitely above the admin organizational structure, but I'm not opposed to moving it up, as Fred said, to number 2 on the list. I think that's what he said. Is that what he said?
It doesn't matter. I just felt like we needed to not spend time on, as important as it is, on farmland preservation, because I think that's not something we can put a whole lot of meat on today, but I do think the county facilities needs to be up there somewhere.
I agree with that.
Move it to number 2, and then we'll go land use, farmland, transportation, fire matrix, and then admin organization.
Looking at my colleagues to make sure they capture all this, but yeah, Amy's got it. That sounds good. And Commissioner Stevens, I'm not letting that go, because I think that is an outgrowth of the facilities of what you're saying. So agreeing with both the chairman and you, because I think that will inherently come up together
Yeah, I
in
think
that
it will, too.
discussion. Yep. Yes, sir. Mr. Manager.
Planning for staff to be here, that's gonna be the order? Is that
It would be the regionalization first,
Okay.
and then county facilities
Okay.
second, then land use,
Okay.
farmland, transportation.
Gotcha.
Then fire,
Yeah.
and then admin organizational structure would be 5, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And just to set expectations, I hope we get through all 5 tomorrow. I'm not sure that, we'll try for that, and that's the goal. But for managing probably staff, yeah, you got that, all right. But we're going to try to get through all of those tomorrow. Well, there you go. All right, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what I did with my notes there over here. I think that was it. Yeah, I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. We're ready. We'll be ready in the morning to help facilitate those conversations, to work with this board, and I think that's it from me. So I'll turn it back over to you.
I think, so the board will be having a social gathering at Heath's here sometime between 5:30 and 6. No decisions will be made. It's a social gathering, and just that. So just make that, I think that's been publicized already, but just to make additional notice on that. And with that, we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So thank you all for being here today and the hard work we put in, and looking forward to some interesting discussion tomorrow morning. All right, we are now recessed. I hit it for a recess.